Chapter 806. The statue in the center of the palace was at least 3 meters tall. From a statue's expression, one could see that the heavenly Void King's face was also filled with shock. To be able to shock the heavenly Void King back then, it was enough to show that his enemy was extraordinary. Could it be that the owner of the Warblade is a quasi-king level expert like the heavenly Void King? Fong Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the Warblade in the statue's hand and cried out. Star and Moon nodded. From a statue, the heavenly Void King's enemy must have been a quasi-king level expert or a mystic king expert. However, if it was a mystic king expert, killing the heavenly Void King would be easy. Therefore, from this point, it could be inferred that the heavenly Void King's enemy was a quasi-king level expert. That should be the case, Star and Moon said. Hearing this, Fong Chun suddenly recalled what Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness had said to him before it completely dissipated. Within the heavenly void's secret realm, the true danger was not adept calamity, but something else. He had told Fong Chun to be careful. At this moment, Fong Chen's pitch-black eyes were focused on the Warblade in the statue's hand. His expression changed greatly and his heart trembled. Could the danger that Shakyamuni mentioned be the heavenly Void King's enemy back then? Fong Chun thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more Fong Chun felt that it was inconceivable. He gently held Star and Moon's small white hand and said, be careful. Brother Chun, did you discover something? Star and Moon asked curiously. Star and Moon told Star and Moon everything that Shakyamuni had told them. After hearing this, Star and Moon were also shocked. If what you guessed is true, then the owner of the Warblade is still alive, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Just as Fong Chun was talking to Star and Moon, a stone door suddenly appeared on the wall behind the statue. Fong Chun and Star and Moon watched as the stone door was pushed open and 2 figures fled in panic. Lin Lu and Hei Tai. After seeing who it was, Fong Chun was a little surprised. It's you. Hei Tai and Lin Lu's faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. When they came out of the stone door and saw Fong Chun and Star and Moon, they hurriedly ran to their sides. When he saw Fong Chun and Star and Moon's aura surging, he hurriedly stopped them. Stop! Hei Tai shouted. Humph! You too betrayed me. Today is the day you die, Fong Chun said coldly. If it weren't for Star and Moon's strength, he would have died at their hands long ago. Hearing this, Hei Tai hurriedly stopped him. Fong Chun, we need to unite now. That's right. We just entered a palace and met a terrifying expert. He was very strong. Even if the 2 of us joined forces, we were still no match for him, Lin Lu said. Why should we help you? Star and Moon said coldly. He is the enemy of all humans, Hei Tai said solemnly. Hearing this, Fong Chen's eyes flickered and he was about to speak. Suddenly, the stone door opened and a terrifying aura came out. Then, a black shadow broke through the door and entered. When he saw the black shadow, Fong Chen's eyes became serious. It seemed that Hei Tai was right. It really wasn't a good time for internal strife, because the person in front of him was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, what shocked Fong Chen the most was that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect had clearly been sucked into the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron in his dantian. Why was he here now? It's you, Fong Chun cried out when he saw the adept of calamity. Brother Chun, you know this person? Star and Moon also sensed the powerful aura coming from this person and asked solemnly. He is the adept of calamity of the Yellow Spring sect, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Hei Tai and Lin Lu smiled helplessly. The Yellow Spring sect had flourished for a period of time, and its influence was enormous in the entire ancient Sword Continent. Within the Yellow Spring sect, the sect master's name had shaken the entire ancient Sword Continent. The external affairs of the Yellow Spring sect were generally handled by the 3 sovereigns. Although the Yellow Spring sect had been destroyed a long time ago, Hei Tai and the others still knew about the Yellow Spring sect. One of the 3 sovereigns, the adept of calamity. Hei Tai called out, Kiki, 3 true martial realm cultivators. They're enough to be my food. The adept of calamity laughed sinisterly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fong Chun and also sensed the existence of the 3-legged, two-eared cauldron in Fang Chen's dantian. In the next instant, he erupted with battle power, wanting to kill Star and Moon and the other two. Attack together! Star and Moon shouted. Taking the lead, she activated her profound fiendish body and used her profound true intent to attack the Adept of Calamity. At the same time, Heitai and Lin Lu also attacked frantically. Although they had a grudge with Star and Moon before, their grudges were nothing in the face of the Yellow Spring Sect sovereigns. The Yellow Spring Sect had a terrible reputation on the ancient Sword Continent back then. Furthermore, they were cruel in their ways. Any human cultivator on the ancient Sword Continent hated them to the core. Rumble, this was the second time the three true martial realm cultivators had joined forces after surrounding the demonic blood python. This time, the three of them clearly didn't hold back. When they attacked together, their attack power was comparable to a peak LV2 true martial realm cultivator. It could even be compared to a LV3 true martial realm cultivator. The wild attacks caused the entire palace to tremble. The power that escaped caused the palace to shake continuously. Stone fragments fell from the sky. However, no matter how many stone fragments fell, the statue in the center was completely fine. Every time a stone fragment approached the statue, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Seeing the three true martial realm cultivators join forces to attack the Adept of Calamity, Fang Chun also attacked. Crash! Fang Chun set up a supreme grade profound grade array formation. Then he activated his full strength and joined the attack. Bang! 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 Fang Chen's participation turned the situation around. Caught off guard, the Adept of Calamity was hit by Star and Moon's punch. His body kept retreating. He looked at Fang Chun. His eyes flickered with a ferocious glint. Then, he clenched his teeth and counterattacked Heitai. However, the Adept of Calamity clearly couldn't hold on for much longer. He kept retreating. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Adept of Calamity was once again sent flying by Star and Moon. He quickly stood up with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "How dare you interfere with this venerable's business? Sooner or later, you will die." After saying that, the Adept of Calamity's figure flashed and entered the stone door. Chase! Heitai roared without even thinking about it. If the Adept of Calamity escaped and attacked them one by one, they would all die. Rather than that, they might as well chase after him. Heitai rushed into the stone door. Lin Lu and Star and Moon followed closely behind. He escaped. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He felt that something was wrong, but he still chased after them. The Adept of Calamity's speed was very fast, but Heitai's group wasn't slow either. They kept chasing. Crash! The surface of the palace was a wasteland. A sinister aura enveloped this place. After the Adept of Calamity came out of the palace, he quickly arrived at the end of the wasteland and calmly stood there. Star and Moon's group of 4 quickly caught up. "You're not running anymore." Heitai sneered. "Kill him," said Lin Lu icily. At this moment, the Adept of Calamity turned around. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. "You small fries, do you really think that I, the Adept of Calamity, can't beat you?" sneered the Adept of Calamity. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. "If you could beat us, why would you need to run?" Lin Lu didn't believe him. Star and Moon didn't say anything, but she turned to look at Fang Chun. The two of them exchanged a glance. They could both see the unease in each other's eyes. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Lord of Calamity clapped his hands, making a clapping sound. In the next moment, a boundless voice came from underground. The entire sky seemed to be locked down. Star and Moon's group of 4 were completely shocked. At that moment, Fang Chun felt as though his soul was trembling. The aura that was emanating from the ground was way too strong. Could it be that he's the master of that battle saber? At that moment, Fang Chun suddenly thought of this. Ha ha ha! A burst of wild laughter came from the ground. Fang Chen's group of 4 were unable to move. At this moment, Fang Chun was shocked to discover that the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron hidden in his dantian had left his body and was floating in the air above the wasteland. Hiss! A ray of light shot out of the cauldron and covered the ground. The cauldron trembled and the lid opened. The head in the cauldron appeared and directly drilled into the ground. In the next moment, a deafening sound came from underground. Then, furious roars could be heard. Fong Chen's group of 4 looked at this scene in shock. The trembling continued for about 15 minutes. The cauldron floating in the air also drilled into the ground. Dong! The moment the cauldron drilled into the ground, the entire ground shook. Wild winds suddenly blew in the heavenly void secret realm. Dense spiritual energy all rushed here. What's going on? Fong Chun was very shocked. He also didn't understand why the head in the cauldron would go underground. Could it be that the terrifying existence underground was also very interested in the head in the cauldron? An ominous premonition grew in Fong Chen's heart. His expression was very ugly. After an unknown amount of time, a majestic aura suddenly soared into the sky. I, the Heavenly Bone King, have finally regained my freedom. A terrifying voice came from underground. Then the ground caved in, and a huge cage broke out from the ground. Some of the iron rods on the cage were already broken. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was floating in the cage. When the cage appeared on the ground, Fong Chun was completely shocked. In the cage, there was a tiger-type demonic beast. Its body was several feet tall, and its body was filled with the aura of a good person. Chapter 807. Foolish humans, you're too weak. The demonic beast the size of a small mountain directly tore apart the iron rod on the cage and walked out of the cage. At this time, the cage had already been reduced to ashes. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron left the monster's hand and floated in the air. It spun a few times and then shrank. Finally, it entered Fong Chen's dantian. Brat, I didn't expect the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron to choose you. Then you must die, said the Sky Bone King loudly as he stared at Fong Chun. This sudden turn of events caused Fong Chun to be stunned. Fong Chun, what's going on? Asked He Tai and Lin Lu anxiously. The monster in front of them was too strong. Just by standing there quietly, they didn't even have the courage to attack. And the thing that opened the monster's cage was clearly the mysterious cauldron in Fong Chen's body. So He Tai and Lin Lu were very puzzled. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He tried to communicate with the cauldron, but found that the lid didn't move at all. He couldn't open it all. He didn't know what was going on inside. Brat, don't try to open the cauldron. I paid a great price to stabilize the head inside the cauldron. But it's all worth it. I, the Sky Bone King, have regained my freedom, laughed the Sky Bone King. He placed his claws on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The Sky Bone King. Fong Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the tiger-type monster and said, You're the owner of that saber, the Sky Bone King's enemy. That damn Sky Bone King. What qualifications does he have to be called a quasi-king? I'm the true quasi-king, roared the Sky Bone King furiously. The breath coming out of its nostrils made Fong Chen's blood boil. Star and Moon looked at the Sky Bone King gravely. They didn't say anything. Right now, it was useless to say anything. They had to think of a way to escape. Brother Chun, called Star and Moon. Fong Chen knew that Star and Moon wanted Fong Chun to communicate with the cauldron. Since it was the big cauldron that had released Sky Bone King, it would naturally be the big cauldron that would deal with Sky Bone King. This damnable cauldron. If I didn't want to borrow its power to break out of this cage, how could I, the grand Heavenly Bone King, have lost my most precious heart? Said the Heavenly Bone King. Fong Chun was taken aback. He vaguely understood what was going on. The head in the cauldron seemed to want to absorb the power of the ancient expert. As for Adept Calamity, the reason why he was able to come out seemed to be because he had reached some sort of agreement with the head in the cauldron. Although Adept Calamity seemed to have retreated in defeat, he had actually lured them here. The head in the cauldron took action and shattered the cage, releasing the Heavenly Bone King. The Sky Bone Monarch sacrificed his own heart to pacify the head in the cauldron so that it could not deal with him. Upon thinking of this, Fong Chun felt a chill run down his spine as a helpless expression appeared on his face. What should we do? Asked He Tai. He did not want to die. If he, He Tai, did not die, he would definitely shine brightly when he went out this time. He would definitely become an expert whose name would shake the ancient sword continent in the future. He was unwilling to accept this. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely not give up. Similarly, Lin Lu did not want to die either. At this moment, the two of them looked at Fong Chun with burning gazes. They vaguely felt that the source of this matter was Fong Chun. "We must think of a way to escape from here," said Lin Lu. The Heavenly Bone King was the owner of the battle saber in the statue's hand. He was at the same level as the Heavenly Void King, a quasi-king level expert. Such an expert was not someone that they, who had just entered the true martial realm, could compare to. "Brother Chun." Star and Moon looked at Fong Chun and asked. Fong Chun shook his head and fell silent. If it was an ordinary true martial realm expert, he could still fight. However, he was powerless against a quasi-king level expert. "You few ant can die now." The Heavenly Bone King laughed sinisterly as he raised his claw. A gust of wind and clouds surged around him, and a chill attacked. Seeing that the Heavenly Bone King wanted to kill the four of them, Adept of Calamity hurriedly stopped him. "Lord Heavenly Bone King, I have a suggestion," said Adept of Calamity. "Okay." The Heavenly Bone King's claw floated in the air as he said in a deep voice, "Lord Heavenly Bone King has regained your freedom. The vast ancient sword continent will also be your territory. When the time comes, you can let them do some trivial things," said Adept of Calamity. When the Heavenly Bone King heard this, he instantly understood. Adept of Calamity's suggestion was to let the four of them be his servants. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. As a quasi-king level expert, the Heavenly Bone King naturally could not do everything by himself. "Okay, you can live, but you will all be my servants," said the Heavenly Bone King. "Run!" Right at this moment, Hei Tai shouted in a low voice. He pushed his speed to the limit and escaped directly. "How dare you run away in front of me, the Heavenly Bone King?" When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he stretched out his claw and immediately pierced through the void to grab Hei Tai. In the next moment, Hei Tai's body fell to the ground directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll give you all a chance. Submit to me," said the Heavenly Bone King. As soon as the Heavenly Bone King's voice fell, he did not give the four of them any chance at all. A strange aura emitted from his head, and then it split into four and drilled into the four's minds. Hiss! Hiss! The four of them wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. When the four strange auras drilled into the four's minds, they instantly controlled their souls. In an instant, the four of them looked at the Heavenly Bone King with dull eyes. "Master!" The four of them cupped their hands and called out. When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Although the four of you are a little weak, you have contributed to me regaining my freedom. From now on, follow me, the Heavenly Bone King." When the four of them heard this, they nodded in a daze. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he became dull again. Just now, when a strange aura drilled into Fong Chen's mind and tried to control his soul, the Heavenly Bone King's heart suddenly beat rapidly. Suddenly, the golden heart started beating rapidly. It sucked the strange aura into the golden heart. Fong Chen was not controlled at all. However, the Heavenly Bone King did not seem to notice. Fong Chen pretended to be controlled. Like the other three, his expression was dull, and he did not move at all. "Now, I'll send the four of you to the place where the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King is located. Whoever can receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King will be my #1 general." The Heavenly Bone King shook his wrist, and the four of them disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Sage Calamity asked, "Master Heavenly Bone King, why don't you let me go? You're not human. You can't receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King." The Heavenly Bone King said in a deep voice. When Fong Chun woke up, he realized that he had returned to the underground palace. In front of him, the statue stood quietly. However, the saber in the statue's hand had disappeared. Fong Chun looked around and realized that this place had been sealed. There was no way to get out. Beside him, Star and Moon and the other two stood there in a daze. At this moment, the hand of the statue emitted a gentle light. In the next moment, An ancient voice came out from the statue. When you hear this voice, it means that you are qualified to receive the inheritance of the heavenly Bone King. My inheritance is in my palm. Everyone, put your palms against mine. Whether you can receive the inheritance or not depends on your luck. These were the last words of the heavenly Bone King. As for his soul, it had already dissipated. It was impossible for him to be resurrected. The first to try was Heitai. He placed his palm on the palm of the statue. Suddenly, the dazzling light became even more intense. After a while, Heitai was stunned. He turned around and left. Not far away, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Next was Lin Lu. After him, it was Star and Moon's turn. Just as Star and Moon was about to step forward, Fang Chen grabbed Star and Moon's small white hand. Star and Moon's eyes were expressionless. They looked at Fang Chen coldly. At this moment, Fang Chen was heartbroken. I will definitely save you. The reason why Fang Chen was not controlled by the Heavenly Bone King was because of the Golden Heart. Fang Chen wanted to save Star and Moon. Naturally, he would find a way to break through from the Golden Heart. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hand and urged the Golden Heart. Suddenly, a clear stream flowed out of the Golden Heart. It passed through Fang Chen's palm and entered Star and Moon's body. Fang Chen found that after the clear stream circled Star and Moon's body for a while, it actually approached the mind. Can you get rid of the control? Fang Chen was very nervous. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clear stream entered Star and Moon's soul and began to absorb the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul. As the layer of energy disappeared, Star and Moon's expression began to struggle. Seeing this, Fang Chen was very excited. It seemed that the Golden Heart could restrain that layer of energy. 3 minutes later, the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul completely disappeared. At this time, the clear stream spread to Star and Moon's limbs and bones. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Brother Chen. Star and Moon was very surprised. Her memory stopped at the moment when she was controlled by the Heavenly Bone King. Why did she appear here now? I helped you get rid of the control, Star and Moon said simply. However, she hid the most important part, the Golden Heart, and did not say anything. Brother Chen, won't the Heavenly Bone King know about this? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, No, he won't. Right now, the Heavenly Bone King is invincible in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. We have nowhere to run, Star and Moon said. Maybe the Heavenly Void King's inheritance is an opportunity for us, Fang Chen said. When the Heavenly Void King died back then, he should have known that the Heavenly Bone King would escape one day. He must have left a backup plan. However, Fang Chen did not know what the backup plan was. Maybe the breakthrough was in the Heavenly Void King's inheritance. Let's accept the Heavenly Void King's inheritance first, Fang Chen said. The palace was sealed. It must have been designed by the Heavenly Void King back then to protect the warriors who accepted the inheritance. They could accept the inheritance without worrying about the Heavenly Bone King coming in. Star and Moon turned to look at Heitai and Lin Lu and asked, After we accept the inheritance, I will remove the control for them, Fang Chen said. In the Heavenly Void Secret Land, the 4 of them were considered the strongest warriors. If they did not unite, they would definitely not be able to escape from the Heavenly Bone King. Star and Moon nodded. Then, she walked to the statue and pressed her small white hand on the statue's palm. Chapter 808. The moment the gentle light enveloped the entire palace, Star and Moon's aura changed greatly. Then, Star and Moon's white palm shook slightly. Then, Star and Moon opened her eyes and left the statue. She nodded at Fang Chen and sat down cross-legged to comprehend. In the end, only Fang Chen was left. I wonder if I can get the inheritance of King Tianxu, Fang Chen thought to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. He was only 1 step away from LV9 Spiritual Whirlpool Realm. King Tianxu's inheritance might allow him to enter the real martial arts realm. Fang Chen bowed 3 times to King Tianxu's statue. Then, he walked forward and placed his palm on the statue's palm. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura was transmitted from the statue into Feng Chen's body. Even after spending my entire life's effort, I wasn't able to step into the profound king realm. I hope that after the successor inherits my legacy, he will be able to step into the profound king realm in his lifetime. The heavenly void king's voice faintly rang out. Then, Feng Chen's heart trembled. A huge amount of information entered his mind. Whether you can get the inheritance would depend on your luck. King Tianchu's voice was filled with hope. Feng Chen's heart ached. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the huge amount of information that King Tianchu had transmitted into his mind. King Tianchu Mystery Land was an independent small space. When King Tianchu had died, the Tianchu Mystery Land had collapsed. Of course, it was only the outer area of the Mystery Land that had collapsed. The inner area was much better. Moreover, the rules of the inner area of the Mystery Land were relatively more complete. At that moment, within the Heavenly Void Secret Land, countless warriors were fleeing rapidly. Suddenly, countless martial artists appeared in the empty outer area of the Mystery Land. Among these martial artists, there were martial artists from Tianzhou, Demon State, and Five Element State. The martial artists from the three states had put aside their differences and fought side by side. This was because they had encountered the greatest danger in history. Calamity Knight received Sky Bone King's order and began to slaughter all the geniuses in the Tianzu secret realm. There were a total of 150 geniuses who had entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. In the entire ancient Sword Continent, these 150 geniuses were the most likely to advance to the real martial realm. They were also the hope of the ancient Sword Continent. When they had just entered the Heavenly Void secret realm, they had killed each other and some warriors had died. But those losses couldn't be compared to what they were experiencing now. Reverend Calamity was far too powerful. As long as they encountered him, the martial artists of the three great provinces had no chance of surviving. A large number of warriors had died at the hands of Adept Calamity. Of course, there were also a number of warriors who managed to escape. They desperately fled to the periphery of the Heavenly Void secret realm, trying to leave from the periphery. At this time, on a wasteland in the periphery, with Zhang Jingtao at the lead, there were about 30 cultivators from the three prefectures following behind him. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Song Xiong glanced behind him and said, "Senior Brother Zhang, the enemy is too strong. We can't stop them. Let's leave quickly." Zhang Jingtao nodded and led the group out of the wasteland quickly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the Heavenly Void secret realm was filled with blood. In the huge Heavenly Void secret realm, countless people had died. Reverend Calamity was still chasing after the geniuses from the three great provinces. In this half a month, countless geniuses had died at his hands. Now, only Zhang Jingtao and the 30 or so geniuses were left. After killing all of you, I can complete my mission. Reverend Calamity floated in the sky and said eerily. In the next moment, Reverend Calamity's body flashed and disappeared instantly. When Reverend Calamity appeared again, he had already chased after Zhang Jingtao and the others. "You can't escape," Reverend Calamity said eerily. A vast aura instantly spread out and enveloped the group. "Let's go." With no other choice, Zhang Jingtao and the others took out their life-saving treasures and threw them at Reverend Calamity. Although these life-saving treasures couldn't hurt Reverend Calamity, they still caused a certain amount of damage to Reverend Calamity. Around Reverend Calamity's body, crackling sounds could be heard. When Zhang Jingtao and the others saw this, they quickly ran away. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard. Reverend Calamity cleared the obstacles around him, and his face was extremely gloomy. "Puny ants, how dare you try to escape from me? What a joke." Reverend Calamity wasn't going to play with these puny ants anymore. He wanted to kill all of them. However, just as Reverend Calamity's aura was getting closer, suddenly, in the sky above the Heavenly Void secret realm, a ray of light shot into the clouds. Then, the entire Heavenly Void secret realm started to tremble. "What's going on?" When Reverend Calamity saw this, he was confused. Zhang Jingtao and the others were running away. Suddenly, the ground shook and they were shocked. A spatial tunnel. At this moment, Blazing Heaven discovered that a spatial passageway had appeared and shouted loudly, "Run!" When the spatial tunnel appeared, the group didn't have time to think about what was going on. They only had one thought in their mind, and that was to run away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When Reverend Calamity was confused, Zhang Jingtao and the others rushed into the spatial tunnel. Damn it! When Reverend Calamity saw this, he threw out a punch and fiercely hit the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel trembled and quickly closed. When Reverend Calamity arrived, the spatial tunnel had already disappeared. Damn it! Reverend Calamity stood there quietly. His face was gloomy as he cursed. 5-element state, Border City. Border City was the most desolate city in the entire 5-element state. As this city was in the middle of the 3 states, it was filled with all kinds of people. However, the strongest person was only at the spirit vortex realm. However, ever since the heavenly void secret realm swept through the entire ancient sword continent, Border City welcomed many martial artists. There were even true martial realm martial artists. However, as time passed, the true martial realm martial artists in Border City had already left. In a wasteland not far from Border City, at the end of the wasteland was a chaotic space. This chaotic space was the entrance to the heavenly void secret realm. There was no one here. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the chaotic space. Then, these people rushed into the wasteland and hurriedly left the wasteland. What is this place? Someone asked curiously. 5-element state. We have arrived at 5-element state. Seeing this, Blazing Heaven was overjoyed. Arriving at 5-element state meant that they would not be chased by Reverend Calamity. In order to prevent the enemy from chasing us, quickly inform the Dean. Zhang Jingtao said in a deep voice. As he informed the Dean, he rushed to Border City. With Zhang Jingtao, a true martial realm martial artist leading, more than 30 spirit vortex realm martial artists aggressively entered Border City. This immediately caused a commotion in Border City. The city lord personally came to welcome them. Under Zhang Jingtao's request, the city lord arranged a spacious courtyard for them to rest in. Senior Zhang, what did the Dean say? Blazing Heaven asked. The Dean is on his way. Zhang Jingtao said. The people from Tianzhou and Demon State felt as if they had survived a disaster. They quickly contacted the higher-ups of the 2 states. 5 Elements Academy, 5 Elements Peak, Main Peak. The Dean was playing chess with Elder Han in the garden. The Dean was holding Shirako while Elder Han was holding black. Dean, it has been more than half a year since the Heavenly Void Secret Realm opened. I wonder how they're doing inside. Elder Han said with a smile. They should be out soon. The Dean said, a while ago, the true martial realm lightning tribulation shocked the entire ancient sword continent. It caused all the martial artists on the road to look at the heavenly void secret realm. I wonder how many martial artists in our 5-element state can step into the true martial realm. Elder Han said, the heavenly void secret realm was a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps some martial artists would obtain a great fortuitous encounter and step into the true martial realm. Let's not talk about it. Let's play chess. The Dean shook his head slightly and changed the topic with a smile. Okay, let's play chess. Elder Han picked up a chess piece and thought for a moment before placing it on the chessboard. He looked at the Dean and waited for him to play chess. Just as the Dean was about to play chess, his expression suddenly changed. Dean, what happened? Elder Han asked. Voila! The Dean threw down the flag in his hand and directly floated in the air. He shouted loudly, all true martial realm martial artists have always come to the main peak. The Dean's voice contained a vast amount of spiritual chi. It spread through the entire 5 Elements Academy. Saint Master Xianlong and the others immediately rushed over. What's going on? What happened? Dean, why did you call us over? In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Spearman and the other true martial realm martial artists all arrived. They were very confused. The Dean had never called them over like this. There must be something important this time. Dean, could it be that you found the nest of the Yellow Spring sex remnants? Saint Master Danxing asked. Really? Then let's directly charge over and destroy the Yellow Spring sect's remnants, said the bone weapons Saint Master. Dean, what happened? Asked the bloody spearman at this moment. The true martial realm martial artists all gathered. The dean landed in the garden with an extremely gloomy expression. Follow me to the border city. After saying that, the dean's figure flashed, and he went to the teleportation formation. The venerable of the Yellow Spring sect revived in the heavenly void secret realm and slaughtered the geniuses of the three states. Zhang Jingtao risked his life and took it back through the spatial passage, said the dean as he flew rapidly. What venerable of the Yellow Spring sect? Immediately, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, and they all stepped onto the teleportation formation. In a short while, 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared in the border city at the same time, causing commotion. What a terrifying aura! Are the 7 of them all at the peak of the spirit vortex realm? Are you stupid? Even true martial realm martial artists can't tell. What's 7 true martial realm martial artists? They came together? Is something big going to happen in our border city? Heavens! 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared at once. Including the one from before, 8 true martial realm martial artists have gathered. What's going on? The border city instantly became lively. Countless martial artists were shocked. Chapter 809. Zhang Jingtao already knew when the 7 real martial realm cultivators came to the border city. Zhang Jingtao sent a message to the dean. The dean and the others instantly came to the courtyard where Zhang Jingtao was resting. When they saw more than 30 miserable martial artists, their faces were gloomy. Zhang Jingtao, what happened? The dean asked as soon as he came in. These 7 people represented the top combat power of the 5-element state. Dean, holy masters, Zhang Jingtao cupped his hands and greeted them. The 7 of them realized that Zhang Jingtao had advanced to the real martial realm, but they were not in the mood to ask. We were looking for opportunities in the sky void secret realm, but a venerable from the Yellow Spring sect suddenly appeared and slaughtered us. Zhang Jingtao explained the situation in detail to the 7 real martial realm cultivators. After the 7 of them heard this, they fell into silence. After a long while, the dean said, "The venerable from the Yellow Spring sect is extremely powerful. You were lucky to be able to escape. What about the others?" The bloody spearman asked. The other real martial realm cultivators also looked at Zhang Jingtao in confusion. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "The venerable from the Yellow Spring sect kept slaughtering the martial artists from the 3 states. The others are all dead." "What about Feng Chun and Star and Moon?" Elder Han asked hurriedly. "Feng Chun and Star and Moon are nowhere to be found. We don't know if they're alive or dead," Zhang Jingtao said. After hearing Zhang Jingtao's words, the 7 of them looked at each other. "We can't enter the sky void secret realm, and the venerable from the Yellow Spring sect has been in there. We can't do anything to him," the bloody spearman said. Just as the dean was about to speak, a vast aura suddenly came. "Our distinguished guests are here," the dean said as he looked up. And what happened?" Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the border city. In an instant, 9 real martial realm cultivators appeared in the courtyard. They came from Tianzhou and were the top combat power of Tianzhou. The leader was the strongest cultivator in Tianzhou. His status in Tianzhou was equal to the dean of the 5 Elements Academy. "Old Mo, you came quickly," Dean Weiyun said with a smile. Old Ghost Mo had also received the news and hurried over. "He, what happened?" Old Mo asked in a deep voice. He was a genius martial artist from Tianzhou. He was the strongest among the Tianzhou martial artists present. "Lord, we are in the sky void secret realm." After he explained what had happened, the 9 real martial realm cultivators, including Old Mo and Old Mo, were all furious. How dare they kill the venerable from Tianzhou? How dare they dare to the realm's realm? Heavenses! The venerables from Tianzhou realm were the venerables. Elders Kuden said elders realm was the realm was realm. Only was left. The losses this time were too heavy. The Lord Amo, I don't think the venerate of a Yellow Spring sect will be in the heavenly void secret dimension forever. We need to discuss a countermeasure, said a person behind Old Ghost Amo. Old Amo nodded and looked at the dean. The remaining martial artists from the three realms all fled to the border city of the five-element state. 150 geniuses from the three realms entered the secret realm, and only 30 of them escaped. The loss made the three realms furious. Not long after the true martial realm cultivators from Tianzhou arrived, the true martial realm cultivators from Demon State also arrived. This time, only one person from Demon State came. It was Ancestor Heimo from Demon State. His aura was very strong. None of the true martial realm cultivators present could defeat him. When Ancestor Heimo heard the news, he was furious. However, there was nothing they could do about what happened in the Sky Void secret realm. In the end, the true martial realm cultivators from the three realms held an emergency meeting. This time, the three realms suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the revival of the Venerables from Tianzhou realm was a big deal. If the Venerables from Tianzhou realm escaped, they would definitely awaken the sect leader and the other Venerables. The consequences would be unimaginable. In the outside world, the leaders of the three realms gathered together to discuss countermeasures. In the Sky Void secret realm, on a mountain peak, Tiangu King was quietly fighting with his battle saber in his hand. Although there were cracks on the battle saber, his big claws caressed the battle saber intimately, as if he was caressing his own child. Tiangu King, since I, Tiangu King, have regained my freedom, I will make the ancient sword continent that you painstakingly protected in the past my territory. All the martial artists on the ancient sword continent will be my slaves, Tiangu King said angrily. Buzz! The battle saber in Tiangu King's hand seemed to be responding to his master's words. It let out a buzzing sound. Don't worry. I will let your name shock the ancient sword continent again. Tiangu King caressed the battle saber and said to himself. Then, Tiangu King held the battle saber in his claws and looked at the vast void. It has been so many years. I am afraid that no one on the ancient sword continent knows about me. Tiangu King said to himself. It had been so long that Heaven Bone King had even forgotten his original name. Tianmu. My name is Tianmu. I will let my name shock the ancient sword continent, Tiangu King said with a hoarse voice. At this moment, a black figure shot over. Lord Tiangu King, I have completed the task you gave me. Adversity Knight said with his hands cupped together. Very good. We just need to wait, Tiangu King said. Lord Tiangu King, why don't you leave the Sky Void secret realm directly? Adversity Knight was a little confused and asked. When Tiangu King fell, his body scattered in the Sky Void secret realm and filled the entire space. If I am unable to accept his inheritance, I will not be able to leave here, Tiangu King said in a deep voice. Adversity Knight nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, in the palace, after half a month of comprehension, Heitai was the first to wake up. The aura around him was strong, and his cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 true martial realm. Obviously, he had gained a lot from comprehending the inheritance this time. Heitai's eyes were dull as he stood quietly. Beside him, Lin Lu was also waiting quietly. The two of them were still under Tiangu King's control. The third to wake up was Star and Moon. Her body was surrounded by the black true intent, and her aura was getting stronger. Star and Moon opened her eyes. She was a little disappointed that she did not receive Tiangu King's inheritance. However, her cultivation had increased a lot, and she had reached the middle stage of LV2 true martial realm. The black true intent and black evil body are becoming more compatible, Star and Moon muttered to herself. She stood up and looked at the two dull people. Then, she turned to look at Feng Chun. At this moment, Feng Chun was surrounded by a dense aura. In his mind, countless pieces of information filled the air. At this moment, Feng Chun felt that he had entered a dream. In the dream, he saw an old man standing quietly in front of him. You are here. The old man smiled at him. Then his body flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Fong Chun tried to sense the old man carefully, but could not find him. With a swoosh, the old man appeared in front of Fong Chun without any warning. This, Fong Chun was shocked. He was comprehending Tian Gu King's inheritance. When he saw the old man's action, his mind shook and he instantly understood. The true intent of the void. Was this the true intent of the void? Fong Chun muttered to himself. His face was full of excitement. The most important inheritance of Tian Gu King was the true intent of the void. The true intent of the void was definitely a superior true intent among the many true intents. After comprehending for half a month, Fong Chun still had no clue about the true intent of the void. However, after seeing the old man display the true intent of the void, Fong Chun fell into an epiphany. In an instant, Fong Chun exited the dream. The void around him flickered. His real body gradually disappeared in the eyes of Star and Moon. Brother Chun, seeing Fong Chun disappear, Star and Moon called out worriedly. She released the aura of the true martial realm to sense Fong Chun. However, she did not find anything. She was very surprised. Hiss! The void was in chaos. Fong Chun's body gradually revealed itself. Just like that, it went back and forth countless times. Finally, after revealing his real body, the void around Fong Chun completely stabilized. Crash! In an instant, Fong Chun opened his eyes. At the same time, the statue in the palace shattered and turned into rays of flickering void light that drilled into Fong Chun's body. True intent of the void. Fong Chun could not believe that he had actually comprehended the true intent of the void. With a thought, Fong Chun's body instantly entered the void. In the next moment, Fong Chun appeared again. Can you find me? Fong Chun asked. Brother Chun, did you break through? Why couldn't I sense you at all when you were hiding? Star and Moon asked curiously. Fong Chun was very excited when he heard this. He was very sure that he had indeed comprehended the true intent of the void. Of course, this also meant that he had completely accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is really domineering. Fong Chun could not help but exclaim. After receiving the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, Fong Chun's strength had increased a lot. His current combat strength was probably comparable to Lin Lu's. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He had not broken through. You received the inheritance? Star and Moon asked in surprise. Fong Chun nodded and said, I was lucky to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. That's great. Brother Chun, did the Heavenly Void King leave any tricks behind? Star and Moon asked hurriedly. They were facing a great enemy. If they did not have a good plan, they might die here. Fong Chun nodded and then walked in front of Hei Tai and Lin Lu. He said, save them first. After that, Fong Chun used the Golden Heart to remove the soul control. After Hei Tai and Lin Lu regained consciousness, their faces were full of excited smiles. Thank you. Although they were very reluctant, they had to admit that without Fong Chun's help, they would have continued to be the slaves of the Heavenly Bone King. The Heavenly Bone King is waiting for us outside. I suspect that the Heavenly Bone King wants to use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to leave this place. Fong Chun said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? Hei Tai asked. I can use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to open the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. But in that case, the Heavenly Bone King will definitely leave this place. Fong Chun said. Chapter 810. Fong Chun's meaning was obvious. He was worried that Tian Gu King would slaughter the martial artists on the ancient Sword Continent. Fong Chun, I know what you're worried about. We have no other choice, Hei Tai said. Yes, and it's impossible for Tian Gu King to do whatever he wants in the ancient Sword Continent, Lin Lu said. Hei Tai nodded in agreement. I heard that there's a supreme elder in the demon state who seems to have reached the quasi-king realm. He has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, and no one knows if he's dead or alive. If the ancient Sword Continent is in danger, he won't just stand by and watch, Hei Tai said. There's also a quasi-king realm cultivator in the Tianzhou, Lin Lu said. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. Then he shook his head slightly. It seemed that his understanding of the ancient sword continent was still limited to the Five Elements Academy. Yes, the three states had existed in the ancient sword continent for so long. How could they not have any foundation? There might not be a mystic king realm cultivator, but there were still quasi-king realm cultivators. However, when Fang Chun was in the Five Elements state, he had been in the Five Elements Academy. He did not know anything about the ancient sword continent, so he did not know. After hearing He Tai and Lin Lu's words, Fang Chun made a decision to leave the Heavenly Void secret realm. If that's the case, I'll open the Heavenly Void secret realm. Be careful, Fang Chun said. Brother Chun, be careful. Fang Chun nodded and walked to the center of the palace. Then, he used the Heavenly Void King's inheritance to open the Heavenly Void secret realm. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Void secret realm, Tiangu King was holding a saber and discussing something with Adept Disaster. Suddenly, the Heavenly Void secret realm shook. What's going on? Adept Disaster asked in surprise. Among the four of them, one of them obtained the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, Tiangu King said. Just as Tiangu King was speaking, a beam of light shot through the sky. At this moment, Tiangu King's expression changed slightly. He said angrily, "Damn it, they tried to escape." After saying that, Tiangu King reached out his claw and grabbed the beam of light. Whoosh, 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 3 black shadows left the Heavenly Void secret realm through the beam of light. Just as Fang Chun entered the light beam, it suddenly trembled. The next moment, Skybone King's huge claw crushed the light beam. Courting death. Skybone King roared. Poochie Fang Chun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure instantly disappeared. When the light beam shattered, a gap appeared in the sky. Skybone King grabbed Calamity Knight's body and entered the gap. In the outside world, Five Elements Province, on the wasteland outside the border city, rumble a deafening sound rang out. The true martial realm cultivators in the border city all looked into the distance. The Heavenly Void Mystery Land has opened. Could it be that the venerables of the Netherworld sect have come out? The dean asked in a deep voice. Let's go. Many true martial realm cultivators quickly flew away. Bunga Gap appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Void secret realm. Immediately, 3 figures flew out and landed on the desolate plain. They were in a sorry state. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a real martial realm giant appeared. Yes, Lin Lu. He's not dead. Old Man Mo was ecstatic when he saw Lin Lu. Old Ancestor He Mo was also very excited when he saw He Tai. Star and Moon is still alive. Dean Wuyan shouted. Many true martial realm giants landed on the plain. Seeing this, the 3 of them were overjoyed. True martial realm. Everyone instantly realized that the 3 of them had stepped into the true martial realm. He Tai, are you okay? Old Ancestor He Mo called He Tai to his side and asked. He Tai shook his head and said, Old Ancestor, there was a quasi-king realm cultivator in the Heavenly Void secret realm who controlled our souls. Fortunately, Fang Chun saved us. That's right. If it wasn't for Fang Chun, we wouldn't have been able to leave the Heavenly Void secret realm safely. Lin Lu nodded. Old Man Mo and Old Ancestor He Mo didn't know who Fang Chun was, but the dean knew. Where is Fang Chun? Dean Wuyun asked hurriedly. When Brother Chun sent us out, he was attacked by that quasi-king realm cultivator. We don't know if he's still alive. Star and Moon said with a depressed expression. Quasi-king realm cultivator. Could it be the enemy of the Heavenly Void King? Rumble. Just as everyone was talking, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. Fang Chun's body flew out. He spat out blood and fell unconscious. Fang Chun. Seeing this, the true martial realm cultivators of the Five Element state came to Fang Chun's side to check on Fang Chun's condition. Crack! Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a vast aura instantly filled the place. Then a tiger-type demonic beast that was dozens of feet tall stepped out. Its big claws held a battle sword, and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty aura. Ancient Sword Continent, I'm here. Tiangu King stood on the wasteland and laughed. Quasi-King Realm Cultivator. Many true martial realm cultivators were shocked when they sensed Tiangu King's aura, including Zhang Jingtao in Star and Moon. The five-element state had 9 true martial realm cultivators. The Tianzhou state and Lin Lu had 10 true martial realm cultivators. As for the demon state, only old ancestor He Mo and He Tai had come. As for the other true martial realm cultivators, they did not come. Altogether, 21 true martial realm cultivators were already considered 70% of the high-end combat power of the ancient Sword Continent. Facing the quasi-king Tiangu King, their hearts trembled. "You ants, submit to me." Tiangu King laughed sinisterly. "Attack together." Old ancestor He Mo roared. At this critical moment of life and death, no one held back. The 21 true martial realm cultivators launched a tyrannical attack to besiege Tiangu King. Tiangu King's claws held the battle sword and swept it across. Suddenly, a vast aura spread out. Bang! Bang! The true martial realm cultivators who were hit by Tiangu King's battle instantly flew out. Too strong. Dean Weiyun's face was gloomy. Boom! Tiangu King's battle sword finally bombarded the ground. Suddenly, the wasteland was directly cut open. A mountain peak in the distance instantly turned into powder. This was the combat power of a quasi-king expert. It was too strong. Old ancestor He Mo and the others were no match for it. "Hence, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die." Tiangu King's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly. Old Devil Mo, old ancestor He Mo, and Dean Weiyun looked at each other and then shook their heads. They would rather die than submit. "In that case, all of you can die," Tiangu King said. Boom! Tiangu King's battle sword slashed down fiercely. The void was cut open. The power of heaven and earth instantly dissipated. The martial artists in the border city could feel their hearts palpitating. The combat power of a quasi-king expert was too terrifying. He could destroy a city with a wave of his hand. More than 20 true martial realm cultivators present were no match for Tiangu King. Not good. Seeing this, many true martial realm cultivators retreated and shouted, "Not good." Tiangu King's battle sword slashed down and appeared above Fong Chun. Brother Chun. Star and Moon discovered Fong Chun, who was unconscious, and shouted. He stepped forward bravely, ready to save Fong Chun. Fong Chun. The true martial realm cultivators of the five-element state had retreated far away. However, at this moment, they all moved out to protect Fong Chun. The old ancestor He Mo and old Devil Mo were also a little surprised. What ability did Fong Chun have to make Weiyun so crazy? "All of you can die." Tiangu King's battle sword slashed down. The majestic aura evaporated the surrounding air. Everyone was about to be slashed by the battle sword. Tiangu King's eyes were filled with arrogance. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light came from an extremely distant place. This stream of light tore through the void and appeared above the wilderness. A faint smile appeared on Patriarch Black Demon's face when he saw the streak of light appear. The Supreme Elder of the Demon State had finally arrived. The means of a quasi-king expert were unimaginable. He came from the Demon State and blocked Tiangu King's battle sword with just a stream of light. "Tianmu, long time no see. You have turned into a demonic beast." The stream of light blocked Tiangu King's battle sword and then dissipated. A huge head appeared in the void. "Old man, you are really lucky," Tiangu King said coldly when he saw the head in the void. "What? He is Tianmu?" When they heard the name Tianmu, many true martial realm experts turned pale with fright. Star and Moon and the others were puzzled. Who was Tianmu? Why did so many true martial realm cultivators turn pale? "Tianmu, you betrayed the human race in a fit of anger. I did not expect you to turn into a demonic beast now." The head in the void continued. "Humph, the human race betrayed me first. I, Tianmu, swore that from then on, I would not be part of the human race." Tiangu King said in a deep voice. He would rather be a beast than a human. Chapter 811. It was better to be a beast than a human. Back then, Tian Mu's name had shaken the ancient sword continent. Now, she had become the executioner of the ancient sword continent. You want to stop me? Skybone King stared at the head in the sky and said coldly. The head's eyes flickered and said, although my true body is not here and I can't stop you, it's impossible for you to kill the humans in front of me. The head was a quasi-king level expert from the demon continent. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. For the sake of the ancient sword continent's safety, he had come out of seclusion. The means of a quasi-king level expert were unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. For example, it was impossible for ordinary true martial realm experts to project across the continent. Even the top true martial realm experts in the 3 continents might not be able to do it. A quasi-king level expert could easily do it. Skybone King looked around and his eyes flickered. At this moment, Calamity Lord, who was behind him, said in a low voice, Lord Skybone King, the quasi-king level expert of the ancient sword continent has his eyes on you. It will be difficult for you to make a move. Why don't we leave first? Okay. Skybone King glanced at Calamity Lord and said, the humans have a strong foundation. Once the war starts, those old farts of the human race will definitely come out. At that time, I'm afraid even you will not be able to fight against the humans. The only thing we can do now is to leave first. When I find the sect master and he revives, he will join forces with Lord Skybone King to destroy the entire ancient sword continent. Calamity Lord said in a low voice. Skybone King's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. However, after making the decision, Skybone King looked at Fong Chun, who was lying on the ground. This boy had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. He did not want to see a second Heavenly Void King rise. Therefore, this boy had to die. Boom! Suddenly, Skybone King's battle saber slashed at Fong Chun. Seeing this, the true martial realm experts of the 5-element state all made their moves. Xiantian formation. Grandmaster Danxing roared and set up a powerful Dao formation. It instantly enveloped Fong Chun. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master took out his battle companion. It was also a Dao grade weapon. Light flowed around the weapon, and its aura was terrifying. As for Saint Sovereign Xianlong, he took out a Dao-level talisman and waited. Save Fong Chun at all costs. Elder Han roared. The bloody spearman held a blood spear in his hand and took the lead to charge straight at the Heavenly Bone King's saber. A vast aura surged out from Dean Wuyun's palm. This aura contained an extremely boundless and formless aura. Stop him. The true martial realm experts of the 5-element state all made their moves. Crack the bloody spearman's long spear was the first to come into contact with Skybone King's battle saber. With a cracking sound, the bloody spearman's long spear instantly broke apart, and the latter was also sent flying by the battle saber. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master's Dao-level weapon also instantly rushed over. It was to no avail. There was simply no way to resist. In the end, the saber was invincible and bombarded the Xiantian formation. Dong! The entire ground trembled. The Xiantian formation was unable to resist the attack of the battle saber and was on the verge of shattering. Tian Mu, stop it. In the sky, the void head let out a low roar. A ray of light shot out and instantly destroyed Skybone King's battle saber. Then, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Tian Mu, how dare you betray the human race? You shall be killed. At this moment, a furious roar came from the direction of the Tianzhou state. Then, a projection from across the state appeared instantly. A quasi-king realm expert appeared. The 2 void heads in the sky stared at Skybone King. 2 old farts. One day, the ancient swordland will become my territory. After saying that, Skybone King's body flashed and disappeared from the wasteland with the woeful sage. The 2 quasi-king realm experts did not chase after Skybone King because their true bodies had not arrived. It was impossible for them to catch up with Skybone King. Many of the true martial realm experts below were also shocked. They did not expect such an incident to happen in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Even 2 quasi-king realm experts who had not appeared for a long time, had appeared. The ancient swordland will face its greatest crisis. All martial artists from the various states quickly go back and prepare for a battle. Just as everyone was shocked, the Void Head spoke. Hearing that, old ancestor He Mo led He Tai to bid farewell to the crowd and return to the demon state. Old man Mo from the Tianzhou state also led a few true martial realm experts and left. In the end, only the true martial realm experts from the Tianzhou state were left in the wasteland. Dean, how is Fong Chen's injury? Elder Han asked hurriedly. The dean checked Fong Chen's body and felt that his life was not in danger. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "His life is not in danger. Let's go back to the Five Elements Academy first." Then, the group left the border city and returned to the Five Elements Academy. This incident engulfed the entire ancient swordland. The true martial realm experts from the three states were all deployed to prevent the counterattack of the Tanstock network. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fong Chen was arranged to stay at the Moon Peak and was looked after by Star and Moon. The other true martial realm experts went to the main peak of the Five Elements Peak to discuss how to deal with the Sky Bone King. A few days later, Fong Chen woke up leisurely. The moment Fong Chen opened his eyes, he saw Star and Moon's beautiful face. "You are." Fong Chen wanted to reach out and touch Star and Moon's face, but he realized that his arm was in pain and his body was weak. He could not raise his hand at all. "Brother Chun, you are seriously injured. Don't move." Star and Moon was very emotional when she saw Fong Chen wake up. Fong Chen nodded and then asked, Where is this?" "This is the Five Elements Academy. That day you used the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to send the three of us out. However, you were attacked by the Sky Bone King and almost died." Star and Moon said. "Then how'd I come back?" Fong Chen asked doubtfully. Then Star and Moon told Fong Chen everything about the Sky Bone King killing his way out of the Heavenly Void secret realm. The true martial realm experts from the three states gathering in the wilderness outside the border city, and the two Quasi-King experts' projections crossing the state and scaring away the Sky Bone King. After Fong Chen heard it, he was shocked. He did not expect that there were Quasi-King experts hidden in the ancient Swordland, and there were two of them. "I wonder if there are any Quasi-King experts in the ancient Swordland," Fong Chen muttered to himself. Star and Moon shook her head and said, "I heard from the dean that in the ancient Swordland, there were many schools of thought contending. At that time, there were several Quasi-King experts. However, as time passed, the overall strength of the ancient Swordland has been declining. Moreover, due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, it is very difficult for a Quasi-King expert to be born. Over time, Quasi-King experts are considered the peak combat strength in the ancient Swordland now. There were very few Quasi-King experts, let alone Quasi-King experts. If the Sky Bone King did not appear, perhaps no one would know that Quasi-King experts still existed in the ancient Swordland. Fortunately, two Quasi-King experts appeared and scared the Sky Bone King away. For the time being, the Sky Bone King should not appear again." "Did any Quasi-King experts appear in the five-element state?" Fong Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. That day, only the Quasi-King experts from the Sky State and the Demon State had sent their projections over. As for the five-element state, there was no movement. "It seems that there are no Quasi-King experts in the five-element state," Fong Chen thought to himself. In the following conversation, Fong Chen learned that the Sky Bone King was originally a human. However, many years ago, he betrayed the human race and would rather stay in his beast form than to be a human. Tianmu. Fong Chen was puzzled. He was familiar with the history of the ancient Swordland, but he did not know the name Tianmu. "I don't know the details, but the two Quasi-King experts seem to know Tianmu," Star and Moon said. Fong Chen nodded. He would ask the dean about this matter after he recovered from his injuries. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since he received the inheritance of the Heavenly Oasis King and comprehended the true meaning of the void, Fong Chen felt that the Golden Heart was different from before. It seemed to have undergone a transformation. Fong Chen could clearly feel that the Golden Heart had given him a lot of power. For example, his self-healing ability. Although he was seriously injured, Fong Chen's injuries were almost healed not long after he woke up. After another 3 days, Fong Chen finally recovered completely. On this day, all the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy gathered on the Moon Peak. Fong Chen, are you all right? Grandmaster Danxing asked worriedly when he saw Fong Chen. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Master. Fong Chen cupped his hands. You brat, you almost died at the hands of the Sky Bone King, the Bone Weapon Grandmaster said with a dark face. It was not easy to find such an outstanding blacksmith disciple. His talent in blacksmithing was much stronger than that of his eldest disciple, Song Xiu. The Bone Weapon Grandmaster did not want to see anything happen to Fong Chen. Fong Chen, it's good that you're fine, the dean said as he looked at Fong Chen. They easily discovered that Fong Chen's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He had not stepped into the true martial realm. However, it was not strange. Fong Chen's potential was strong, but he started later than Zhang Jingtao and the others. It was normal that he had not stepped into the true martial realm. Fong Chen was very important in the eyes of many true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, especially the Dean and Elder Han. They regarded Fong Chen as the most outstanding disciple of the Five Elements Academy in the past 100 years. He was even a martial artist who could enter that place. After chatting for a while, Fong Chen suddenly asked, Dean, what's going on with the Sky Bone King? Is he a human? Hearing this, several true martial realm experts looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Finally, they all looked at the Dean. That's right. Tian Mu was once a human, the Dean said. What's the secret? Fong Chen asked. This matter was very important. Tian Mu had transformed into the Sky Bone King and returned to the ancient Sword Continent. He had set off a storm of blood. They could not ignore it. Tian Mu was once a genius of the human clan. However, he thought that the human clan had betrayed him. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the human clan and swore to never be a human again, the Dean said slowly. Chapter 8:12. In the ancient era, in a glorious era, there were many mystic kings on the ancient Sword Continent. At that time, the ancient Sword Continent was prosperous to the extreme. It was also at that time that 2 human elites appeared on the continent. These 2 people were called the 2 sovereigns of the human race. To be able to obtain this honor, it was enough to see the potential and talent of these 2 people. The 2 of them were best friends and had always worked hard to cultivate together. Finally, after experiencing the baptism of time, they both reached the quasi-king realm. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, tens of thousands of people respected them. One was respectfully called the Heavenly Void King, while the other was slightly more low-key and was respectfully called Fast Blade Tian Mu. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, there was a saying that under the Mystic King realm, no one could see the trajectory of Tian Mu's blade technique. Even the Heavenly Void King, who was at the peak of his power, could not. However, Tian Mu and the Heavenly Void King's strength were on par, and neither could do anything to the other. Originally, the 2 of them were the most promising elites of the human race to step into the Mystic King realm. However, because of a certain operation, the 2 of them completely turned against each other, and even directly caused Tian Mu to betray the human race and form a deep hatred with the human race. During this operation, Tian Mu and the Heavenly Void King met a woman. Tian Mu and this woman fell in love at first sight. However, at the final juncture of the mission, this woman's identity was exposed. She was from an enemy faction. At that time, the Heavenly Void King forcefully suppressed this woman and directly crippled her cultivation, wanting to kill her. However, he was stopped by Tian Mu. Tian Mu fell in love with this woman and wanted his best friend to let this woman go. Her cultivation had already been crippled, and she could not do anything. The Heavenly Void King agreed verbally, but when Tian Mu turned around to clean up the battle, the Heavenly Void King killed this woman with a punch. At that time, Tian Mu was furious and fought with the Heavenly Void King. In the end, this battle attracted the attention of the Mystic King realm experts. After the Mystic King realm experts appeared and understood the situation, they wanted the 2 of them to stop. Not only did this not calm Tianmu down, but it also made Tianmu even more crazy. In the end, the Mystic King realm experts had no choice but to act and suppress Tianmu. However, Tianmu found an opportunity to escape. At that time, Tianmu said that he would never be a human race. Later, Tianmu disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Who would have known that the fast-blade Tianmu was the mastermind behind the death of the Heavenly Void King? And now, Tianmu had completely fallen into madness. He wanted to take over the entire ancient sword continent as a sacrifice for his beloved woman. After listening to Tianmu's story, Fang Chun could not help but shake his head. Who would have thought that there were so many things that no one knew about? No wonder everyone looked so helpless when they mentioned Tianmu. Now that Tianmu has disappeared, he must be hiding and looking for an opportunity to start a war, Fang Chun said. With the threat of a quasi-king, Tianmu won't appear anytime soon, the dean said. My only worry is that he's in cahoots with the Netherworld sect, the Bloody Spearman said. That's right. Once they awaken Yellow Springs Sect's sect master, the ancient sword continent will be in danger, Elder Han said. I've decided to dispatch disciples to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect in the Five Elements province, said the dean. The Heavenly Void's secret land lasted for more than half a year. It ended in such a way, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Tianmu, the genius of a human clan, had become an executioner, constantly slaughtering the human clan's geniuses. The upper echelons of the true martial realm in the three provinces made corresponding arrangements to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. They also sent 2 quasi-king experts to search for Tiangu King's hiding place. Once they found him, they would definitely launch a thunderous attack. The ancient sword continent was once prosperous, but after experiencing the Great Calamity, it became riddled with holes. After such a long period of time, the ancient sword continent slowly began to recover. It could not withstand the torment, so no matter what, they could not allow Tiangu King to find the Yellow Springs sect's sect master and awaken him. The atmosphere in the ancient sword continent was solemn. All the true martial realm experts were monitoring the land of the various provinces. In the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun had been back for half a month. During this period, Fang Chun had been comprehending. Back then, time was short. He had only accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King and had not completely used it for his own use. In this half a month, Fang Chun had completely mastered the true meaning of the void. Using the true meaning of the void and the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, he had finally mastered the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The Heavenly Void King was indeed a quasi-king expert. His inheritance had benefited Fang Chun greatly. Although Fang Chun's cultivation was at the peak of LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm. However, his combat power could no longer be measured by cultivation. In the words of the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun was the demon of this era. They had never heard of an LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist who could fight against an LV1 true martial realm martial artist. He was even more demon than the Heavenly Void King. Although Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm. However, the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy still thought highly of Fang Chun. Not only had he comprehended the true meaning of sword, but he had also comprehended the second true meaning of the void. With 2 true meanings, there was no barrier to entering the true martial realm. The only thing he lacked was time. In the future, Fang Chun might even surpass the Heavenly Void King and enter the legendary Arcane King realm. Currently, there were no Arcane King realm experts on the ancient sword continent. The 3 provinces had their own masters. They urgently needed an Arcane King realm expert to unify the situation. Of course, Fang Chun had not entered the true martial realm yet. He was still very far from the Arcane King realm. However, the Five Elements Academy had decided to give Fang Chun the best resources and the best sparring partner. After the unanimous decision of the 7 true martial realm experts, Zhang Jingtao, who was at LV1 True Martial Realm, would be Fong Chen's sparring partner. Although the three provinces entered a state of emergency, Fong Chun and the others had nothing to do. The only time they had was to cultivate. One day, Fong Chun and Zhang Jingtao were fighting on the martial arts stage. This is the third time senior brother Fong and senior brother Zhang have fought. Yes, senior brother Fong is really monstrous. He can fight senior brother Zhang with only the spiritual vortex realm cultivation. In the previous two battles, senior brother Fong would always amaze people. I wonder how he will do this time. Below the martial arts stage, many martial artists were talking to themselves. Star and Moon, who were dressed in green, stood on the ground like stars surrounding the moon. Beside them was Lin Yinner, who was dressed in a fiery red dress. The two women laughed as they watched the battle on the martial arts stage. On the martial arts stage, Fong Chun looked at Zhang Jingtao and said, "Senior brother Zhang, I have comprehended something. I hope senior brother Zhang can teach me." "I dare not teach you," Zhang Jingtao said with a smile. Crash. Entering battle mode, Zhang Jingtao immediately used the true meaning of shadow and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Fong Chun grinned and used the true meaning of the void. The two of them have disappeared. Many martial artists were shocked. At this moment, Fong Chun and Zhang Jingtao were fighting in the void. Void destruction / Fong Chun bellowed as he used a move from the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, the void destruction / Suddenly, the hidden star sword slashed down and a vast sword light slashed toward Zhang Jingtao. Bang! Zhang Jingtao raised his fist to block. The sword light dissipated, but his body appeared from the void and landed on the martial arts stage. Then, Fong Chun's body appeared. What's going on? Seeing Fong Chun and Zhang Jingtao standing still, the crowd was puzzled. Only Star and Moon knew that the two of them had already fought in the void. The true meaning of shadow had some similarities with the true meaning of the void. It could allow martial artists to hide in the void. However, if the true meaning of the void was the sky, then the true meaning of shadow was the earth. The difference between the two was huge. The true meaning of void was one of the top true meanings among the many true meanings. The difference between the true meaning of shadow and the true meaning of void was too big. Junior brother Fong, your true meaning of void is very powerful. Even Zhang Jingtao could not help but be impressed. In front of the true meaning of void, his true meaning of shadow was useless. Senior brother Zhang, you don't have to be humble. The true meaning of shadow also has its own uniqueness, Fong Chun said. His face was full of smiles. He had finally mastered the void destruction / This move was not originally a sword technique, but Fong Chun used the true meaning of void to improve it and turned it into a sword move. Using the hidden star sword, the power was actually comparable to the unimproved void destruction / Fong Chun was very satisfied. If he used his full strength now, he could definitely fight with Zhang Jingtao. Of course, Fong Chun knew his own limits. Being able to fight with a real martial arts realm elite did not mean that he could defeat them. A real martial arts realm elite could merge with the heavens and earth during battle and mobilize the power of the heavens and earth. If he wanted to defeat a real martial arts realm elite, he would have to be extremely powerful and suppress them directly. Otherwise, with his spiritual whirlpool realm cultivation, he had no hope of defeating them. Junior brother Fong, I have a feeling that when you step into the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, I am afraid that I will not be your opponent, Zhang Jingtao said with a bitter smile. The former number 1 elite of the 5 Elements Academy's power tablet could not do anything against Fong Chun, a rising star. Junior brother Fong, with your strength, why don't you go through the sky gate? Zhang Jingtao asked. He and the Star and Moon had both passed through the sky gate and benefited from it. Originally, after returning from the Sky Void Mystery Land, he was prepared to pass the sky gate again. However, he realized that real martial arts realm elites could not enter the sky gate. In other words, if he wanted to pass the sky gate, he had to be in the spiritual whirlpool realm. This made Zhang Jingtao very puzzled. Hearing this, Fong Chun's eyes lit up. That's right, when he had passed the 3rd gate, there were still 2 more gates that he had not passed. I wonder what is at the end of the sky gate, Fong Chun said to himself. Then he jumped down from the martial arts practice platform and came to the side of the star and moon. He said, You go back to the moon peak first. I will come and find you when I am done. Chapter 8:13. Fong Chun jumped off the cliff when he arrived at the Sky Pass. Then he saw the Sky Pass peak. The artifact spirit appeared and smiled at Fong Chun. Little guy, you're here again. Senior, I want to pass the Sky Pass, Fong Chun said. You've passed the third pass. I'll send you to the fourth pass. The artifact spirit sent Fong Chun to the fourth pass. At the moment, Fong Chun had appeared on a huge vine leaf. The surface area of this vine leaf was definitely much larger than the 5-element prefecture. This is the fourth pass, Fong Chun muttered to himself. Crash! As expected, the demi-beast man appeared and smiled at Fong Chun. Kid, you're finally here. Senior. Fong Chun cupped his hands at the demi-beast man. If Fong Chun guessed correctly, the test of this pass was to defeat the demi-beast man. As expected, the demi-beast man said, My cultivation will be suppressed to the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only enter the 5th pass if you defeat me. Fong Chun nodded and attacked. With Fong Chun's current cultivation, it was easy to defeat the demi-beast man at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! Bang! The sword light from the hidden star sword bombarded the demi-beast man's body. Instantly, the demi-beast man's body was pushed back. Countless sword marks appeared on his body. The demi-beast man stabilized his body and stared at Fong Chun. After a long time, he sighed. You passed. Then, the demi-beast man disappeared. Fong Chun entered the 5th pass, which was also the last pass of the Sky Pass peak. I'm finally at the last pass. Fong Chun grinned. The demi-beast man appeared again. He looked at Fong Chun with a complicated expression. Kid, your strength has increased a lot. But the 5th pass is not easy, the demi-beast man said. Senior, how is your strength in the 5th trial? Asked Fong Chun. For the 5th test, my cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of LV1 of the genuine martial realm. Of course, you won't be able to pass the 5th test just by defeating me. The half-beast man laughed. Oh, what other conditions? Fong Chun asked. Other than defeating me, there is a second condition, and that is to comprehend a second true meaning, the half-beast said. Fong Chun was startled hearing this. Seeing this, the beast man shook his head slightly and sighed. Don't be discouraged. You are the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. In time, you will definitely be able to comprehend the second true intent. From the Demohoman's point of view, it was impossible for Fong Chun to comprehend a second true intent at such a young age, unless he was a peerless genius. Of course, as a half-beastman, he had seen too many geniuses. However, there were too few geniuses who could be called a peerless genius. Every peerless monster would be fought over by various major forces. Once the half-orc woke up from his memories and shook his head slightly. Fong Chun looked at the half-beast man, and his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the half-beast man carefully sensed. And what's going on? The half-beast man actually couldn't sense Fong Chun's existence. Could it be that he retreated? The half-beast man muttered to himself. At this moment, Fong Chun appeared once again. You! The half-beast man was shocked. He instantly thought of something and looked at Fong Chun with a dumbfounded expression. This is the true meaning of shadows, the half-beast man asked in shock. The half-beast man didn't dare to imagine that Fong Chun had comprehended the true meaning of void, so he asked this question. Senior, this junior hasn't comprehended the true meaning of shadows, Fong Chun said with a smile. Then, the half-beast man asked with a grave expression. The true meaning of void. What? It really is the true meaning of void. At this moment, the half-beast man's expression was completely grave. He wasn't even 30 years old, but he had comprehended the true meaning of void. Was he a peerless genius? After a long time, the half-beast man's face was filled with excitement. A peerless genius. He was definitely a peerless genius. Even in the outer realms, Such a peerless genius would be fought over by large powers. He hadn't expected that after being here for so many years, he would actually encounter such a peerless genius. Ha ha! The true meaning of void is too amazing. He actually comprehended the true meaning of void. The half-beast man was very excited and laughed heartily. The half-beast man waved his hand, and the item spirit immediately appeared. "Why did you summon me?" asked the item spirit. The item spirit was the spirit of the heaven-piercing peak. It could see everything within the heaven-piercing peak, but it couldn't see the situation within the 5 checkpoints. Now that it was summoned by the half-beast man, the item spirit was a bit puzzled. "Old fellow," the half-beast man excitedly called out, "did you know that this brat in front of you has comprehended a second true meaning?" Yes, at such a young age, he could be considered a genius. The item spirit had followed the heaven-piercing peaks master and had seen many things. To be called a genius was already very good. "Do you know what his second true meaning is?" The half-beast man directly asked. "What true meaning has made you so excited?" asked the item spirit. "The true meaning of void," said the half-beast man. The item spirit slightly nodded. Not bad. However, when it finished speaking, it suddenly felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What? You said he comprehended the true meaning of void and not the true meaning of illusion and reality?" The item spirit had thought that Fong Chun had comprehended the true meaning of illusion and reality, so it didn't have much of a reaction. The true meaning of illusion and reality was only one word different from the true meaning of void, but they were worlds apart. "Yes, it is the true meaning of void," said the half-beast man. At this moment, Fong Chun could feel the item spirit's fiery gaze. "Brat, you comprehended the true meaning of void?" asked the item spirit hurriedly. Fong Chun nodded and then displayed the true meaning of void. "I couldn't sense it." "It really is the true meaning of void," said the item spirit excitedly. Fong Chun appeared and looked at the item spirit. "Senior, there's no need to be so excited about just the true meaning of void." "Brat, what do you know?" The item spirit glared at Fong Chun. The half-beast man was also a bit speechless. This brat didn't even know what to say. True meanings are divided into high, middle, and low grades. High grade is the strongest, middle grade is the second, and low grade is the weakest, explained the item spirit. The true meaning of sword you comprehended is a middle grade true meaning. True meaning grades. This was the first time Fong Chun had heard that true meanings were divided into grades. Moreover, it was high, middle, and low grades. If the true meaning of sword is middle grade, then could the true meaning of void be high grade? Asked Fong Chun doubtfully. "Stupid," said the item spirit. The half-beast man also shook his head slightly. "Brat, you're underestimating the true meaning of void. Actually, high, middle, and low grades are just a division of the world. In the eyes of a true almighty, above high grade, there is a supreme grade. And your true meaning of void is a supreme grade true meaning," said the half-beast man. A supreme grade true meaning was a true meaning above high grade true meanings. At this moment, Fong Chun finally realized how extraordinary the true meaning of void was. "The true meaning of void is so strong?" asked Fong Chun doubtfully. "Brat, geniuses who can comprehend the true meaning of void are 1 in 10,000. Even in the outer realms, if they were discovered, they would be fought over," said the item spirit. "To comprehend the true meaning of void, your future accomplishments will be very high," said the half-beast man. "Why hasn't the Heaven Void King stepped into the profound king realm?" muttered Fong Chun. The Heaven Void King had also comprehended the true meaning of void, but he had stopped at the quasi-king realm. "Brat, I don't know who this Heaven Void King is, but I can tell you that to comprehend the true meaning of void, if you don't have the guidance of an almighty, relying on your own strength, you will definitely take a wrong path." The half-beast man continued. "Once you take a wrong path, the true meaning of void will distort and lose its original power. I think the Heaven Void King you speak of should be such a person. Although the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, it still required the guidance of a master. After learning that Fong Chun possessed the true meaning of void, the item spirit and the half-beast man's attitude toward Fong Chun completely changed. Brat, hurry up and increase your strength. Once you pass the 5th trial, you'll have unexpected gains. The half-beast man grinned. Brat, your current strength isn't enough to pass the 5th trial. I'll give you some advice. Before you pass the 5th trial, give up on cultivating the true meaning of void. Don't try to wash your face, warned the item spirit solemnly. Because the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, its variability was too great. The slightest mistake could destroy the true meaning of void, turning it into an ordinary true meaning. Of course, if used properly, it might even evolve into an even more powerful true meaning of space-time. This was too profound, and the current Fong Chun was unable to understand it. Even if he said it, it would be useless. In any case, before Fong Chun left the Heaven's Pass, the half-beast man and the item spirit repeatedly warned Fong Chun not to cultivate the true meaning of void. In the end, Fong Chun left the Heaven's Pass. In the Heaven's Pass peak, 2 people stood on a leaf. One was the item spirit, and the other was the half-beast man. Just thinking about it makes me excited. To actually encounter a martial artist with the true meaning of void in such a remote place, said the half-beast man excitedly. Yes, such a peerless monster is destined to be extraordinary in the future. I hope he can pass the 5th trial as soon as possible, muttered the item spirit as he looked at the distant horizon. In a certain forbidden land of the ancient sword continent. Are you sure your sect master is here? Asked the Sky Bone King coldly with a fierce glint in his eyes. The Adept of Calamity nodded and said, I can sense that our sect master is sleeping here. The Adept of Calamity was one of the 3 great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was also at the true martial realm. By using the special method of the Yellow Spring sect, he could sense where the sect master was sleeping. The sect master of the Yellow Spring sect had extraordinary means. In the battle back then, everyone thought he had died in battle. However, no one knew that he had only fallen into a deep sleep. As long as he was awakened at the right time, he would come back to life. However, this process was a little difficult. Fortunately, with the help of the Sky Bone King, the Adept of Calamity was very confident. Lord Sky Bone King, I know what you're thinking. When the sect master wakes up, the 2 of you can join forces. Let alone 2 quasi-kings. Even if 2 more quasi-kings come, there is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, the entire ancient sword continent will be yours, Lord Sky Bone King, said the Adept of Calamity. The current ancient sword continent is no longer the ancient sword continent of the past. It is extremely weak and doesn't even have a Mystic King expert. What a joke, said the Sky Bone King loudly. The Adept of Calamity and the Sky Bone King entered the Forbidden Land one after another. As for the outside world, the elite martial artists of the 3 major prefectures were all cultivating desperately. Fong Chun returned from the Heaven Pass and was very shocked. The classification of true meanings was something he had never come into contact with before. Especially when he found out that his true meaning of void was a supreme, true meaning, he was even more shocked. Could it be that the Heaven Pass peak came from outside the region? Fong Chun guessed. Chapter 814. If the item spirit hadn't told the half-beast man, Fong Chun wouldn't have known that the true meaning of void he had comprehended was actually a transcendent true meaning. With a transcendent true meaning, stepping into the profound king realm is only a matter of time. Could it be that the Heaven Void King really did distort the true meaning of void? Muttered Fong Chun. The reason he had been able to comprehend the true meaning of void was because of the Heaven Void King's inheritance. Without the Heaven Void King's inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true meaning of void. Fong Chun pondered for a moment, but was unable to figure it out. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He arrived at the moon peak. At this time, Lin Yinner and Star and Moon were chatting. You called Fong Chun. Brother Chun. Seeing Fong Chun, Star and Moon revealed a happy smile. When Elder Han learned that Fong Chun had come out of the Heaven Pass, He hastily summoned Fong Chun to his mountain peak to ask him about the details. "Did you pass the heaven pass?" asked Elder Han as he looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun shook his head. "Not yet." "Then how did you come out?" asked Elder Han. "I passed the fourth trial," Fong Chun said simply. Then he changed the topic. "Elder Han, how has the Five Elements province been recently?" Elder Han shook his head. Within the Five Elements province, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are becoming more and more active. I've already sent some disciples to annihilate them. Seeing that Fong Chun was about to say something, Elder Han directly stopped him. "There's no need for you to go out. Cultivate properly and try to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible." Fong Chun didn't say anything else. In the following time, other than cultivating, Fong Chun spent his time with Star and Moon. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck, and he was unable to break through. On this day, Fong Chun came to the Saint Sovereign Xianlong. "Fong Chun, what are you doing here?" asked the Saint Sovereign Xianlong when he saw Fong Chun. Behind Saint Sovereign Xianlong, the Xianyuan siblings quietly stood. "Brother Fong, you're amazing." Xianyuan Fong smiled. He had long heard of Fong Chun's deeds. "Saint Master Xianlong, I'm here to give you an opportunity," Fong Chun said with a smile. "Give me an opportunity." Hearing Fong Chun's words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong was a little surprised. If an ordinary person had said such words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong would have already chased them away. However, the person who spoke was Fong Chun. He was very curious about what Fong Chun was going to give him. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist actually dared to boast that he would give a true martial realm martial artist an opportunity. Fong Chun glanced at the Xianyuan siblings, and the two of them left the hall, leaving only Saint Sovereign Xianlong behind. "Fong Chun, what opportunity are you giving me? Why are you being so mysterious?" asked Saint Sovereign Xianlong Walla. Fong Chun flipped his palm, and a yellowed book appeared in Fong Chun's hand. "Saint Sovereign Xianlong, this book is for you," said Fong Chun. Saint Sovereign Xianlong took the yellowed book and began to read it. At the start, Saint Sovereign Xianlong's expression was calm. However, when he saw the words on the yellowed book, he was a little surprised. Nevertheless, after he flipped through it for a while, an excited look appeared on his face. One could only imagine how important this yellowed book was to the sacred master Xianlong, since it was able to make him so excited. "Fong Chun, where did you get this?" Saint Sovereign Xianlong held the yellowed book and excitedly called out, "The Heavenly Void Secret Realm. One of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King, the Dharmaraja's inheritance." Fong Chun didn't hide anything. "Ha ha! The Dharmaraja's inheritance. It's actually the Dharmaraja's inheritance. With this Talisman Master's Tao, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck in talismans." Saint Sovereign Xianlong was wild with joy. The Talisman Master's Tao was the lifetime work of the Dharmaraja, one of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King. This book was simply the strongest treasure in the eyes of a Talisman Master. Unexpectedly, when Fong Chun said that he would give him a fortuitous encounter, he actually gave him such a great gift. "Fong Chun, the gift you've given me is too precious." Saint Sovereign Xianlong was incomparably excited. He did his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he quickly spoke. "The Talisman Master's Tao is useless to me. I might as well give it to you." "Saint Sovereign," said Fong Chun. Saint Sovereign Xianlong didn't decline. He put away the Talisman Master's Tao and said, "Fong Chun, you've helped me so much. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you." Fong Chun shook his head. Saint Sovereign Xianlong had treated him pretty well. It was just a book. Furthermore, this Talisman Master's Tao would only flourish in the hands of Saint Sovereign Xianlong. After Fong Chun gave the Talisman Master's Tao to Saint Sovereign Xianlong, he went to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign's mountain peak. "Master," Fong Chun cupped his hands. "Brat, why have you come to my place?" laughed the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. "Master, I want to raise my weapon to the Tao level." "Is that possible?" asked Fong Chun. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign's eyes flickered. "If you want to raise your sword to the Tao level, you'll need a lot of materials." "What kind of materials do you need?" asked Fong Chun. I'll give you a detailed list of materials. These materials can all be bought with spirit stones. Do you have enough spirit stones? Asked the bone weapon's Saint Sovereign. Roughly how many spirit stones do you need? 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the bone weapon's Saint Sovereign. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he felt a little helpless. He did have spirit stones, but he only had 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He was still lacking 200 million. Master, I'm still lacking a bit. Once I have enough spirit stones, I'll come find you, said Fong Chun. Ha ha! Just at this moment, a wild laugh rang out. Then Saint Sovereign Qianlong appeared. Qianlong, why have you come to my place? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Of course it's for your disciple. Saint Sovereign Qianlong beamed. Oh, what are you planning on doing with my disciple? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fong Chun, I just heard that you're lacking spirit stones. Saint Sovereign Qianlong directly asked Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. Saint Sovereign Qianlong took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fong Chun. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it. This. Fong Chun wanted to decline. Take it. Saint Sovereign Qianlong tossed the spatial ring over. Fong Chun opened the spatial ring and saw that there were 500 million top-grade spirit stones inside. Saint Sovereign Qianlong, I only need 200 million top-grade spirit stones, said Fong Chun. No need to be so courteous with me. Spirit stones are nothing to me, said Saint Sovereign Qianlong. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at the two of them with surprise. You too, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. This disciple of yours has helped me greatly. It's just spirit stones. Ha ha. Saint Sovereign Qianlong laughed heartily. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at Fong Chun and said, Fong Chun, there's no need to be courteous with this old fellow. He's the wealthiest of us. Since that's the case, Junior will accept. Fong Chun cupped his hands in thanks. He then took out 300 million top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. He also handed the hidden star sword to his master. Don't worry. With these spirit stones, we'll be able to gather the materials in half a day. However, I'm not sure if we'll succeed, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. One day, while Fong Chun was cultivating, the bloody spearman suddenly came looking for Fong Chun. Fong Chun, there's something we need you to do. The bloody spearman directly said to Fong Chun. What is it? Fong Chun stopped cultivating. Our 5 Elements Academy wants to recruit a new batch of students. After some discussion, we've decided to have you open the blood battle space and preside over this year's recruitment, said the bloody spearman recruitment. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. Unknowingly, he had already spent more than a year in the 5 Elements Academy, almost 2 years. Time really passed quickly. It was time to recruit again. However, last time, he was a student who was recruited. This time, he was the person in charge. Okay, no problem. When do we leave? Asked Fong Chun. Tomorrow, we'll leave for Blood Battle City, said the bloody spearman. Then, he gave Fong Chun a flying treasure. Although Fong Chun's flying speed was very fast, it would take a long time to travel from the 5 Elements Peak to Blood Battle City. Fong Chun took the flying supreme treasure and said with a smile, All right. After the bloody spearman left, Fong Chun received a notice from his master, the bone weapon Saint Sovereign, that the weapon had been upgraded. Fong Chun was overjoyed and went directly to the Soldier Peak. Master, how was it? Fong Chun asked anxiously. Refining a Tao-level weapon was not guaranteed to succeed. Even the best artifact Saint Master had a chance of failure. Fong Chun was a little worried. The hidden star sword had followed him for so many years. What would he do if it failed? Kid, why are you in such a hurry? The bone weapon Saint Sovereign grinned and took out a brand new sword, handing it to Fong Chun. Hidden star sword. Fong Chun was surprised when he saw the brand new sword. The hidden star sword had changed greatly. The sword blade had turned silver white, and the hilt had turned golden. If it wasn't mentioned, one wouldn't be able to sense its aura at all. It was like an ordinary weapon, as expected of a Tao weapon. It can restrain its aura to such an extent. Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and immediately felt a familiar aura enter his palm. Then, Fang Chun felt that the hidden star sword seemed to be communicating with him. Fang Chun, every Tao weapon can give birth to an artifact spirit. The bone weapon, Saint Sovereign explained. Your hidden star sword has just reached the Tao weapon level. The artifact spirit hasn't been born yet. You have to use your heart and soul to nurture it. I will. Fang Chun looked at the hidden star sword and was very excited. After reaching the Tao weapon level, the power of the hidden star sword had become even stronger. Especially the moonlight attribute, it had improved a lot. Alright, I almost forgot to tell you. When your hidden star sword was upgraded to a Tao weapon, it underwent a mutation. The moonlight attribute was retained, and a new attribute appeared. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign suddenly thought. Yes, 2 attributes. Chapter 8:15. The next day, Fang Chun took a flying treasure and left the 5 Elements Academy. It didn't take long for him to reach Bloody Battle City. At this time, Bloody Battle City was packed with people. Many major forces had brought their outstanding disciples to participate in the Battle of Geniuses. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was discussing, a beam of light suddenly shot out and Fang Chun's figure landed on the square in front of Bloody Battle City. The 5 Elements Academy's Almighty is here. Many disciples cried out in surprise. At this time, some of the leaders of the large sect were shocked when they saw Fang Chun. What? It's him? Oh my God! Didn't he enter the 5 Elements Academy less than 2 years ago? Why is he here to preside over the recruitment? He placed 6th in the last genius battle. Many warriors from the large factions were shocked. Among them, there were some experts that Fang Chun recognized. Fang Chun stood on the square and waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy square quieted down. Everyone, I am the person in charge of the 5 Elements Academy's recruitment this year. Disciples from your respective sect, please stand here, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun was very young and gave people a feeling of disbelief. When many geniuses stood on the square, someone finally spoke. Why would the 5 Elements Academy send a disciple to preside over the genius battle? That's right. How can a mere disciple be qualified to preside over the genius battle? After one disciple spoke, the other disciples chimed in. Fang Chun was too young. They believed that Fang Chun was not qualified to preside over the genius battle. Oh, what do I have to do to be qualified? Fang Chun frowned and said, Defeat me in 3 moves and prove that you are qualified, the burly man said. Hearing this, the other warriors began to discuss. Is the mighty god going to attack this person? The mighty god's power is unparalleled. I wonder if this person can defeat the mighty god in 3 moves. The mighty god was the burly man's title. He was a rising star of the 5 Elements province. His current cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was much stronger than when Fang Chun and the others had participated in the Battle of Geniuses. It was said that at such a young age, his physical body had reached the level of a 7-star body of the Great Path. Moreover, it was said that this person cultivated a technique called the bronze statue technique, and his strength was abnormally strong. With one punch, he could easily kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the spirit vortex realm. Within the same realm, he was invincible. Seeing that the mighty god was about to make a move, everyone cheered. The mighty god's face was filled with an arrogant smile. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Fang Chun shook his head. This so-called mighty god didn't know what was good for him. However, since there were people who were unconvinced, then he naturally had to show a few moves to intimidate them. If I use my spiritual chi, it's my loss. If I can't defeat you in 1 move, it's also my loss, Fang Chun said softly as he pointed at the mighty god. Boom! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists stared at Fang Chun in shock. If he didn't use his spiritual chi, was he going to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength? This person was too stupid to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength. He even said that if he couldn't defeat the mighty god in 1 move, it was his loss. The mighty god was furious that he was being looked down upon. He swore that he would let this person, who is younger than him, have a taste of his iron fist. All right, the mighty god growled and stepped forward, looking at Fang Chun. Why aren't you attacking? The mighty god asked when he saw that Fong Chun wasn't moving. If I attack, you won't have a chance to attack, Fong Chun said. Arrogant, too arrogant. You're courting death. The mighty god was furious. He growled and clenched his fists, activating his physical strength. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out. Someone realized that the mighty god's strength had increased again and exclaimed loudly, 8-star body of the mighty god. He has reached the 8-star body of the great path. Oh my god, an 8-star body of the great path. Is he going to defy the heavens? Seeing the mighty god attack, the crowd exclaimed. They were all shocked that the mighty god's physical body had reached the 8-star body level. Even the leaders of the large sect behind Blood Battle City were shocked. Bang! However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Fong Chun just stood there, not understanding. He was smiling. The mighty god's fist viciously smashed into Fong Chun's body, but it didn't injure Fong Chun in the slightest. The mighty god didn't dare believe it. He increased the power of his fist, but he was still unable to push back Fong Chun. Now it's my turn. Fong Chun had just finished speaking when the mighty god's burly body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Inside Bloody Battle City, it was completely silent. Everyone looked at Fong Chun in disbelief. In the end, their eyes shined with respect. He was so young, but he was already so powerful. This was a world where strength was respected. When they saw that Fong Chun was young, they thought that Fong Chun wasn't strong enough, so they didn't respect Fong Chun. But when they saw that Fong Chun had easily defeated the mighty god, their hearts were filled with respect. Now, is there anyone else who isn't convinced? Fong Chun smiled. Everyone shook their heads. The mighty god stood up with difficulty, a complicated expression on his face. He cupped his hands at Fong Chun. Many thanks for showing mercy. Fong Chun nodded. Looking around at the crowd, he said, since that's the case, then let's clean up the unrelated people. It didn't take long for them to realize what Fong Chun meant by unrelated people. Fong Chun pointed his finger, and one of the martial artists in the crowd immediately exploded. Only then did they realize that he was a member of the Yellow Spring sect in disguise. 3 minutes later, Fong Chun stopped attacking. On the square, more than 30 martial artists exploded and died. The Yellow Spring sect members were becoming more and more arrogant. All right, let's wait for time, said Fong Chun. Everyone waited in Bloody Battle City for the time to open. At a certain moment, Fong Chun suddenly stood up. A small jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he injected spiritual chi into it to activate it. The bloody battle space opened. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists had entered the bloody battle space. I wonder how many people will stand out this time, muttered Fong Chun. The bloody battle space gradually closed, and the leaders of the various factions also dispersed. Unknowingly, Fong Chun was the only one left in Bloody Battle City. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a bloody aura. In the next moment, a bloody hand reached out from the void, grabbing at Fong Chun's head. Bang! In a moment of desperation, Fong Chun punched out, and the bloody hand disappeared. Who is it? Fong Chun stared at the void and coldly shouted. TSK, TSK. No wonder Paragon of Calamity specifically instructed me to kill you. As soon as Fong Chun's voice fell, a man covered in black mist appeared in the void. His eyes were filled with a bloody aura. Yellow Springs sect member, said Fong Chun coldly. Spirit Pupil's king, that idiot. Such a monstrous genius appeared in the Five Elements province, but he didn't kill him, sneered the Blood Shadow King. You're the Blood Shadow King. Fong Chun discovered that this person was emitting a bloody aura. There was also a bloody aura in his eyes. Thinking of how he had suddenly appeared in the void, Fong Chun could determine that this person was one of the 8 kings of the Yellow Spring sect, the Blood Shadow King. I didn't think there would still be people who remembered me. The Blood Shadow King sinisterly smiled. The Blood Shadow King's mission in the Five Elements province was to have a chance to kill Fong Chun. You're very stupid, said Fong Chun. How laughable. A person who's about to die actually dares to laugh at me. The Blood Shadow King didn't seem to realize his current situation. He was still foolishly thinking of killing Fong Chun and asking Adept Calamity for a reward. "Obediently hand over your head, and I can give you a quick death," said the Blood Shadow King arrogantly. Fang Chen's head was very valuable. "You stole my line," said Fang Chen. "It seems there's no room for discussion." The Blood Shadow King spread his hands, and a bloody aura surged from his body. Whoosh! The Blood Shadow King's figure flashed, and he hid in the void. Blood Shadow True Intent. Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. The Blood Shadow True Intent was similar to the Shadow True Intent. It was also a spatial True Intent. It could allow a martial artist to instantly hide in the void. The Blood Shadow King was proud of this, but he didn't know that he was just displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. "You want to play with my spatial True Intent?" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he clenched his fist and threw a punch at a certain angle behind him. Crack! Fang Chen's fist clearly hit the void. However, blood splattered. "You!" The Blood Shadow King appeared and looked at Fang Chen in shock. "How did you discover me? Seeing that you're about to die, I'll let you experience a true spatial True Intent." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the True Intent of the void appeared and disappeared instantly. "What?" The Blood Shadow King turned pale with fright, and he also quickly entered the void. Poochie! However, just as he entered the void, his head was smashed by Fang Chen's fist. "No!" The Blood Shadow King's heart was filled with overflowing hatred. The Blood Shadow King unwillingly fell to the ground, his soul scattered. Before coming here, he had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so strong. Chapter 816. The king of the Netherworld sect, who was once beyond his reach, could now be easily killed. Over the years, he had traveled all the way from the small divine Wen nation. He had experienced many things and grown a lot. He remembered that he was only a warrior in the Qi refining realm back then. In the blink of an eye, he had become one of the top fighters in the ancient Sword Continent. A LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm warrior was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm warrior. As far as the eye could see, there were probably less than 30 martial artists who were stronger than Fang Chen in the entire ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen was now considered one of the most outstanding geniuses in the ancient Sword Continent. The stronger he was, the greater his responsibility. The more he improved, the more he came into contact with the secrets of the ancient Sword Continent. He hated the Netherworld sect to the core. Therefore, Fang Chen paid special attention to the recruitment of disciples in the Five Elements Academy to prevent the remnants of the Netherworld sect from sneaking in and killing the geniuses of the Five Elements state like last time. After killing the Blood Shadow King, Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy on a flying treasure. The bloody battle space would be open for half a year. He had nothing to do in this half a year. He only needed to wait. When the half a year was up, he would go and receive the geniuses. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen immersed himself in cultivation. A storm was brewing in the ancient Sword Continent. Although the Sky Bone King was hidden, there was no trace of him. But the genuine martial realm giants in the three states were deployed as a precaution. Once the Sky Bone King appeared again, he would definitely massacre the entire ancient Sword Continent. Only a quasi-king expert could stop him. As a genius of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen was working hard to cultivate and strive to step into the genuine martial realm before the half-a-year deadline. However, the path of cultivation was to fight against the heavens. It was extremely difficult. The LV8 to LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm was nothing in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of Fang Chen, it was a hurdle. Fang Chen had been stuck in the LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm for too long and could not break through. Even though Fang Chen's real combat strength had reached the LV1 genuine martial realm, he still could not break through. Fang Chen tried to condense the ninth spiritual spiral several times, but all of them failed. This made Fang Chen very confused, but after thinking about it carefully, Fang Chen could understand. What he needed now was an opportunity to strike after accumulating enough strength. During this period of time, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the peak and was stuck at a bottleneck, unable to reach the late stage of weapon refinement for the time being. However, Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, the sword body was very difficult to cultivate. At his age, there were very few warriors who could cultivate their physical body to the level of an 8-star Dao body. Even a martial artist who specialized in cultivating the physical body would not be able to compare with him in terms of physical strength. It had not even been 10 years since he started cultivating. What does that mean? Some martial artists with lower aptitudes would have to spend 10 years in the qi refining realm. As for Fang Chun, he had cultivated from the qi refinement realm to the 8th level of the spirit whirlpool realm in less than 10 years. He was definitely the most outstanding genius in the ancient sword continent. However, Fang Chun knew that this was all because of the Golden Heart. From the moment he transmigrated, Fang Chun's fate was destined to be changed. He transmigrated because of the Golden Heart, and he was also glorious because of the Golden Heart. Fang Chun believed that he would eventually reach the peak of martial arts because of the Golden Heart. A month after Fang Chun returned to the Five Elements Academy, Star and Moon and Zhang Jingtao, as real martial arts realm students, were sent out to carry out a mission. As for Fang Chun, because he was not a real martial arts realm expert, he remained as a student to cultivate. Of course, Fang Chun had his own goals. That was to cultivate as soon as possible and strive to reach the 9th level of the spirit whirlpool realm. Then, he would be able to pass the 5th level of the Heaven Gate. In a month's time, Fang Chun's minor success sword body reached the complete realm. As Fang Chun's strength increased, minor success sword body was no longer enough to support Fang Chun's cultivation. Fang Chun gave up cultivating his body and continued to condense the 9th spiritual spiral. For a warrior, time was nothing at all. Sometimes, a closed-door training could last for years or even decades. Fang Chun was in closed-door training in the Sword-Hidden Peak. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. One day, on the Sword-Hidden Peak, there was suddenly a skyrocketing light, which attracted all the warriors. The movement in the Sword-Hidden Peak is Fang Chun going to break through to the real martial arts realm. It must be Fang Chun breaking through. It's really incredible. In such a short time, he's going to break through again. The many cultivators muttered to themselves, including Xiao Fang and the others. They entered the Five Elements Academy with Fang Chun. At that time, in the Five Elements province, Xiao Fang and others were much stronger than Fang Chun. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy for 2 years, they had been left behind by Fang Chun. Seeing the skyrocketing aura in the direction of the Sword-Hidden Peak, Xiao Fang and others smiled helplessly. Fang Chun is really abnormal. Sun Qiwen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this guy's potential is too incredible. In such a short time, he is already standing at the peak of the Five Elements Academy. Qing Jingtong said. Not only that, but he also has a wife in the real martial arts realm. It's really enviable. He Jingwei said. Xiao Fang squinted and stared at the sword-hidden peak. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. Boom! Above the sword-hidden peak, the majestic aura was getting stronger and stronger, attracting countless students. Many people thought that Fang Chun was breaking through to the real martial arts realm. At this time, on the sword-hidden peak, in Fang Chun's Dantian, the 9th spiritual spiral was condensing. After 5 months of hard work, the 9th spiritual spiral was finally condensed, which made Fang Chun very happy. The condensation of the 9th spiritual spiral lasted for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the skyrocketing aura in the sky disappeared, and the sword-hidden peak became calm again. Everyone looked in the direction of the sword-hidden peak curiously. At this time, Xiao Fang and the other 3 people calmly landed on the sword-hidden peak. This scene made countless martialists envious. According to the rules of the Five Elements Academy, without the permission of the owner, no one could easily set foot on other people's peaks. Xiao Fang and the other 3 people could set foot on the sword-hidden peak without informing Fang Chun, which was enough to show the affection between them. Just as Xiao Fang and the other 3 people landed, Lin Yin'er, Blazing Heaven, and Song Xiong also arrived. Fang Chun, you are really good, He Jingwei said as soon as they met. Sit. Fong Chun pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard and laughed. Xiao Fong and the other 3 people grinned, but Fong Chun didn't change. The 4 people sat down without any hesitation and chatted with Fong Chun. Junior brother Fong, have you broken through? Blazing Heaven and Lin Yin'er came together and asked. It's just luck, Fong Chun said modestly. Even the famous Fong Chun broke through by luck. What about us? Lin Yin'er laughed. Everyone sat on the stone bench and chatted freely. Fong Chun hadn't been so free for a long time. That night, everyone drank and chatted until late at night. The next day, when Fong Chun woke up, he found that the others had already disappeared. Fong Chun shook his head and stood up. Yesterday, he had broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. Now, his strength was even more powerful. After 5 months, he finally broke through. Now, Fong Chun was truly invincible in the spiritual spiral realm. Even if he faced a LV1 genuine martial arts realm warrior, he was fearless. Fong Chun had unknowingly created history by challenging a genuine martial arts realm warrior with the cultivation of the spiritual spiral realm. There's still a month's time. Let's go through the Heaven Challenge. With a thought, Fong Chun entered the Heaven Pass. You're here again. The weapon spirit appeared and smiled. Senior, I would like to try. Fong Chun cupped his hands and said. The weapon spirit knew what Fong Chun was talking about and directly sent Fong Chun to the 5th challenge. Crash! The half-beast man appeared and stared at Fong Chun with a hint of joy in his eyes. You broke through? The half-beast man asked. Fong Chun nodded and said, I broke through. Good. I can't wait, the half-beast man said. Rumble. As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Instantly, the aura of the genuine martial arts realm emerged. Facing the half-beast man's attack, Fong Chun also activated the power of the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. He then used the sword body and threw out a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Fong Chun's body kept retreating, and the half-beast man also took 2 steps back. Not bad. You're the first to make me take 2 steps back with just the power of the physical body. The half-beast man grinned. In the next moment, the half-beast man used an even fiercer attack. Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and directly used the void destruction slash. Swoosh! Fong Chun disappeared and hid in the void. The half-beast man frowned. Fong Chun used the true meaning of the void. He could not find any trace of Fong Chun. Just as the half-beast man was thinking, a sword light that contained vast power suddenly slashed out from the void. Bang! The half-beast man did not even think and threw out a punch, hitting the sword light. Crack! The half-beast man's attack was actually repelled by the sword light. The half-beast man's body kept retreating. Good fellow, the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm can actually force me to this extent. The half-beast man's eyes flickered as he said. Fong Chun's strength was no weaker than the half-beast man's. However, I can't go easy on you. Let's fight with all our might, the half-beast man said. Then, Fong Chun and the half-beast man instantly engaged in battle. Boom! On the battlefield, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. When he was at the 8th level of the spiritual spiral realm, Fong Chun could already fight against a martial artist at the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. Now that his cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm, he was not afraid of the half-beast man who was at the peak of the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. However, although the half-beast man suppressed his cultivation, his combat experience was not something that Fong Chun could compare to. Fortunately, Fong Chun used the true meaning of the void to constantly launch sneak attacks. Over time, the half-beast man was also injured. Finally, in a sneak attack, when the half-beast man hurriedly blocked Fong Chun's void destruction slash, he suddenly realized that the hidden star sword was already at his neck. The half-beast man spread his hands and said, "You win." As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, the weapon's spirit appeared. Chapter 817. Brat, in just 5 months, your strength has increased so much. The item spirit excitedly smiled. Senior, Junior has passed, said Fong Chun. The item spirit nodded. You've passed the 5th trial. You've obtained the Heaven Link Peak's approval. Follow me. Fong Chen's vision turned white. In the next moment, he appeared at the peak of the Heaven Link Peak. Around him were the half-beastmen and the item spirit. Senior, you don't need to call me senior. The item spirit stopped Fong Chen from speaking. He pointed at a statue at the center of the peak. That's the statue of my original master. At this time, Fong Chen noticed that there was a statue at the center of the peak. The master of the Heaven Link Peak? Fong Chen was startled. Fong Chen, since you've passed the 5th trial, you have the qualifications to know some secrets. My master was a supreme expert from outside this realm. But in his later years, he encountered some mishaps. In the end, he was plotted against by his enemies. Before he died, he tore open space and threw the Heaven Link Peak out. His goal was to find a successor, said the item spirit. Aren't disciples from outside this realm even more outstanding? Asked Fong Chen. Are you stupid? If the Heaven Link Peak was in the outer realm, how could it have existed for so long? It would have long since been destroyed by my master's enemies. The half-beastman glared at Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded. He didn't say anything else. It's extremely difficult to find a suitable successor in this tiny place. According to my master's final wishes, every 1,000 years, the difficulty of the Heaven's Link Peak will be lowered until someone passes it, the artifact spirit said. Fong Chen was startled. So what he had passed was a trial that had already been lowered by who knew how many levels. Although your current strength isn't great, your potential is heaven-defying. Furthermore, you've comprehended a supreme, true meaning. Even in the outer realm, there will be supreme experts fighting to take you as a disciple, said the item spirit. I didn't expect to meet a peerless genius like you here after such a long time. If my master knew about this in the netherworld, he would definitely be gratified, the artifact spirit said. After listening to the artifact spirit's explanation, Fong Chen understood that the so-called heaven-connecting peak was actually a way for the fallen Almighty to recruit disciples and pass on his legacy. Come and pay your respects to Master, the artifact spirit said. Fong Chen nodded. He walked up to the statue and bowed deeply 3 times. No matter what, he had benefited a lot from the heaven-connecting peak. Fong Chen, Master once said that those who pass the 5 trials of the Heaven's Link Peak can only become Master's disciple in name, said the artifact spirit. Nominal disciple? Fong Chen was startled. Just how powerful was the Master of Tong Tian Peak? A martial artist who comprehended 2 kinds of true intents could actually only be his in-name disciple. Master's disciples are divided into nominal disciples, ordinary disciples, and true disciples. Master is an almighty and has formed his own sect. He has many disciples, but he has yet to find a single true disciple, said the artifact spirit. Then I'm considered a nominal disciple right now, said Fong Chen. You're not the same. You've comprehended 2 kinds of true intents, and one of them is a supreme true intent. So according to Master, you can directly become Master's true disciple. Fong Chen was also startled. Directly become a true disciple? You still don't know the true meaning of a supreme, true intent. Once you reach the outer realms, you'll understand. The artifact spirit directly walked over to Fong Chen. You can refine the heaven-connecting peak now. How do I refine it? Asked Fong Chen. This is the refinement method. The artifact spirit handed the refinement method to Fong Chen. Fong Chen examined it and then sat down cross-legged to refine the heaven-connecting peak. Fong Chen's aura surged. A dusky aura filled the air. Seeing Fong Chen refine the heaven-connecting peak, the beastman's face was filled with excitement. One day, we'll definitely be able to return to the outer realms and regain our freedom, said the beastman. That's right. Ever since Master died, we've never left the heaven-connecting peak, said the artifact spirit. Fong Chen had passed the 5th trial and obtained the artifact spirit's approval. Refining the peak wasn't difficult at all. It took him more than half a month to completely refine the Heaven's Link Peak. Only then did Fong Chen realize that the heaven-connecting peak was much larger than he had imagined. It's so big. Fong Chen was incomparably shocked as he looked down at the heaven-connecting peak. Master, the heaven-connecting peak is a priceless treasure. The space inside is much larger than your ancient sword continent, laughed the artifact's spirit. After refining the heaven-connecting peak, Feng Chun obtained a great deal of information. The master of the heaven-connecting peak was the heaven-connecting peak's patriarch, a supreme expert from the outer realms. Feng Chun curled his lips. His master was too powerful. The heaven-connecting peak was its own space. When the heaven-connecting peak had died, he had been afraid that his disciples would be killed by his enemies. So he had placed all of them within the heaven-connecting peak. At this time, Feng Chun could see that there was a certain space within the heaven-connecting peak. It was like a continent with countless martial artists living there. Some of these martial artists were the heaven-connecting peak's disciples, while others were ordinary disciples. There were also some children born from the union of these disciples. In short, this space was incomparably bustling. Master, this is the disciple area, introduced the artifact's spirit. Feng Chun nodded. A disciple area was like a continent, as expected of the heaven-connecting peak. Why is it that even though I've refined the heaven-connecting peak, I'm unable to completely control it? Asked Feng Chun. Master, your cultivation base is too low. If you want to completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you need to be a profound king at the very least, replied the artifact spirit. So that's how it is. Feng Chun nodded. Wanting to reach the profound king realm was extremely difficult. For now, he wouldn't be able to take the heaven-connecting peak away. Master, the heaven-connecting peak has all kinds of treasures left behind by the old master. Do you need them? Asked the artifact spirit. Are there any wood attribute treasures? Asked Feng Chun after thinking for a moment. There are. The Qilint's wrist shook, and countless medicinal pills and heaven-defying spirit grasses appeared in front of Feng Chun. Master, these are the wood attribute medicinal pills and spirit grasses I've chosen. There's so many. Help me choose. I want to comprehend the concept of wood, said Feng Chun. The artifact spirit didn't understand why Feng Chun would want to comprehend the concept of wood when he already had the true meaning of the void. In its opinion, the concept of wood was too weak and couldn't enter its eyes. However, this was its master's request, and it immediately chose over 10 suitable medicinal pills and spirit grasses for its master. Master, these 10 types all meet your requirements, said the artifact spirit. Feng Chun looked at the 10 or so types of wood-type, spiritual herbs, and spiritual pills. Finally, Feng Chun's gaze landed on the first item, the green pill. Wood Divine Pill. Feng Chun held the Wood Divine Pill in his hand and muttered to himself, Master, the Wood Divine Pill is an extremely precious medicinal pill. After consuming it, you can instantly comprehend the concept of wood, said the artifact spirit. As soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, the surrounding medicinal pills all disappeared. Master, as the new master of the heaven-connecting peak, all the resources here are yours. But before you completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you can only choose one free resource. If you want more resources in the future, you'll have to work hard. Feng Chun was a bit stunned, but then he shrugged. The original master didn't want you to use medicinal pills to increase your cultivation base and waste your talent, explained the artifact spirit. Feng Chun nodded. Medicinal pills were just external things. Only his own strength would forever belong to him. Feng Chun put away the Wood Divine Pill and said, I'll be leaving first. The heaven-connecting peak was an unexpected surprise. Feng Chun didn't expect that after he passed through the heaven-connecting peak, he would actually obtain the inheritance of a powerful extraterritorial figure. But now, Feng Chun didn't think too much about it. He directly returned to the sword-hidden peak and swallowed the Wood Divine Pill. Hiss, hiss. After swallowing the Wood Divine Pill, the effect was obvious. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun found that there was an aura of the concept of wood around him. It's really powerful. Feng Chun couldn't help but sigh. From start to finish, Feng Chun used around 15 minutes to completely grasp the concept of wood. At this time, Feng Chun couldn't wait to practice the wood sword technique. The 5-element sword technique was a unique skill of the 5 Elements Academy. It was powerful, and Fang Chen was looking forward to it. The wood sword technique. With the combination of the concept of wood, the speed of practicing the wood sword technique was very fast. Moreover, after the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword principle was even more incredible. After a week, Fang Chen had practiced the wood sword technique to the imperceptible realm. One day, Fang Chen stopped practicing. After calculating the time, the bloody battle space had been opened for half a year. It was time to go to the bloody battle space to select students. Countless geniuses gathered at the foot of the bloody battle mountain in the bloody battle space. They were all geniuses who had survived on the edge of life and death. They had experienced bloody battles. It was really not easy to reach this step. Boom! Just as everyone was waiting, a gap suddenly appeared in the sky, and Fang Chen entered it. Compared to half a year ago, Fang Chen gave people a more profound aura. When everyone saw Fang Chen, they all cupped their hands. Half a year has passed. This time, the Five Elements Academy will recruit 20 students. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, 20 bronze pillars suddenly broke out of the ground and stood on the peak of the bloody battle mountain. Let's begin. Fang Chen floated in the sky and said softly. Suddenly, many outstanding disciples at the foot of the mountain began to climb the mountain. The battle was about to break out and was very fierce. In the end, 20 warriors stood out among the hundreds of warriors. These 20 people would join the Supreme Five Elements Academy in the Five Element state. In the blink of an eye, the time was up. Fang Chen glanced at the 20 students on the bronze pillars and nodded with satisfaction. Although you can't join the Five Elements Academy, don't give up. The path of cultivation is against the heavens. As long as you work hard, it's the same everywhere. Fang Chen's words greatly boosted the morale of the crowd. Then, Fang Chen led the 20 disciples and left the bloody battle space. In the bloody battle city, Fang Chen looked at the 20 warriors and said, "I'll give you 3 days to settle your worldly affairs." Chapter 8:18. 3 days later, all 20 martial artists returned to bloody battle city. Under Fang Chen's lead, they went to the Five Elements Peak. On the way, Fang Chen introduced the newcomer assessment to them and dropped them off at the foot of the Five Elements Peak. As for Fang Chen, he returned to the Five Elements Academy early. A few days later, a shocking piece of news swept through the entire ancient sword continent. Skybone King appeared in Tianzhou, and the sect leader of the Acheron sect appeared with him. The sect leader of the Acheron sect was a mystic king at his peak. However, as he had just been resurrected, his strength had only recovered to the quasi-king realm. The two of them joined forces and defeated the quasi-king realm expert of Tianzhou. Fortunately, the quasi-king realm expert of the demon continent arrived in time and did not let Skybone King succeed. After that, Skybone King and the sect leader of the Acheron sect led the remaining members of the Acheron sect to confront the ancient sword continent. All the martial artists of the Acheron sect who were hidden in the ancient sword continent appeared and gathered in a certain area in Tianzhou. Due to the strength of Skybone King and the sect leader of the Acheron sect, they occupied half of Tianzhou as their territory and confronted the ancient sword continent. In Tianzhou, there was a wasteland called the Demon Plain. In fact, the plain was not called the Demon Plain, but because the battlefield was here, the mountains were filled with corpses. Blood flowed like rivers, so it was called the Demon Plain. Both sides had the same number of quasi-kings, so they did not dare to act rashly. The people below were doing whatever they wanted. On the Demon Plain, there was war every day. When the Five Elements continent received the news, they immediately made arrangements. Star and Moon and the others were also summoned back. Under the lead of Dean Wu Yun, they went to Tianzhou to confront the Acheron sect. Bloody Spearman stayed in the Five Elements continent to prevent the remaining members of the Acheron sect from causing trouble. The Acheron sect rose from the ashes, and the war began. The martial artists of the 3 continents gathered in Tianzhou to confront the Acheron sect. Behind the Demon Plain, on top of a tall city, a crimson-robed figure stood. Beside him was a demonic beast that was several feet tall. Skybone King, I've fought with the human tribe more than once. Don't worry. According to my plan, we'll definitely be able to annihilate the human tribe. The crimson-robed figure laughed sinisterly. Yellow Spring Sex Master, if we work together, we can easily deal with those two quasi-kings. Why don't we just attack them directly? Asked King Tiangu. The human race has a deep foundation. If we act rashly, we might fail, Yellow Spring Sect Master said in a low voice. Looking at the distant horizon, he vaguely remembered that the Yellow Spring Sect had been destroyed all those years ago because of his arbitrary actions. This time, he had gone through untold hardships to resurrect himself. He would definitely not let the events of the past repeat themselves. The Demon Province and Five Elements Province's people have arrived. Can the Yellow Spring Sect's cultivators block them? Asked Sky Bone King. Don't worry. Our Yellow Spring Sect isn't a pushover. I have my ways. What we need to do now is stall for time. Once I recover to the profound King Realm, a mere ancient sword continent will be nothing, said the Yellow Spring Sect Master with a sinister smile. At this time, on the other side of the Devil Plain, many true martial realm cultivators stood on a tall city. They were all the top figures of the ancient sword continent. I didn't expect King Tiangu to resurrect the Yellow Spring Sex Master. Damn it, said old Devil Mo angrily with a gloomy face. This time, the Yellow Spring Sex Master and King Tiangu had attacked the Tianzhou province, causing half of the Tianzhou province to fall. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. With two quasi-kings, King Tiangu and the Yellow Spring Sex Master shouldn't dare to act rashly for the time being. The most important thing now is the battle on the Devil Plain, said old ancestor Mo. There were two battlefields on the Devil Plain. One was the Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield, and the other was the True Martial Realms battlefield. In half a year, King Tiangu and the Yellow Spring Sex Master had awakened a few of the 8 great kings. They had even found the other 2 venerables. The True Martial Realms battlefield had 3 venerables. Even if old ancestor Mo and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. The Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield had kings. They were invincible. After the martial artists from the Demon and Five Elements continents arrived, the Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artists joined the battlefield. The True Martial Realms powerhouses also came to the True Martial Realms battlefield. The 3 venerables are very strong. We don't need to kill them. We just need to trap them and exhaust them, said old ancestor Mo in a low voice. No problem. Many true martial realm martial artists joined the battlefield. Someone is finally here. The 3 venerables' faces were gloomy as they laughed. Suddenly, the True Martial Realms battlefield exploded with deafening noises. Although there were many true martial realm martial artists on the ancient sword continent, the Yellow Spring Sex Master wasn't worried at all. The 3 venerables were not only strong, but they also had a combination array. No matter how many true martial realm martial artists there were, they wouldn't be able to break through. Fong Chun was assigned to the Spiritual Vortex Realms battlefield. Kill! Countless martial artists roared in anger. They fought with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect. The entire battlefield was filled with blood. Seeing this scene, Fong Chun shook his head helplessly. War was too scary. Swoosh! Just as Fong Chun entered the battlefield, a javelin with terrifying power suddenly pierced towards Fong Chun. After Fong Chun sensed the force, he extended his palm and grabbed the javelin. Then he flung it out. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. A Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artist from the Yellow Spring Sect died instantly. Fong Chun started fighting. He killed any true martial realm martial artist who came near him with a punch. Wherever his fist passed, the martial artist from the Yellow Spring Sect died tragically. Finally, after killing more than 10 Yellow Spring Sect's remaining members, he was noticed by the king. Black Demon King, there's a powerful human kid over there. Go and kill him, said the Ice King to the Black Demon King. Okay. The Black Demon King nodded and came to Fong Chen's side. Kid, you can die now. On the Spiritual Vortex Realm battlefield, the king of the Yellow Spring Sect dominated everything. You're the one who's going to die. Fang Chen roared. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Black Demon King. Then, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the Mu San swordsmanship. Whoosh! An endless stream of energy shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced toward the Black Fiend King. With the Yellow Spring Sect leader and Sky Bone King watching, Fang Chen did not want to expose his true meaning of the void. Swoosh! Seeing this, the Black Demon King threw out a punch. When his fist hit the sword light, it was instantly pierced. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? The Black Demon King roared. Immediately, black evil aura surged around him. In the next moment, the Black Demon King unleashed a powerful attack. I'm the Black Demon King, an extreme spiritual vortex realm martial artist. You're dead for sure, the Black Demon King roared. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, with your strength, you dare to call yourself an extreme spiritual vortex realm martial artist? In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the void destruction slash. Suddenly, a sword light slashed across the void and slashed towards the Black Demon King. The Black Demon King sensed the danger of this sword light. His body flashed, and he wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. Poochie! The Black Demon King's arm was instantly cut off by the void destruction slash. He let out a miserable cry. The Black Demon King's cry alarmed the Ice King. Black Demon King. Seeing this, the Ice King realized how powerful Fang Chen was. His body flashed, and he came in front of the Black Demon King. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. You can't block it. Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the Ice Monarch's sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind the Black Fiend Monarch. Scorching flames appeared around the hidden star sword as it pierced into the Black Fiend Monarch's body. Black flames spread throughout the Black Demon King's body. He was instantly incinerated. Not even his bones were left. You killed the Black Demon King. The Ice King was furious. He looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. The Black Fire attribute was the second attribute of the hidden star sword. The black fire was the black flame in Fang Chen's body. It had the characteristics of the undying flame. In the future, it might transform into the undying flame. Fang Chen had once merged the black fire into the hidden star sword to attack. As a result, the black fire remained in the hidden star sword. After being refined by the Bone Weapon Saint Master, the hidden star sword became a Dao weapon. Moreover, it had a second attribute, the Black Fire attribute. The power of the Black Fire attribute was much stronger than the Moonlight attribute. I will kill you to avenge the Black Demon King, the Ice King roared furiously. You can even kill the Black Demon King. Who do you think you are? Fang Chen sneered. The situation here was discovered by the human race martial artists. Everyone cheered. This kid had just entered the battlefield and killed the king of the Yellow Spring Sect. Finally, a spirit spiral realm martial artist of a human race can restrain a king of the Yellow Spring Sect. Brothers, kill all the Yellow Spring Sect martial artists. The ancient sword continent is our home. We can't allow the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect to destroy it. Fang Chen's actions gave the martial artists a lot of motivation. Everyone rushed to the front line and started fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring Sect. No matter what, you will die, the Ice King said sinisterly. The Yellow Spring Sect had 8 kings. The Spiritual Pupil King and the Blood Shadow King had fallen. Only 6 kings were left. The Yellow Spring Sect Master and the Sky Bone King worked together to revive them. Originally, the 6 kings had already dominated the Spirit Spiral Realm battlefield. However, the Black Demon King had been killed by this young martial artist. The Ice King was furious. You are the one who will die. Fang Chen used the void destruction slash again. The black fire attribute erupted and blasted towards the Ice King. Compared to the Black Demon King, the Ice King was even more aggrieved. Because he mainly cultivated an ice-based cultivation technique, Fang Chen's black fire attribute countered him. Damn it, how can his black fire be so powerful? The Ice King roared furiously, trying to break free. Whoosh! Enveloped by the black fire, the Ice King had nowhere to hide. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced through his head. Killing 2 kings in a row finally attracted the attention of the Yellow Spring sect. The eyes of the other 4 martial emperors flickered as they gathered together to discuss how to deal with Feng Chun. As for the human race, the martial artist morale was greatly boosted. They did their best to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Chapter 819. On the ancient Sword Continent side, the 2 quasi-king ancestors in the clouds also noticed Feng Chun. Their gazes shifted from the true martial battlefield to the spirit vortex battlefield. The true martial battlefield won't be able to determine the victor in a short period of time. The main thing will depend on the spirit vortex battlefield, said the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province. This time, the Yellow Spring sect came with great momentum. Once the Yellow Spring sect master breaks through to the profound king realm, the ancient sword continent will fall, said the quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent. The 2 ancestors were talking when they suddenly noticed the commotion on the spirit vortex battlefield. Which province is this kid from? Asked the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province. I think he's from the 5 Elements province, said the ancestor of the demon continent. Of the 3 provinces, only the 5 Elements province didn't have a quasi-king ancestor. Hearing this, the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province was even more astonished. This kid is pretty good. He killed 2 kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the blink of an eye, said the Tianzhou ancestor with a smile. The quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent also noticed Feng Chen's extraordinariness and laughed heartily. At that moment, due to Feng Chen's participation in the spirit whirlpool battlefield, the entire battle situation had undergone a huge change. After killing 2 kings in a row, Feng Chen's fame spread throughout the battlefield. Feng Chen's actions undoubtedly raised the morale of the spirit vortex realm cultivators, causing them to fight with all their might. The ancient sword continent side, which had been at a disadvantage at the start, instantly exploded with fighting spirit and suppressed the Yellow Spring sect side. At this moment, the other 4 kings also noticed Feng Chun. Broken Sword King, Jade King, the 2 of you, kill him, shouted one of the kings. Instantly, the 2 kings came together and surrounded Feng Chun. 2 more people coming to die. Feng Chun sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant, roared the Broken Sword King sinisterly with his sword in hand. Beside him, King Shiyu's pretty face was covered with frost as murderous intent filled her eyes. Let's attack together and kill him, King Shiyu said. The 2 kings attacked at the same time, and the Broken Sword King swung his sword. Countless shocking sword lights appeared in the sky, and under the Broken Sword King's control, those sword lights shot towards Feng Chun. At the same time, Jade King cast a spell of enchantment. Her illusionary aura enveloped Feng Chun, trapping Feng Chun in an illusion. Illusion. Feng Chun, who was in the illusion, laughed coldly and said, You dare to use illusions and sword techniques before me? Feng Chun was an illusory sword path martial artist. Illusions and swordsmanship were his forte. Yet, these 2 kings were actually using illusions and sword techniques in front of him. As soon as Feng Chun said this, a hallucinatory aura erupted and the illusion created by the Jade King shattered. How is this possible? King Shiyu cried out in fright. At the same time, the Broken Sword King's countless sword lights appeared in front of Feng Chun. Let me show you the true illusory sword path, Feng Chun said in a low voice. Then, a terrifying hallucinatory aura emanated from his body. It instantly filled the air and enveloped the Broken Sword King and King Shiyu. In the next moment, Feng Chun used the Mu San sword technique. Majestic sword lights pierced towards the Broken Sword King and Jade King. No! At this moment, the Broken Sword King and Jade King finally realized how powerful Feng Chun was. The 2 of them roared unwillingly before they were trapped in the illusion. However, when the hallucinatory aura enveloped them, the wild sword chi wreaked havoc everywhere. Whoosh! The Mu Sun sword technique turned into a monstrous sword light that pierced towards the 2 kings. The other 2 kings who were on the other side of the battlefield heard King Shiyu's miserable cry and were stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Stop! The Dream Demon King roared. Suddenly, an illusory aura was released from his body and enveloped Fang Chun. At the same time, the other king also attacked with all his strength. It's too late, Fang Chun sneered. The hidden star sword's black fire attribute instantly erupted. Hiss! The broken sword king who was trapped in the illusion was pierced by the hidden star sword. Black flames spread everywhere. By the time he reacted, he was already on the verge of death. I can't accept this. The broken sword king cried out miserably and fell to the ground unwillingly. At this moment, the Jade King, who was trapped in the illusion, was using all her strength to resist the black flames. Her clothes had been completely burned away. Her pure white body was instantly exposed. However, she couldn't care less at this moment. Saving her life was more important. Hold on, the Jade King said to herself. As long as she could hold on for one more minute, the Dream Demon King would arrive and she wouldn't die. However, just as she was trying her best to resist, the ice-cold star hidden sword pierced into her delicate body with a poochie sound. Puff! The Jade King spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground softly. The illusion dissipated instantly. The two corpses were completely burned away. At this moment, the Dream Demon King's illusory aura quietly arrived. Scram! Fang Chun shouted. Suddenly, the true meaning of sword burst out from his body, directly swallowing up the dreamlike aura. Let's go. After killing 4 kings in a row, the Dream Demon King was also terrified. At this moment, King He roared and grabbed the Dream Demon King. In a flash, they retreated from the battlefield. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died in an instant. The remaining 2 had escaped. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield took a huge turn. Under the leadership of Fang Chun, the spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists of the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy casualties. They couldn't resist at all. Retreat. At the sight of this, the Yellow Spring sect master's face revealed a sinister expression as he spoke in a sinister tone. Following the order of the Yellow Spring sect master, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield all retreated. Ha ha! I didn't expect the crisis on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield to be resolved so easily by this little guy. The ancestor of the demon continent laughed heartily in the clouds. The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent was also very happy. On the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield, the ancient sword continent returned victorious while the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy losses. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died. Retreat. The 3 honorables on the true martial realm battlefield were also called back by the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, the 2 battlefields on the demon plane quieted down. Just you wait. The Yellow Spring sect will take over the entire ancient sword continent. The Yellow Spring sect master stood in the air and looked at the clouds in the sky. After speaking, the Yellow Spring sect master and Sky Bone King entered the city that the Yellow Spring sect had taken over. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at each other. They didn't know why the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly retreated. After the true martial realm martial artists returned, they were all called back to the city's main hall. This city was the frontline city. It was also the headquarters of the resistance against the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, in the city's main hall, 2 quasi-kings were sitting on the highest thrones. Below them were many true martial realm martial artists. Call the little guy from the 5-element state here, too, the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent suddenly said. Everyone was puzzled. Who was the little guy that the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent was talking about? At this moment, the ancestor of the demon continent spoke. The little guy who comprehended the sword intent. Hearing this, Dean Weiyun instantly understood that the 2 quasi-kings were talking about Fang Chun. After a while, Fang Chun was brought to the main hall. Junior Fang Chun greets the 2 ancestors. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said, "You are Fang Chun?" The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent looked at Fang Chun curiously and asked. Fang Chun nodded. The ancestor of the demon continent smiled and said, "Little guy, you are a little strange." The true martial realm martial artists below were all surprised. The 2 ancestors had called everyone here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Why would they praise Fang Chun? The ancestor of the Black Demon Continent looked at Fong Chun thoughtfully. Behind him, Heitai's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the old MO of the Tianzhou continent, he chuckled. Lin Lu's pitch-black eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Two ancestors, we have been called here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Fong Chun is a spiritual vortex realm martial artist. I'm afraid he is not qualified to participate, said Heitai. Heitai was the top martial artist of the ancient Sword Continent's younger generation. Even he couldn't receive praise from the two quasi-king ancestors. On the contrary, Fong Chun, a spiritual vortex realm martial artist, was praised by the two ancestors. Heitai couldn't accept this. Therefore, he said this. Hearing this, everyone looked at the two ancestors in unison. Shut up, scolded the ancestor of the Demon Continent. The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent smiled and said, if I said that I killed 4 kings of the Yellow Spring sect by myself and caused them to panic and retreat, would you believe me? Hearing the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent, the Tianzhou and Demon Continent were in an uproar. They looked at Fong Chun in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, the true martial realm martial artists of the 5 Elements continent were the calmest. They already knew that Fong Chun had the combat strength to fight against the LV1 true martial realm martial artist. What was a mere king of the Yellow Spring sect? To be honest, when Fong Chun entered the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, it was a massacre. No one could defeat him. Who dared to doubt the words of the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent? That's right. Although Fong Chun's cultivation is at LV9 spiritual vortex realm, his combat strength is comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist, said the ancestor of the Demon Continent. The two of them had been paying attention to Fong Chun. They could see Fong Chun's strength at a glance. The true martial realm martial artists of the Tianzhou and Demon Continent discussed among themselves. A martial artist at LV9 spiritual vortex realm with combat strength comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist was too heaven-defying. Once he stepped into the true martial realm, how powerful would he be? It was no wonder that the true martial realm martial artists of the 5 Elements Academy had risked everything to save Fong Chun in the wilderness outside the border city. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads. It seemed that they had all underestimated this guy. This boy's potential is unmatched among the younger generation of the ancient Sword Continent, said the ancestor of the Demon Continent. The words of a quasi-king expert carried a lot of weight. When he said this, it also meant that Fong Chun had officially been recognized by the ancient Sword Continent as the person with the most potential among the younger generation of the continent. He is the hope of the ancient Sword Continent, said the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent. Everyone was shocked. The meaning of the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent's words was obvious. Chapter 820. While the ancient Sword Continent was discussing how to deal with the Yellow Spring sect, the Yellow Spring sect was also having an emergency meeting. In the headquarters of the Yellow Spring sect, the Yellow Spring sect master and Sky Bone King sat side by side. Below them were 3 honorables and 2 kings. Because of him alone, the spiritual vortex realm battlefield was defeated. The Yellow Spring sect master said coldly with a gloomy face. Sect master, this person has obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. We must kill him as soon as possible, Sky Bone King reminded. He naturally recognized Fong Chun. Back then, he had controlled the souls of the 4. Until now, he still did not know how the 4 of them managed to escape. This person's strength is obviously comparable to the real martial realm. In the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, he is simply invincible, the Yellow Spring sect master said. We can cancel the spiritual vortex realm battlefield and focus on the real martial realm battlefield, Sky Bone King said. Below them, the 3 honorables were also making suggestions from time to time. The entire ancient Sword Continent had entered the most tense period. The Yellow Spring sect had risen from the ashes and was planning to annex the ancient Sword Continent. The ancient Sword Continent was also fighting back. There were only 2 quasi-kings on the ancient Sword Continent and 2 quasi-kings on the Yellow Spring sect side. The current Yellow Spring sect was almost on par with the ancient Sword Continent. However, the ancient sword continent had to be wary of the Yellow Springs sect master. He was once a mysterious king realm elite. Although he had fallen back then, his cultivation had fallen to the quasi-king realm after his resurrection. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Once he stepped into the mysterious king realm again, the ancient sword continent would fall completely. Just as the two sides were fighting, in the southernmost part of the ancient sword continent, there was a vast ocean. The ancient sword continent called this ocean a forbidden zone. This was because no one had ever been able to cross the ocean. According to legend, there were many monsters in the ocean. These monsters were abnormally strong. Of course, the monsters in the ocean had signed an agreement with the ancient sword continent in ancient times. They would not invade the ancient sword continent. The martial artists of the ancient sword continent were also unable to cross the ocean and go to the wider world. At some point in time, the sky above the Forbidden Zone's ocean suddenly surged with waves. Then, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Ha! We finally passed through the space-time barrier and arrived at the mortal continent. Within the light pillar, there was a monstrous aura as such a voice rang out. This pillar of light startled the entire Forbidden Ocean Zone. Countless sea beast kings emerged from the seabed. "Who dares trespass on my forbidden sea?" roared one of the Bloodshark Beast Kings. "It's been many years since a human dared to stir up trouble in my forbidden area of the ocean. They're really courting death," the Octopus Beast King said coldly. There were about 10 Beast Kings on the surface of the Forbidden Ocean. They were all glaring angrily at the light pillar that was descending from the sky. Boom! When the light pillar dissipated, a ripple instantly appeared in the forbidden area of the ocean, causing the entire forbidden area of the ocean to shake. Then, a huge ship appeared in the ocean. Damned humans! More than 10 Beast Kings were enraged and attacked the ship at the same time. At this moment, there were 3 warriors on the ship. Their attire was completely different from the folk customs of the ancient sword continent. Foolish fellows. One of the warriors with a long sword on his back had a cold expression on his face. He suddenly punched out, and more than 10 Beast Kings were sent flying and fell into the forbidden area of the ocean, casually taking care of more than 10 Beast Kings. If this scene were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ancient sword continent. The demonic beasts here are too weak. Another warrior with a folding fan in his hand grinned. "Wuka, don't be so picky. Our goal is to occupy the mortal continent and become the overlords. The weaker they are, the better." The third warrior said. In the forbidden area of the ocean, more than 10 Beast Kings were filled with fear. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? Could they be Mystic King experts? Hurry up and find the Lord Beast King. Immediately, some Beast Kings went to find the Lord Beast King. As for the other Beast Kings, they stared at the ship warily in the water. "I'll give you 2 hours. Get your strongest expert to come and see us. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences," the man with a long sword on his back said coldly. Instantly, his voice spread throughout the entire forbidden area of the ocean. A moment later, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the forbidden area of the ocean. Following that, the entire ocean began to roar in anger. A whale that was several feet tall slowly floated to the surface of the water. "Which expert has come to my forbidden area of the ocean?" The devil whale race was the overlord of the forbidden area of the ocean. And this huge devil whale was the patriarch of the devil whale race, as well as the only lord beast in the entire forbidden area of the ocean. "You're the strongest expert here?" The fan-wielding warrior called Wu Ku asked with a smile. "That's right. I am," said the Lord Beast King. "You're just an early Mystic King." The man with a long sword on his back shook his head disdainfully. "Who are you?" asked the Lord Beast King. As a Mystic King, the Lord Beast King was naturally able to sense their auras. Why would 3 Mystic Kings suddenly appear in the forbidden area of the ocean? "The 3 of us are outsiders. We came to the mortal continent to temper ourselves. Submit or die. Make your choice," said the man with a long sword. "You want me to submit?" The Lord Beast King was a bit displeased. Whoosh! It had only just finished speaking when an illusory sword light slashed its body, forcing it back. Next time, it won't be like this, said the man with a long sword. The devil whale beast king was shocked. It had a natural advantage in the forbidden area of the ocean, and it was also a mystic king. He was actually unable to block a casual sword strike from the other party. These three foreign martial artists were too formidable, weren't they? Submit or die, said Wu Ke. I'm willing to submit. In the world of demon beasts, the strong were revered. These three people were too strong, and the Lord Beast King was unable to resist them, so it could only submit. Good. Starting today, this will be our headquarters, said Wu Ke. Tell us about this mortal continent situation, said the one who had been silent this entire time. In the extreme north of the forbidden area of the ocean, there's a continent called the Ancient Sword Continent. It's the only continent here. The Lord Beast King told the three of them in detail. I didn't expect that we would travel through the space-time barrier on the Devil Cloud continent to arrive in the Qinyan domain. Wu Ke waved his fan and smiled. The Qinyan domain has a total of 3 continents. The Ancient Sword Continent is only one of them, said Ling Jing. The 3 of us will refine a continent each, said the man with a long sword. Send your subordinates to investigate the Ancient Sword Continent situation and report back to us, said Ling Jing. Yes, sirs, said the Lord Beast King respectfully. The 3 of them were too strong. They weren't people he could provoke. At this time, the people on the Ancient Sword Continent had no idea that an even greater danger was quietly approaching. Fang Chen's sudden appearance had caused the battle between the Yellow Spring sect and the Ancient Sword Continent to temporarily stop. The Ancient Sword Continent's cultivators were all doing their best to raise their cultivation. One day, Lin Lu found Fang Chun and challenged Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun directly refused. Fang Chun, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life? Lin Lu said sinisterly. Although Fang Chun had saved him in the heavenly void mystery land, he wasn't grateful at all. He had always hated Star and Moon for killing his brother, Linda. Boring, Fang Chun said, and turned to leave. Lin Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Fang Chun's back and then turned around. The current Fang Chun really didn't take Lin Lu seriously. Although Fang Chun's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of LV1 true martial realm. One day, the Yellow Spring sect, which had stopped fighting for a long time, suddenly started to clamor. Today, the Yellow Spring sect will trample the Ancient Sword Continent, said the Yellow Spring sect leader with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the 3 honorables all entered the true martial realm battlefield. On the Ancient Sword Continent side, many true martial realm cultivators also entered the battlefield. A fierce battle broke out on the true martial realm battlefield. Then, the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield was also overcrowded. This time, we must kill him, said the Yellow Spring sect leader eerily when he saw Fang Chun enter the battlefield. On the demon plane, the 2 major battlefields continued to fight. In the clouds in the sky, the Tianzhou Patriarch asked doubtfully, is the Yellow Spring sect plotting something? They know that with Fang Chun here, they can't win at the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield. The Demon Continent Patriarch thought for a moment and said, since they are plotting something, with Fang Chun's strength, there is nothing to fear. As expected, just as the 2 quasi-kings finished speaking, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a bright light exploded on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield. With the 2 quasi-kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the lead and 30 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists as support, they instantly set up a formation to trap Fang Chun. Seeing this, the faces of the 2 quasi-kings in the clouds in the sky instantly darkened. The Yellow Spring sect is targeting Fang Chun. They want to kill Fang Chun, said the Tianzhou Patriarch. Chapter 821. In the clouds and the void, the faces of the 2 patriarchs darkened. The potential that Fang Chun displayed shocked them. Although Fang Chun's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, they believed that Fang Chun could reach the legendary Profound King realm in the future. Fang Chun was the future hope of the Ancient Sword Continent. But now, the Yellow Spring sect had set up the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. This infuriated the two patriarchs in the clouds. They wanted to save Feng Chun, but there was nothing they could do. On the other side, the two quasi-king-level experts were eyeing him covetously. Once they made a move, it would definitely lead to an all-out battle. That wasn't something they wanted to see. I hope he can survive, the Tianzhou Patriarch said in a low voice. The Demon Continent Patriarch didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. At this moment, in the Spirit Vortex realm battlefield, Feng Chun was trapped in the hexagonal astral formation. Of course, Feng Chun didn't know that this formation was the legendary hexagonal astral formation. What kind of formation is this? When Feng Chun entered the spirit formation, he realized that it was no ordinary spirit formation. Could it be a Tao-level formation? Feng Chun's face changed as he looked around. Gray mist filled the air, and an evil aura mixed within. It was as if he was isolated. Kiki, this hexagonal astral formation is specially made to deal with you. You're dead. At a certain moment, the Dream Demon King entered the hexagonal astral formation and said eerily, "Hexagonal astral formation." Feng Chun's heart sank when he heard those words. As a top formation grandmaster, Feng Chun naturally knew what the hexagonal astral formation meant. How is this possible? Wasn't the hexagonal astral formation lost a long time ago? Feng Chun's heart was in turmoil. The hexagonal astral formation was a top Tao-level formation that had been lost in the ancient Sword Continent for a long time. Back then, when the hexagonal astral formation was set up, it shook the continent. The hexagonal astral formation was the most outstanding work of the six-horned old man. After he created the hexagonal astral formation, he disappeared. Back then, there was a rumor that once the hexagon astral formation was activated, even a true force cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Only a quasi-king level cultivator would be able to break it. The hexagonal astral formation was popular throughout the continent and became the supreme formation in the hearts of all formation masters. However, due to certain reasons, the hexagonal astral formation was lost. Over time, the hexagonal astral formation no longer existed on the ancient Sword Continent. And now, the Yellow Spring sect had actually found the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. Moreover, it was used on Feng Chun. From this, it could be seen how much they desired to kill that child. On the other side of the Devil Plain, the Sky Bone King and the Acheron Sect Master stood quietly on the tall city with smiles on their faces. Enveloped by the hexagonal starlight array, Feng Chun would not be able to escape even if he had wings. He would undoubtedly die. A spiritual whirlpool realm cultivator actually forced me to use the hexagonal astral formation, the Acheron Sect Master said in a low voice. I didn't expect the Sect Master to have the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. The Sky Bone King couldn't help but exclaim. The Sky Bone King was an ancient expert. Although he had never seen the six-horned old man, he had heard of his name. At that time, the six-horned old man's name was known throughout the world. However, who would have thought that after nearly 10,000 years, there would still be someone who had the incantation for the hexagonal astral formation? In the battlefield of the spiritual whirlpool realm, Feng Chun, who was in the hexagonal astral formation, stared at the Dream Demon King. Whoosh! The Dream Demon King's mind moved, and a strong aura of the dream realm emerged from his body and shrouded Feng Chun. "You're courting death," Feng Chun growled, and an illusory aura instantly erupted. A wild sword light instantly shot out. In the vast sword light, there was a trace of black flame that shot rapidly toward the Dream Demon King. The Dream Demon King's dreamland was instantly broken by Feng Chun's illusory aura. At the same time, the sword light from the hidden star sword pierced the Dream Demon King's arm. The Dream Demon King screamed, and his body flashed, disappearing into the void. "Kid, you're dead meat now that you've fallen into the hexagonal astral formation." Outside the formation, the Dream Demon King's angry roar could be heard. Feng Chun looked around the hexagonal astral formation. He could sense that there was a strange aura within the formation. This strange aura was actually consuming Feng Chun's life force. Is this the terror of the hexagonal astral formation? Fang Chun muttered to himself. His eyes flickered, and he was thinking of a way to break out of it. The hexagonal astral formation wouldn't actively attack, but it would consume the life force of the martial artist. Once the life force was exhausted, the martial artist would definitely die. This was the most terrifying part of the hexagonal astral formation. At the extreme south of the ancient Sword Continent, the Forbidden Ocean region. Today, the Forbidden Ocean region was especially lively. All the Beast Kings were led by the Devil Whale Beast Emperor to the deepest part of the Forbidden Ocean region. Here, a brand new Crystal Palace had just been completed. Seeing the majestic Crystal Palace, the Devil Whale Beast Emperor couldn't help sighing. These 3 foreign experts were too strong. This Crystal Palace was as luxurious as a tenth of the Forbidden Ocean region's resources. It was extremely extravagant. Let's go in. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor led the Beast Kings into the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the residence of the 3 foreign guests. Within the residence, there were countless demonic beasts that were busy with their tasks. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor entered the palace. The 3 foreign experts had been waiting for a long time. Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully constructing your residence, said the Devil Whale Beast Emperor. The sword-bearing man didn't say anything. Instead, Wu Ku directly asked, "How's the investigation going?" The Devil Whale Beast Emperor said, "In order not to alert them, I sent my subordinates to investigate. On the ancient Sword Continent, 2 major powers are currently fighting. It involves the entire ancient Sword Continent." "What's the strongest power?" asked Ling Jing. "Through the observation of my subordinates, there are 2 quasi-king level experts on each side. For now, there are no Xian King level experts," said the Devil Whale Emperor. "The ancient Sword Continent's power couldn't even compare to their Forbidden Ocean region. As for the other 2 continents, I've never heard of them. I wasn't able to find any information." The Devil Whale Beast Emperor had always lived in the Forbidden Ocean region. It didn't know about the Green Cloud continent, nor did it know that there were other continents in this space besides the ancient Sword Continent. "All right, you can leave," said Wu Ke. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor nodded and left with the other Beast Kings. Only 3 Xenorace guests remained within the hall. "What do you think of Devil Cloud Lian Zhou?" asked Wu Ke. The sword-bearing man was called Devil Cloud Lian Zhou. The ink cloud boat they used to pass through the space-time barrier was Devil Cloud Lian Zhou's boat. Devil Cloud Lian Zhou thought for a moment, and then said, "According to the information we've gathered, this so-called ancient Sword Continent doesn't even have a single profound king. It's not worth mentioning. Let's just take it over. Then the question is, which of the 3 of us will refine it?" asked Wu Ke. This was a question worth investigating. All 3 of them wanted to refine the mortal continents, but who would do it first? Ling Jing directly said, "The ancient Sword Continent is only one of them. It doesn't matter who refines it. In any case, the Green Cloud continent has 3 continents. All 3 of us will have a share." The 3 of them exchanged glances and then nodded. Ancient Sword Continent, Tianzhou Devil Plains. The battle continued. The true martial battlefield was still the same. Both sides were evenly matched. As for the Spirit Vortex battlefield, Fang Chun was trapped while the other human cultivators were constantly being killed. The 2 patriarchs in the clouds were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Fang Chun had already been trapped in the hexagonal astral formation for some time. "It's already been an hour. That kid doesn't have much life left," said the Dream Demon King sinisterly. "Wait a little longer. Let's just exhaust him to death. Don't cause any more trouble." Many Yellow Spring sect cultivators maintained the formation. Within the formation, Fang Chen's life force was still somewhat weak at the beginning. But later, when the Golden Heart began to operate, the hexagonal astral formation was actually unable to absorb Fang Chen's life force. Therefore, Fang Chun was still as lively as ever. "Although the Golden Heart is helping me block the hexagonal astral formation, this can't go on," muttered Fang Chun to himself. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then his eyes lit up. "I wonder if the true meaning of the void has any effect." The true meaning of the void could allow one to hide in the void and even become one with the void. Thinking of this, Fang Chun couldn't care less and directly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Fang Chun entered the void. Then, Fang Chun discovered that he could actually isolate himself from the hexagonal astral formation after entering the void. Why didn't I think of using this method before? Fang Chun was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the true meaning of the void to have such an effect. Fang Chun hid in the void and walked slowly. He wasn't affected by the hexagonal astral formation at all. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of the formation. At this moment, many Yellow Spring sect cultivators were still desperately maintaining the formation. Fang Chun strolled in the void and came behind a king. Suddenly, he attacked. Pucci. This king was talking to the Dream Demon King. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void and directly pierced the king's body. Crash! Black flames spread and instantly burned the king to ashes. How is this possible? The Dream Demon Monarch cried out in alarm at this sudden turn of events. In the next moment, Fang Chun appeared in the void and coldly looked at the Dream Demon King. "How did you come out?" cried the Dream Demon King when he saw Fang Chun. Swish! The hidden star sword flashed with a cold sword light, and the Dream Demon King died. Without the support of the two kings, the hexagonal astral formation shattered and dissipated in the void. Chapter 822. Run! Immediately, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect who were in the midst of fighting shouted and retreated. The martial artists of the ancient sword continent who had been at a disadvantage had their morale boosted when they saw Fang Chun. They suppressed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. In the sky above the base camp of the Yellow Spring sect, the Sky Bone King was chatting with the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, he saw Fang Chun appear out of nowhere and kill two kings. He was shocked. How can he come out of the hexagonal astral formation? The Yellow Spring sect master cried out. Only a quasi-king level expert can break the hexagonal astral formation. Could it be that those two old farts secretly made a move? The Sky Bone King's face changed. The Yellow Spring sect master shook his head. Impossible. I've been watching them. If they made a move, they wouldn't be able to hide it from me. Speaking of this, the Yellow Spring sect master's heart was in turmoil. Not only did a spiritual vortex realm martial artist not die in the hexagonal astral formation, but he also came out unscathed. How heaven-defying was that? Within the clouds above the ancient sword continent's camp, the two patriarchs who were originally very anxious laughed wildly when they saw this scene. Monstrous, too monstrous. Yeah, even the hexagonal astral formation can trap him. On the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and unleashed a bloody killing intent. Pucci. Wherever the sword light passed, countless Yellow Spring sect members died tragically. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the spiritual vortex realm battlefield ended. This was because the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were all killed. It's impossible for a spiritual vortex realm martial artist to come out of the hexagonal astral formation, the Yellow Spring sect master said, puzzled. The Sky Bone King thought for a moment, and his face turned gloomy. He shook his head and said, "You forgot one possibility. You mean he comprehended the spatial true meaning?" The Yellow Spring sect master took a deep breath and asked, "If he comprehended the void true meaning, then the current situation will naturally be explained," the Sky Bone King said. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect master also realized that something was wrong. The void true meaning, that was a supreme true meaning. This kid actually comprehended a supreme true meaning. This kid must die. As soon as the Acheron sect master finished speaking, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the spirit vortex realm battlefield, ready to attack Fang Chun. Boom! However, before he could attack Fang Chun, he was forced back by another powerful attack. Immediately, the ancestor of Tianzhou appeared. Yellow Spring sect master, do you want to start an all-out war? Asked Tianzhou's ancestor sinisterly. When they discovered that Fang Chun had come out of the hexagonal astral formation, The two patriarchs had been paying attention to Fong Chen's every move. They were afraid that the Netherworld sect leader and Heaven Bone King would kill Fong Chen in a fit of anger. Sure enough, the Yellow Springs sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and prepared to kill Fong Chen. "Old fart, if you want to stand, then let's fight," shouted the leader of the Yellow Springs sect. Instantly, a vast amount of chi filled the air as the Quasi-Kings started fighting. In the next moment, the Sky Bone King and the Demon Continent's Patriarch started fighting. "Retreat!" Seeing this, Fong Chen shouted and led the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm martial artists out of the Spiritual Whirlpool Realm battlefield. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demon plane shook. The battle between the Quasi-King level powerhouses shocked countless martialists. Even the battles in the true martial realm battlefield stopped abruptly. The true martial realm powerhouses of the three continents returned to the ancient Sword Continent's base camp. "What's going on? Why did the Quasi-Kings suddenly attack?" asked Old Devil Mo, puzzled. "Has an all-out war started?" asked Patriarch Mo in a deep voice. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at the battle on the demon plane solemnly. The battle between the Quasi-Kings was too terrifying. The energy waves that were emitted from the battle overturned the entire demon plane. Their figures had already entered the sky above the clouds. However, the energy waves from the battle were still terrifying. At a certain moment, a mountain peak in the distance suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Everyone saw the Demon Continent's Patriarch dragging the huge mountain peak with his hand and smashing it towards the Sky Bone King. The Sky Bone King roared, and his battle saber transformed into a terrifying saber light that blasted towards the mountain peak. Dong! The mountain peak was split in half by the battle saber and fell on the demon plane, causing the entire demon plane to sink completely. It's too terrifying. Many spiritual vortex realm martial artists were shocked. The true martial realm powerhouses also looked extremely gloomy. At this moment, Fong Chen was holding Star and Moon's fair hands tightly. His face was extremely solemn. "Brother Chen, do you think the ancient Sword Continent will win?" Star and Moon asked in a low voice. Fong Chen shook his head. He did not know either. The battle between the Quasi-Kings was unimaginable. He could not tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Just as many martialists were staring intently at the battle in the sky, three majestic auras suddenly spread out in an instant. The appearance of these three auras suppressed the entire ancient Sword Continent. The weaker martial artists immediately vomited blood. Even the four quasi-emperors fighting in the air felt their hearts palpitate, and they all stopped fighting. Crash! The void tore apart, and three figures appeared. The three of them exuded a terrifying aura. When the four Quasi-Kings saw the three of them, they were extremely shocked. Other than the Mystic King realm powerhouses, who else could make the four Quasi-Kings fearful? Three Mystic King realm powerhouses. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Acheron sect master. Who are they? How can there be three Mystic King realm powerhouses on the ancient Sword Continent? The Sky Bone King squinted his eyes and stood in the air. The Tianzhou Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch were even more shocked. The battle between them and the Acheron sect had engulfed the entire ancient Sword Continent. At the most crucial moment, three Mystic King realm powerhouses had appeared. Are those Mystic King realm powerhouses? Sensing the aura from the three of them, Fong Chen's soul trembled. They were too powerful. A Mystic King realm powerhouse could kill him with just a glance. Fong Chen held Star and Moon's fair hands tightly and was ready to escape. Weak humans, from today onwards, the ancient Sword Continent is under our control. Wu Ke waved the folding fan in his hand and said loudly, "The three of you." The Acheron sect master spoke. "I know what you guys are puzzled about. I can tell you clearly that the three of us are from the outer realm. We are here to refine the mortal world. You guys should know our strength. If you want to resist, go ahead and try." Ling Jing said coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere became incomparably solemn. Who would dare resist three Mystic Kings? Unless they didn't want to live. Clearly, they didn't want to die. Even if they resisted, it would be useless. The Acheron sect is willing to submit to the three seniors. The Acheron sect master was the first to speak. The Sky-Bone King was unwilling, but he had no choice. I, the Sky-Bone King, am willing to follow the three of you. The Tianzhou Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch lowered their heads and sighed. They shook their heads and said, "The ancient Sword Continent is willing to submit." In order to survive, they could only submit. The four quasi-kings lowered their heads. Ling Jing looked at the sword-bearing man and grinned. "The Demon Cloud Continent and the Ancient Sword Continent are yours." After the three of them came out of the Forbidden Ocean, they discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to let the sword-bearing man refine the Ancient Sword Continent first. As for the other two, they would go to the other two continents to refine. The man with a sword on his back, Demon Cloud Lianzhou, nodded and smiled. "Let's see who can refine it first," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. "Then let's compete." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" laughed Wu Ke. "All right, then let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry to the other continents," said Ling Jing. Immediately, Ling Jing and Wu Ke tore through the void and disappeared into it. Countless true martial realm experts lower their heads. The ancient sword continent was their home, but they had no choice but to lower their heads. The enemy was too strong. A mystic king could exterminate them with a wave of his hand. A casual attack could even destroy a prefecture. They simply couldn't compare. "All of you leave. Don't disturb me," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. The numerous cultivators all left. The two ancestors also quietly left. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect master suddenly stepped forward and said to the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch, "Senior, there's a cultivator here that I think you'll be interested in." "Oh." The Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch frowned. "That brat has the true meaning of the void." The Yellow Spring sect master pointed at Fong Chun. The two ancestors' expressions immediately changed. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. Fong Chen's eyes were also filled with fury. Hearing this, the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch's lazy eyes finally shot out a terrifying golden light. "True meaning of the void." The Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch softly said. With a thought, a biting cold wind attacked Fong Chun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fong Chun brought Star and Moon with him and directly pushed the true meaning of the void to the extreme, rushing towards the Five Elements province. As long as he could return to the Five Elements Academy, he would be able to bring Star and Moon into the sky connecting peak. At that time, even if this person was a Mystic King realm expert, he would have nothing to fear. It really is the true meaning of the void. I didn't expect a cultivator to have the true meaning of the void in such a remote place. After confirming Fong Chen's true meaning of the void, the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch's face completely darkened. His Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch had such an outstanding genius, yet he couldn't comprehend the true meaning of the void. A piece of trash from a remote place actually comprehended the true meaning of the void. "Die!" the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch softly said. Suddenly, a vast soul power turned into a majestic sword and shot towards Fong Chun. "Brother Chun, leave quickly." The attack of a Mystic King realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. At the most crucial moment, Star and Moon directly pushed Fong Chun away and blocked in front of him. With a Puchi, the sword pierced Star and Moon's body. Bang! Star and Moon's body softly fell to the ground. "No!" Fong Chun cried out miserably. He wanted to grab Star and Moon's hand, but he realized that Star and Moon had already died in the hands of a Mystic King realm expert. "I want to avenge you, Chapter 823. Seeing Star and Moon die to save him, Fong Chen's heart was filled with rage. Even if the other party was a Mystic King realm expert, he was not afraid. At most, he would die. "You want to avenge her?" Demon Cloud Lianzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Chun. He sneered. "I can kill you with a single thought. You actually said that you want to avenge her? What a joke. As a Mystic King realm expert, don't you find it shameful to kill ordinary martial artists so unscrupulously?" Fong Chun roared angrily. At this moment, he had long been blinded by hatred. The consequences were no longer within his scope of thinking. Foolish martial artist. Demon Cloud, Lien Zhou said coldly and pointed his finger. Fang Chun put away Star and Moon's corpse on the ground and looked at Demon Cloud, Lien Zhou. If I don't die today, Fang Chun, will definitely chop off your head in the future. Fang Chun's voice spread throughout the land. You won't have that chance. A Mystic King Realm expert was too strong. With just a casual point of his finger, heaven and earth changed color. In the eyes of a Mystic King Realm expert, Fang Chun was just an ant. Without entering the Mystic King Realm, everything was an ant. These words are not spoken without thinking. Puchi Fang Chun pushed the true meaning of void to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword and wanted to approach Demon Cloud, Lien Zhou. However, it was useless. Although the true meaning of void was strong, Fang Chun had not fully comprehended it and could not display the strongest state of the true meaning of void. Puchi Demon Cloud Lien Zhou's finger light instantly pierced through the void and pierced Fang Chun's body, causing Fang Chun's body to fall to the ground. Fang Chun died in a single exchange. The Netherworld Sect Master and Sky Bone King saw this and laughed sinisterly. The true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy roared and could not help but want to attack. However, in the end, they were restrained by Dean Wuyan. They couldn't do anything. Once they did, the Five Elements Academy would be completely finished. Little ant, you dare to provoke me? Said Ma Yun, Lien Zhou. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Fang Chun was dead. Even his soul had been shattered. Let's disperse, Demon Cloud, Lien Zhou said. The hearts of the experts of the three continents were filled with fear as they quickly retreated. As for the demonic Cloud Lien Zhou, he stood in the air. With a casual wave of his hand, the mountain range in the distance instantly rose from the ground and arrived beneath his feet. Rumble, the entire Tianzhou was shaking. The devil Cloud Lien Zhou piled up countless mountain peaks together, forming a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. With a tap of his foot, he leaped onto the towering mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the ancient sword continent. Fang Chun's body lay quietly at the foot of the mountain. No one dared to take care of it. Fang Chun had angered the devil Cloud Lien State. Who would dare to provoke the devil Cloud Lien State? Yellow Spring Sect Master, where are you going? Heavenly Bone King asked. His words were filled with regret. Originally, he had a high chance of obtaining the ancient sword continent. Who would have thought that an outsider would suddenly appear and ruin his plans? Now that a profound king had entered the ancient sword continent, he had no chance at all. Cultivate. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had painstakingly planned this for so long, but it had been ruined by a profound king. He was unwilling. In the past, he had also been a profound king. This time, he wanted to go into seclusion until he became a Mystic King expert before coming out. What about you? Asked the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Like you, I'll enter seclusion and cultivate. Once I reach the profound king realm, I'll have more authority to speak. After saying that, Heavenly Bone King's figure flashed and he left. After the battle, the huge Tianzhou had shrunk by a third. From today onwards, Tianzhou had become a forbidden area for cultivators. No cultivator dared to casually enter Tianzhou. That was because there was a profound king on a towering mountain peak in Tianzhou's Devil Plain. The ancient sword continent's calamity had come and gone quickly. Fortunately, after the profound king had occupied the ancient sword continent, he hadn't started a massacre. That made everyone feel very gratified. At this moment in the Five Elements Academy of the Five Elements Province, we could only watch as Fang Chun died. There was nothing we could do. Elder Han was extremely furious. He was the first to discover Fang Chun's potential, and he was also the one who had the most confidence in Fang Chun. He even believed that Fang Chun was the last cultivator to enter that place. But now, Fang Chun had been killed by a profound king. Not only that, but even the Star and Moon had been killed. The Five Elements Academy had suffered disastrous losses. It's all because of that damned Yellow Spring Sect Master. If it wasn't for him, why would a profound king attack Fang Chun? Said the bloody spear man gloomily. That's right. It's all because of the Yellow Spring Sect Master, said the Bone Weapon Saint Master and the others. Immediately, everyone's spearhead was pointed at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. Starting today, I'm going into seclusion to increase my strength and avenge Fang Chun, said Elder Han. Then he turned and left. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. That day would be called the Doomsday Calamity by later generations. Although the ancient sword continent was still the original ancient sword continent, all the indigenous cultivators had been reduced to slaves. All the cultivators on the ancient sword continent had made up their minds to cultivate diligently. The Five Elements Academy, the overlord of the Five Elements province, was completely under Zhang Jingtao's control after the Doomsday Calamity. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. The entire ancient sword continent fell into a deathly silence. At the peak of the Tianzhou continent, the Demon Cloud continent was communicating with the ancient sword continent's world core, preparing to refine it. There were countless mortal continents in the vast universe, and every mortal continent had a world core. Refining the world core would allow one to become an overlord. Even in the extraterritorial space, one would be a very powerful existence. Of course, it was the easiest for indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. Visitors from the extraterritorial space would be rejected by the world core. However, several hundred years ago, someone had successfully refined the realm core of a certain mortal continent. This news caused countless waves of commotion. Many cultivators were eager to enter the mortal continents and refine the world core. However, the node between the mortal continents and the vast universe had a powerful seal. This was the universe's law that was specially designed to protect the mortal continents. Only the indigenous cultivators of the continent could ignore the seal and enter the mortal continents. No matter how strong the others were, they couldn't enter. Moreover, the stronger one was, the greater the backlash. However, there were still people who took advantage of the loopholes and came up with various methods. The three from the Demon Cloud continent used the Demon Cloud continent to travel through the space-time barrier and enter the Qingyan domain. Countless laws revolved around the Demon Cloud continent. He suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. It's indeed difficult for non-indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. The Demon Cloud continent felt the world core's rejection. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. He could almost see himself refining the world core and returning to the extraterritorial space. The Demon Cloud continent will definitely refine the world core, said the Demon Cloud continent. In the next moment, the Demon Cloud continent tried to communicate with the world core again and refine it. Refining the world core was a long process that couldn't be completed in a short period of time. It might take a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years. However, for mystic kings, their lifespans were very long. A few thousand years was nothing. 3 months after the apocalypse, the towering mountain peak of the Tianzhou was covered in a gray aura. Even the quasi-king ancestors of the Tianzhou couldn't see what was happening inside. No one knew what the Demon Cloud continent was doing. As for a secret like the world core, how could a quasi-king know? After 3 months under the towering mountain peak, Fang Chen's corpse had already dried up. The golden heart in his body had also completely dimmed. Fang Chun was killed by a mystic king. Everyone saw it clearly. Such an outstanding genius died, but no one dared to collect his corpse. It was sad. Fang Chen's body lay quietly, covered in dust. In his dantian, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron suddenly shook. Dong! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron had been completely silent ever since it absorbed the Sky Bone Monarch's heart. And at this moment, it finally shook again. Buzz! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron seemed to have sensed that Fang Chun was no longer alive. The cauldron lid suddenly opened, and the head inside the cauldron rushed out. It floated in the air and stared at Fang Chun. After a long time, the head inside the cauldron sucked Fang Chen's corpse into the cauldron. Crash! The lid of the cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears was stabilized. Then, it disappeared from its original position. The situation here was very strange, but no one knew. The demon cloud, Lian Zhou on a mountain peak, had already entered the state of refining the heart of the realm. He had no time to care about this. Otherwise, everything about the ancient sword continent would be imprinted in his mind with just a thought. Half a month after Fong Chen's body disappeared, a terrifying stream of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. On this day, in the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor was discussing important matters with many Beast Kings under his command. Lord Beast Emperor, the 3 foreign guests have gone to the ancient sword continent, the Octopus Beast Emperor said. Lord Beast Emperor, our Sea Demon clan is a great clan. Are we going to be slaves to those 3 people for the rest of our lives? The Blood Shark Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Beast Emperor, we have to think of a way. The Demon Whale Beast Emperor shook its head slightly. Those 3 people are not as terrifying as you think. Don't mention this matter again. The Demon Whale Beast Emperor interrupted them. But the other Beast Kings still wanted to say something. At this moment, the Beast Kings suddenly felt a tremor in the Forbidden Ocean zone. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, many Beast Kings and the Demon Whale Beast Emperor floated to the surface. Immediately, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A frightening stream of light instantly streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean zone with the speed of a clap of thunder. Wherever it passed, a biting cold wind blew and set off stormy waves in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. What is that? Many Beast Kings cried out in alarm. The Beast Emperor's eyes flickered as he stared at the stream of light that had already disappeared. His heart could not calm down for a long time. That aura is suffocating, the Beast Emperor thought to himself. Chapter 824. In the sky, a stream of light was flying rapidly. No one could see clearly what this stream of light was. No one knew where the stream of light was flying to. As if carrying 1,000 years of sorrow, the stream of light disappeared into the horizon. It had taken it 3 months to travel from the ancient sword continent to the Forbidden Ocean realm. This end of the Forbidden Ocean was the Endless Wilderness. The Endless Wilderness was a legend in the ancient sword continent. In ancient times, there were still people who knew about the existence of the Endless Wilderness. However, as time passed, no one knew about the Endless Wilderness. Only the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Demon Whale Beast Emperor, vaguely knew that there was an endless wilderness in the south of the Forbidden Ocean. However, even as a Beast Emperor, it did not dare to go to the Endless Wilderness. This was because the Endless Wilderness gave it an unforgettable memory. One year, the Beast Emperor had just become a Beast King. Its strength was considered a top existence among the many Beast Kings in the Forbidden Ocean. It accidentally learned from the old Beast Emperor that the Forbidden Ocean bordered the Endless Wilderness. Moreover, when the old Beast Emperor talked about the Endless Wilderness, its heart palpitated. The old Beast Emperor warned many Beast Kings not to go to the Endless Wilderness. At that time, the Beast Emperor was curious and wanted to go take a look. However, before it could get close to the Endless Wilderness, it was sent flying by a wave of air. The Beast Emperor's heart was filled with fear. A wave of air actually injured it and made it unable to fight anymore. This made the Beast Emperor's heart palpitate. The thought of the Endless Wilderness in its mind was immediately cut off. The Endless Wilderness had always been a legend. Some said that the Endless Wilderness was established by a powerhouse from another region. There were also some who said that the Endless Wilderness was naturally born from heaven and earth. In short, there were many legends about the Endless Wilderness. The Endless Wilderness had always been peaceful. On a certain day, at the end of the Forbidden Ocean, a stream of light suddenly shot over. This beam of light contained a vast aura. It directly broke through the seal of the Endless Desolate Border and rushed into the Endless Desolate Border. Dong! In a certain wasteland of the Endless Wilderness, a trembling sound suddenly rang out. Following that, a huge cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears quietly stood on the ground, as if it had existed since ancient times. In a certain city in the endless borderlands, there were countless martialists. The martialists here were filled with vigorous auras as they chatted and laughed. Golden Sword City, a city in the endless wilderness. It was very prosperous and filled with boundless sword energy. The Golden Sword Restaurant was the most famous restaurant in Golden Sword City. The reason why it was famous was because the genius martial artists of Golden Sword City would gather at the Golden Sword Restaurant from time to discuss their experiences. Over time, the Golden Sword Restaurant became famous. Today was a routine conversation between geniuses. Many geniuses were sitting on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, talking and laughing. He Shualin, how is your cultivation of the immemorial heaven exterminating sword art? A fat man grinned at He Shualin. I've reached the perfect stage. The genius on He Shualin's back said with a smile. Fatty Lee, what about you? Asked the cultivator beside He Shualin. On the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, there were many geniuses. They were all discussing their experiences in cultivation. Looks like I'm late. At a certain moment, a boorish martialist appeared on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, wildly laughing. You really think you're something. Every time you're the finale, you make so many people wait for you. As soon as the boorish martialist arrived, a discordant voice rang out. Wu Li, do you want to fight? Luo Byron's eyes widened as he icily asked Wu Li. Fatty Lee laughed mischievously and stood up to smooth things over. We're all good friends. There's no need to be like this, right? Who's good friends with him? Demanded Wu Li icily. I disdain being friends with you, said Luo Byron fiercely. Everyone helplessly shook their heads. The two of them were mortal enemies. Every time they met, they would come to blows. Everyone was already used to this and had long since become numb to it. Only a good person like Fatty Lee would try to persuade the two of them every time. However, what puzzled everyone was that Luo Byron didn't attack this time. It should be known that every time Wu Li ridiculed Luo Byron, the latter would come to blows. Every time the geniuses gathered, the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant would be battered and exhausted. This was also the reason why they didn't use their spiritual chi. Once they used their spiritual chi, the entire Golden Sword Restaurant would instantly shatter. Even the Golden Sword City would be battered and exhausted. If there were any martialists from the ancient sword continent present, they would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because everyone present was a true martial realm expert, and their auras were not weak. More than 20 true martial realm experts. This kind of lineup was comparable to the fighting strength of the entire ancient sword continent. Luo Byron, why aren't you attacking? Fatty Lee had just finished speaking when Luo Byron coldly snorted and walked to a nearby stool and sat down. This made everyone very puzzled. A busybody grinned and asked. At this moment, chi surged from Luo Byron's body. Immediately after, everyone discovered that Luo Byron's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through. No wonder, Luo Byron, good. Your cultivation has actually broken through to the sixth true martial realm, said He Shualin with a slight smile. Of everyone present, Luo Byron and Wu Li's cultivation were the highest. They were both at the fifth true martial realm. The two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. And now, Luo Byron wasn't attacking. But the chi he was releasing made everything clear. His cultivation had reached the sixth true martial realm. Wu Li simply couldn't be his match. What's there to be proud of? Upon seeing this, Wu Li let out a hollow laugh before his aura burst out from his body. Everyone cried out in alarm. Luo Byron's cultivation had reached the sixth true martial realm. They hadn't expected Wu Li's cultivation to also reach the sixth true martial realm. So what if I've broken through? True battle strength depends on the fist. Originally, he had had a slight advantage, but now it seemed that he didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation. Luo Byron sneered. Luo Byron, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think I, Wu Li, am afraid of you? Wu Li suddenly stood up angrily. Immediately, the atmosphere on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant became incomparably heavy. Luo Byron and Wu Li were confronting each other. Terrifying chi spread everywhere. At this time, Fatty Lee stood up, ready to persuade the two of them. Just as Fatty Lee was about to speak, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky outside the Golden Sword City. Following this, a magnificent aura spread across the place. What's that, she? The people on the highest floor of the Golden Sword restaurant were all true martial realm geniuses. Their spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. They instantly sensed that something was wrong. Then they looked into the distance. The scene that entered their eyes made them incomparably shocked. Dong! The entire ground trembled for a moment, then calmed down. Let's go take a look. The geniuses all soared into the air and directly flew away. At this time, within Golden Sword City, many ordinary cultivators saw the geniuses hastily flying away. They were all puzzled as to what had happened. Whoosh! The speed of a true martial realm warrior was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. At this time, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron appeared in front of them. What is this? The first one to arrive here was Wu Li. His soul had enveloped the cauldron. He wanted to probe, but found that his soul could not approach the cauldron at all. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Luo Byron followed closely behind. When he saw the cauldron, he was also shocked. The other geniuses quickly arrived. Many geniuses stood in the wasteland, looking at the cauldron with puzzled eyes. Luo Byron, you're the most knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of this cauldron? Asked Fatty Lee. Luo Byron shook his head and said, the chi emitted by this cauldron is extremely terrifying. If I'm not wrong, it's at least a treasure of a profound king expert. Where did this cauldron come from? Asked Wu Li softly. Everyone present was a true martial realm expert. No matter how they probed, they could not find out the origin of the cauldron. Could it have descended from an extraterritorial space? Whispered a cultivator softly. Crack! While the crowd was discussing, the lid of the cauldron was suddenly lifted open. An ancient aura instantly filled the air. What a powerful aura! Even an ordinary profound king wouldn't have such an aura. Wu Li's expression changed slightly. Just what is the origin of this cauldron? Asked Luo Byron. Everyone looked at the cauldron with shining eyes. They wanted to see just what was inside the cauldron. When the lid of the cauldron was lifted, a corpse appeared from within. There's someone here. A dead person? Everyone was shocked to see Fong Chen's corpse. The moment Fong Chen lifted the lid of the cauldron, the golden heart, which had already dimmed completely, suddenly started to spin. A powerful suction force instantly spread out, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth frantically fused into Fong Chen's body. Could it be that an almighty expert is reviving? Muttered he Shuolin to himself. Most of the people present were very knowledgeable, but they didn't know what was happening. It was too strange. A cauldron had appeared out of nowhere and landed in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. And now, the lid had opened, and a corpse had appeared. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth crazily poured into the corpse. He really is reviving, cried Fatty Lee as he stared at Fong Chen's corpse. The dim golden heart began to become more lively after absorbing a large amount of energy. At this time, Fong Chen's body still didn't have the slightest bit of life force. Hiss! The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was still pouring into Fong Chen's corpse. This scene alarmed all the profound king realm experts in Gold Sword City. At a certain moment, a profound king who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his eyes, and then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the air above the wasteland. An almighty expert has revived. Seeing Fong Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, a trace of joy flashed through the eyes of this Mystic King realm expert. Perfect for my test subject. The Mystic King realm expert muttered to himself. Chapter 825. The geniuses looked up and shook their heads when they saw this person. It's the blood-refining king. Let's go. The geniuses whispered. Although these geniuses were arrogant, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of the blood-refining king. Everyone returned to the Golden Sword City and returned to the Golden Sword restaurant. Fatty Lee sighed. I wonder which almighty revived him. It's a pity that he met the blood-refining king. Yeah, he's unlucky to meet the blood-refining king. Not only can he not revive, but he might even be refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king. Hishualin said, "The blood-refining king loves the corpses of almighties the most. He won't let them go." The geniuses were all talking about the blood-refinement king. The blood-refining king was a famous, profound king realm expert within 100 miles of the Golden Sword City. He specialized in puppetry. Although he had a bad reputation, very few profound kings were willing to deal with him. This was because the moment they faced the blood-refinement monarch, his endless supply of powerful puppets would cause other profound kings to crumble. At this moment, the blood-refining king's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Fong Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Crash! At this moment, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron entered Fong Chen's dantian. Interesting. It's best to be my blood puppet. The blood-refining king flicked his wrist and kept Fong Chen's corpse. After returning to the Golden Sword City, the blood-refining king entered his mansion. "My lord," the servants greeted him. "Prepare all the materials for me. I want to refine a new blood puppet," the blood-refining king said hurriedly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. These servants had served the blood-refining king for a long time. They knew what the blood-refining king needed. In a short while, the materials for refining the blood puppet were all prepared. In a blood-red hall, there was a strong seal around it. This was the hall where the blood-refining king was refining the blood puppet. There was a complicated array in the hall with all kinds of materials. The blood-refining king waved his hand and placed Fong Chen's corpse into the array. The array stabilized Fong Chen's corpse. Then, the hall closed, and the blood-refining king began to refine the blood puppet. What a perfect bloodling! The blood-refining king's face was full of smiles. In the past, he had obtained the body of an almighty. After refining it into a blood puppet, his strength was abnormally strong. He still remembered that 100 years ago, he had obtained the corpse of an almighty and refined it into a blood puppet. The blood puppet's strength had reached the mystic king realm. The blood puppet was the blood-refining king's favorite creation. The blood-refining monarch checked Fong Chen's body and found that Fong Chen's body was very strong. "Let's begin," Lord Blood-Refining grinned and said. The blood-refining monarch was a mysterious king realm expert, so he was very familiar with puppetry. His palms were forming different seals as he refined Fong Chen. As time passed, Fong Chen's body began to change. At a certain moment, Fong Chen opened his eyes, but they were incomparably dull. "Ha ha! Blood puppet is about to be completed." The blood-refining king was very happy and laughed heartily. The blood-refinement monarch continued refining the blood puppets. However, he did not notice that Fong Chen's golden heart was spinning silently during this process. After 3 days and 3 nights, the blood-refining king finally completed the refinement. Crash! The blood-refining king waved his hand, and the array was removed. A perfect blood puppet appeared in front of him. At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes were open, but he was dull and soulless. He was just a walking corpse. This was the blood-refining king's blood puppet. It was much more advanced than the puppets in the ancient Sword Continent. "What's going on?" The blood-refining king carefully looked at the blood puppet and was surprised to find that the blood puppet's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Suddenly, the blood-refining king's face turned gloomy. It was not easy to find the corpse of an almighty. Why was the blood puppet's cultivation only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm? One should know that the blood-refining king could easily refine a true martial realm blood puppet. It was the first time that he had refined a spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppet. How unlucky. The blood-refining king shook his head slightly and was a little unhappy. Then, the blood-refining king opened the main hall, and a servant came in. "Throw this blood puppet to the blood puppet building and put on the shelves," the blood-refining king said. "Yes, Lord Blood-Refining King." Just like that, Fong Chen was sent to the blood puppet building and put on the shelves. The Blood Puppet Building was considered a very famous place in Golden Sword City. The Blood Puppet Building's backer was the Blood Refining King. No one dared to cause trouble in the blood puppet building. Many people who wanted to buy blood puppets had to pay the price and come here to buy. Of course, the blood puppets sold by the blood puppet building were basically spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppets. As for true martial realm blood puppets, they were basically not for sale. Even if they were for sale, they would not sell it casually. One day, two people came to the blood puppet building. It was a man and a woman. The man had a faint smile on his face, while the woman wore a purple dress. Both of them were in the true martial realm. Brother Wolf, why did you suddenly want to come to the blood puppet building? The woman in purple asked with a smile. Just looking around. The man smiled. The man called Brother Wolf was at LV3 true martial realm. As for the woman in purple, she was slightly weaker at LV2 true martial realm. Given their strength, they were considered geniuses in Golden Sword City. However, compared to He Xiulin and the others, they were not worth mentioning. After strolling around the blood puppet building for a while, Brother Wolf's figure suddenly stopped on a blood puppet. Brother Wolf, have you taken a fancy to this blood puppet? Brother Wolf frowned. When he saw the blood puppet, a trace of hallucination appeared in his mind. He had a vague intuition that he had seen this blood puppet somewhere before. From the looks of it, I have never seen it before. Why do I have this feeling? Brother Wolf was very puzzled. Hearing the woman in purple's question, Brother Wolf shook his head slightly and said, "This puppet is pretty good. Its cultivation is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is enough to guard the mansion." Every time Brother Wolf saw this blood puppet, he felt a sense of déjà vu. In the end, he decided to buy this blood puppet. Hey, isn't this Tang Tianling? Why are you interested in strolling around the blood puppet building today? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tang Tianlang and the purple-clothed lady turned to look and suddenly realized that a group of martial artists were slowly walking over from afar. The person in the lead was a plump fatty. "Li Bing," Tang Tianlang said in a deep voice. "Tang Tianlang, what do you think of my suggestion? How about letting your sister follow me?" Li Bing grinned. His eyes widened as he sized up the woman in purple. "In your dreams," Tang Tianlang said coldly. He then turned around and ignored Li Bing. "I want to buy this blood puppet," Tang Tianlang said to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is worth 1,000 purple crystals," the staff member said respectfully. "Here is 1,000 purple crystals." Tang Tianlang took out 1,000 purple crystals and handed it to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is now yours," the staff member said. Just as Tang Tianlang was about to take the blood puppet away, Li Bing suddenly spoke up to stop him. "I'll pay 2,000 purple crystals. Pack this blood puppet up for me." "I'm sorry, sir. This blood puppet has already been purchased by this, sir. If you need other blood puppets, I can introduce them to you," the staff member said awkwardly. "I want this blood puppet," Li Bing said coldly with an unfriendly gaze. "I'm sorry, sir. Our blood puppet building is unable to fulfill your request," the staff member said. "Do you know who I am?" a warrior behind Li Bing asked coldly. The staff member shook his head. The warrior continued to berate. "Our boss, Li Bing, is the younger brother of the genius Li Yuntian. It is your fortune that our boss has taken a fancy to this blood puppet." When the staff member heard the name Li Yuntian, his expression changed slightly. His gaze changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and looked at Tang Tianlang. "Sir, you see," Tang Tianlang waved his hand. "Everything has a first-come, first-served basis. I bought this blood puppet first, so it should belong to me." With that, Tang Tianlang brought the purple-clothed lady and left. Trash. Looking at Tang Tianlang's departing figure, Li Bing kicked the staff member and said angrily. Li Yuntian, also known as Fatty Li, was a top genius in Gold Sword City. Many Mystic King realm experts wanted to take him as a disciple, but they were all rejected by him. Although the blood puppet building's backer was the blood-refining monarch, he wouldn't care about such a small matter. The staff member didn't want to make a big deal out of it, nor did he want to offend Li Bing. Hence, he wanted Tang Tianlang to back down. When Tang Tianlang kept the blood puppet, the illusion in his mind became even more realistic. Chapter 826. If not for his fear of Li Yuntian's strength, Tang Tianlang would have attacked Li Bing long ago. After leaving the blood puppet building, Li Yuntian hurriedly brought his sister, Tang Chenxi, back to his residence. Golden Sword City was very spacious and prosperous. There were many rules in Golden Sword City. One of them was that no one was allowed to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, every martialist who entered Golden Sword City, unless they had a house in Golden Sword City, could only leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. And the wilderness was the most dangerous place. Powerful demonic beasts roamed about, as well as some unknown dangers. In short, most of the martialists were accumulating purple gems in order to buy a house in Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang's days in Golden Sword City were pretty good. He had his own residence. Actually, it was more like an independent courtyard than a residence. After returning to the courtyard, Tang Tianlang took out the blood puppet from his interspatial ring. Brother Lang, there's so many burly 9th-level spirit vortex realm martial artists. Why did you choose this one? Tang Chenxi asked doubtfully. Tang Tianlang carefully stared at the blood puppet and did not speak for a long time. Every time he stared at the blood puppet, an illusion would appear in his mind. His intuition told him that he had seen the blood puppet before. He had mixed feelings. What's going on? After a long time, Tang Tianlang did not know what was going on. In the end, he could only conclude that it was an illusion. Go guard the gate. Tang Tianlang took out some purple gems from his interspatial ring and placed them in the blood puppet's body. Immediately, the blood puppet's internal organs started working. The blood puppet quickly walked to the gate and stood there quietly. The blood puppet was like a puppet. However, the energy required by the blood puppet was of a higher grade. On the ancient sword continent, puppets only needed spiritual stones. Here, however, the blood puppet needed purple gems. Time passed bit by bit. Shueho, who was standing at the gate, did not move. The energy of the purple gems in his body was spreading everywhere. At a certain moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Afterwards, the violet crystal energy that had spread throughout his body was instantly absorbed by the golden heart. After absorbing the energy of the purple gems, the golden heart became abnormally active. Hiss, 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 after the golden heart had finished absorbing the energy of the purple crystal, a faint aura was emitted. It then flowed through the meridians and entered the blood main's head. If there were almighties here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The weak aura released from the golden heart was actually a wisp of soul. This wisp of soul released by the golden heart gradually entered the blood main's head, trying to occupy it again. However, since it had already been refined into a blood puppet, its brain had already been occupied by the blood refinement monarch's runes. After a fruitless invasion, the wisp of soul returned to the golden heart. The golden heart calmed down once again. Fengshen probably didn't expect that after being killed by the demon cloud Lian province, he would be inexplicably refined into a blood puppet by a profound king realm expert. Just like that, Tang Tianlang would place some purple crystals into Fengshen's body every day. What he didn't know was that these purple crystals would be absorbed by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, Tang Tianlang assigned a task to Fengshen. Go to a canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Kill some devil monkeys and collect 100 of their brains, Tang Tianlang said to the blood-maned Fengshen. Then, Tang Tianlang placed a large amount of purple crystals into Fengshen's body at once. It was enough to support him to complete this task. After receiving the order, the blood-maned left Golden Sword City. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. This canyon was between two mountain peaks, and there was only one entrance. Standing outside the canyon, one could feel that there was a ferocious aura within the canyon. However, as a blood-maned, Fengshen didn't think about this at all. He entered directly. As soon as he entered the canyon, a devil monkey attacked him. Bang! Fengshen clenched his fist and punched at the devil monkey. Immediately, the devil monkey was sent flying. Next, it was time to harvest the devil monkey's brains. The devil monkey's cultivation was mostly between the 7th and 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although they were weak, they were very agile. It was slightly difficult for Fang Qian to deal with them. Fortunately, his defense was very strong. He didn't need to defend. He only needed to focus on attacking. After about 2 hours, Fang Qian completed his task. He collected 100 devil monkey's brains and prepared to leave. At this moment, the entrance of the canyon was suddenly surrounded by some ancient martial art practitioners. Boss Li Bing has ordered us to destroy this blood maid, one of the ancient martial art practitioners said with a sinister smile. It's just a blood-maned devil monkey at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. The few of us can easily destroy it. Then what's the point of talking? Let's go. Suddenly, 4 or 5 ancient martial art practitioners came into the canyon and attacked Fang Qian. Bang, bang, bang. These ancient martial art practitioners were very strong. Fang Qian couldn't withstand them at all. After a while, Fang Qian was sent flying by the ancient martial art practitioners. Crack! At Fang Qian's heart, the energy hub that maintained the operation of the blood maid was shattered by a punch from one of the ancient martial art practitioners. Bang! Fang Qian's body fell to the ground and remained motionless. The energy hub has been destroyed. Mission accomplished. Let's go back quickly, the ancient martial art practitioner said softly. The most important part of a blood maid was the energy hub at the heart. Once the energy hub was destroyed, the blood maid would be completely useless. After these ancient martial art practitioners left, Fang Qian's body, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly moved. At his chest, the energy hub was destroyed and a bowl-sized hole appeared. However, at this moment, a golden heart suddenly appeared and occupied the hole. Then, it merged with Fang Qian's body completely. When the golden heart occupied the position of the energy hub, Fang Qian's entire body underwent many changes. Hiss, 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 hiss. The golden heart was connected to the entire body. It released a strange aura that spread throughout Fang Qian's body. Wherever this aura passed, the body that had been refined into a blood-maned devil monkey gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a body of flesh and blood. The golden heart was replacing the energy hub and transforming Fang Qian's body. At that time, Fang Qian was killed by the demon cloud Lien State and died instantly. Only the golden heart quietly protected Fang Qian's soul. It created an illusion that his soul had been destroyed. Even the demon cloud Lien State was deceived. Now, the golden heart found an opportunity and began to revive Fang Qian. The soul preserved by the golden heart began to appear little by little and then entered his mind. Because the energy hub had been destroyed, the soul instantly occupied the entire mind. Boom! In an instant, Fang Qian's body had a great reaction. Countless gray auras filled his mind. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the canyon crazily poured into Fang Qian's body. After half an hour, Fang Qian's body was completely restored to a body of flesh and blood. At this time, Fang Qian's soul was awakening with the help of the golden heart. Once the golden heart awakened, Fang Qian would really be revived. The golden heart was extremely magical. It could protect Fang Qian's soul under the eyes of a mysterious King Realm expert and prevent it from being damaged. Now, Fang Qian's soul was unharmed. It was only a matter of time before it woke up. The golden heart emitted traces of golden light. This golden light formed a strange array around Fang Qian's body to protect Fang Qian. After another half a month, Fang Qian's body finally reacted. However, his soul had not completely awakened. The golden heart absorbed a large amount of purple crystal energy and maintained Fang Qian's body functions. In the second month, Fang Qian's body functions had been fully restored and his soul was about to awaken. It took a total of 3 months for Fang Qian's soul to completely awaken. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Qian opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. I'm still alive. Having just woken up, Fang Qian wasn't used to it. He used his hand to block the sunlight. Fang Qian's memories were still stuck at the moment when he was killed by the devil cloud, Lien Zhou. Fang Qian pinched his face. It hurt a lot. At this time, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. I'm actually still alive. Fang Chen's heart shook. He had been killed by the devil cloud Lian Zhou and had his soul scattered. Why was he still alive? How did he revive? Where was this place? A series of questions filled Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen slowly stood up. Fang Chen's body hadn't changed at all. However, when he looked at his chest, he was shocked to find that the golden heart had become even brighter. Could it be because of the golden heart? Fang Chen's heart shook. He could feel that his body was filled with the aura of the golden heart. Perhaps it really is because of the golden heart, said Fang Chen. After experiencing life and death, Fang Chen's state of mind had calmed down a lot. He hastily opened his spatial ring and found that Star and Moon's corpse was still quietly lying there. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable grief. Since the heavens have revived me, then I will work hard to cultivate and take revenge for you. Fang Chen believed that the heavens had revived him to take revenge for Star and Moon. Then, Fang Chen put away the spatial ring and closed it. He was in a daze. Right at this moment, a golden figure suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Yes. Only now did Fang Chen realize that he was in a canyon. There were many monkey-type demon beasts in this canyon. The one that had attacked him was one of them. As for the golden light formation around him, it had already collapsed the moment he woke up. Bang! Chapter 827. After killing the devil monkey, Fang Chen was ready to leave the valley. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be? The next moment, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. Perhaps this was the saying that one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. Now, Fang Chen actually felt the existence of the Thunder Tribulation. In other words, he was about to break through to the real martial realm. The Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm? Fang Chen had already seen the Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm. However, it was someone else's Thunder Tribulation. Now it was finally his. Fang Chen quickly set up a profound level array at the entrance of the valley to seal the entrance. Then, he looked into the distance and found an excellent place to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. There was a lake in the middle of the valley. There were two reasons why Fang Chen chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. First, Fang Chen could use the essence of water to resist the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. Second, when he was hit by the Thunder Tribulation, he would be blasted into the water, which was much better than being blasted into the ground. Combining the two reasons, Fang Chen chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen arrived above the lake, the sky above the valley was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and a sea of thunder appeared. Dong! The whole ground was shaking. The terrifying sea of thunder contained a thunder aura that even the real martial realm warriors were a little afraid of. The Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm had finally arrived. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. In the next moment, his sword intent was also activated instantly and wrapped around his body. In the sky, the sea of thunder was rolling. The sea of thunder was filled with a terrifying aura. What a powerful Thunder Tribulation! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Dong! Finally, after some preparation, the first Thunder Tribulation descended. In the sea of thunder, a thick thunder snake opened its bloody mouth and swooped down, wanting to swallow Fang Chen in one bite. Void, destruction, slash. Fang Chen shouted and brandished his star-hidden sword. He used a void-breaking slash and chopped down on the thunder snake. The attack of the thunder snake was immediately stopped. Roar! A thunderous roar came out of the thunder snake's mouth. However, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the razor snake's neck, making it unable to move. The black fire attribute was activated, and the black flames instantly covered the entire body of the thunder snake, burning it immediately. The first lightning tribulation isn't that strong, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Following this, the second tribulation began to brew. In the entire sky, the surging sea of lightning contained countless lightning snakes. These lightning snakes were extremely terrifying. Fang Chen's face was solemn. He had just been resurrected, and he was about to cross the Thunder Tribulation of the true martial realm. He also attached great importance to this. The slightest carelessness in the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm could lead to one's demise. Although the first lightning tribulation was weak, Fong Chun wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the people in Golden Sword City also sensed the appearance of the true martial realm lightning tribulation. However, for the people in Golden Sword City, the true martial realm lightning tribulation was too normal. They didn't care at all. Therefore, even if someone discovered that someone was crossing the tribulation outside Golden Sword City, they wouldn't run over to watch. In the canyon, a large number of devil monkeys climbed on the cliff, carefully sizing up Fong Chun. When the true martial realm lightning tribulation appeared, they didn't dare to approach the person crossing the tribulation. Once they were enveloped by the lightning tribulation, they would definitely die. At this moment, Fong Chun activated his sword body to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand and welcomed the second lightning tribulation. Rumble. The second lightning tribulation approached and bombarded Fong Chun's body. Fong Chun waved his hidden star sword and pierced the neck of the thunder snake again. In this way, the first two lightning tribulations were easily passed. The third lightning tribulation was considered a small hurdle. Fong Chun even used the iron armor to protect himself, and only then did he pass the third lightning tribulation. The most powerful of the 3-9 lightning tribulations was the third lightning tribulation. Fong Chun's lightning tribulation was obviously not the 3-9 lightning tribulation. As soon as the third lightning tribulation ended, the fourth lightning tribulation descended. Fong Chun used the same method to withstand the fourth and fifth lightning tribulations in succession. When the sixth lightning tribulation descended, Fong Chun's face was incomparably dignified. At this moment, Fong Chun didn't hesitate to activate the true meaning of the void and display the void destruction slash. Swoosh! The hidden star sword's moonlight and black fire attributes were all activated. With a powerful posture, it blasted towards the thick thunder snake. The metal intertwined for 10 years, and Fong Chun's body was instantly pressed down by a lot. The tip of his feet had already landed on the water. Open! Fong Chun shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword controlled the thunder serpent, while his other fist clenched tightly. He directly smashed the thunder serpent's body with his fist, instantly scattering the thunder serpent. The 6-9 lightning tribulation had been passed. 9-9 lightning tribulation. Shattering the lightning tribulation with a punch, Fong Chun's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Sure enough, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Back then, when Star and Moon went through the tribulation, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Fong Chun's talent was much stronger than Star and Moon's. Attracting the 9-9 lightning tribulation was nothing. When he saw the 9-9 lightning tribulation appear, Fong Chun's eyes revealed a trace of scorching heat. With his current strength, he had a great chance of passing the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Come on! Fong Chun shouted and began to pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The 7th lightning tribulation contained a flame attack. However, Fong Chun's body had black flames. The black flames contained the characteristics of the undying flame, so he wasn't afraid of the flame attack at all. Under the strong suppression of the black flames, the 7th lightning tribulation was successfully passed. When the 8th lightning tribulation descended, it directly blasted Fong Chun into the water. Rather than being blasted into the water, it was better to say that Fong Chun entered the water of his own accord. This was because Fong Chun sensed that the 8th lightning tribulation contained a water attack. He wanted to use the water in the lake to resist this attack. Rumble. Fong Chun instantly unleashed his intent of water and integrated it into the water of the lake, causing the water in the lake to instantly turn into a huge whirlpool. Fong Chun stood in the middle of the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power from the water of the lake. Boom! Hundreds of lightning snakes danced in the sky with an astonishing aura. In an instant, hundreds of lightning snakes, carrying vast power, blasted towards Fong Chun. Dong! Fong Chun's body was instantly blasted into the water of the lake, and hundreds of lightning snakes drilled into the center of the whirlpool. Crash! Fong Chun was already prepared. When his body was blasted into the water of the lake, he continued to control the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power of the hundreds of lightning snakes. Crack! In the end, the hundreds of lightning snakes were unable to resist the suction of the whirlpool. Their power was sucked dry, and they instantly dissipated. Bang! The lightning snakes dissipated, creating a wild spray that blasted Fang Chen's body into the sky. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a slightly sorry state. However, it was much better than when Star and Moon underwent the 9-9 lightning tribulation. After all, Fang Chen's true strength had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm and was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm. He had also laid a solid foundation. As the saying goes, good preparation leads to good results. Shaking his head and shaking off the water on his body, Fang Chen once again stood in the air above the lake and stared at the sky. The last lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he felt a little excited. As long as he could withstand the last lightning tribulation of a 9-9 lightning tribulation, he could successfully enter the genuine martial realm. Dong! The 9th lightning tribulation was not as terrifying as imagined, and it did not take long to brew. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the lightning tribulation struck. Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the bottom of the lake. The metal armor on his arm was instantly shattered. So powerful. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Just a simple lightning snake attack was enough to shatter Fang Chen's armor and injure his body. Fang Chen climbed out of the lake with great difficulty, but he was immediately blasted back into the lake by the lightning snake. F***CK. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The attack of this lightning snake was extremely special. It could actually last for such a long time without dissipating, and it could attack continuously. Fang Chen stood at the bottom of the lake, carefully thinking of a solution. Finally, Fang Chen thought of a solution. In fact, this solution was not Fang Chen's idea. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron took the initiative to appear in front of him. The cauldron lid opened, and Fang Chen entered the cauldron without hesitation. Then, the cauldron floated out. Boom! The lightning snake bombarded the cauldron, but the cauldron did not move at all. As expected of the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, Fang Chen laughed in the cauldron. The lightning snake launched its final attack, which was extremely violent. It wanted to smash the cauldron, but it was unable to do so. In the end, it dissipated. Fang Chen could not wait to open the cauldron lid and climb out. His face was filled with an excited smile. He had finally passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, he could be considered a real expert of the real martial realm. 9-9 sets of heavenly tribulation, that's all there is to it. Fang Chen grinned smugly. However, before Fang Chen finished laughing, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body trembled. He felt that the aura around him was a little terrifying. Within the canyon, the devil monkeys that were climbing up the cliffs were all running away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. What was going on? Why did he feel such a terrifying aura? Fang Chen looked around, but found nothing. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Fang Chen was stunned by what he saw. At this time, the sky, which should have been clear, was still covered with dark clouds. The rolling sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The sea of lightning during the 9-9 lightning tribulation was strong enough. Even an LV1 genuine martial realm martial artist would not be able to resist that kind of power. Fang Chen relied on the three-legged, two-eared cauldron to barely pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, the sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Could it be the 12th grade tribulation? Fang Chen's mouth was wide open in shock. Didn't the 12th grade tribulation only exist in legends? Fang Chen actually encountered it. Dong, the rolling sea of lightning in the sky brewed a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's body was trembling, and his legs were a little weak. Chapter 828. At this moment, the entire desolate border was shaken. The appearance of the 12th heaven tribulation had caused a huge commotion. All the Almighties had noticed the heaven and earth anomaly outside Golden Sword City. This scene had even alarmed a few old farts. The first to notice the anomaly were the true martial realm experts of Golden Sword City. Heavens, what kind of lightning tribulation is that? Is someone undergoing the 99 lightning tribulation? Let's go and see. Someone is undergoing the 99 lightning tribulation. 100 miles away from Golden Sword City, many true martial realm experts, including Luo Byron and Wu Li, rushed out of Golden Sword City and headed towards the place where Feng Chun was undergoing the tribulation. Of course, these true martial realm experts didn't notice that the terrifying lightning tribulation in the sky wasn't the 99 lightning tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation. In King Shuilian's residence, he had just finished refining a blood puppet. He was very satisfied and grinned. This blood puppet has reached the true martial realm. Not bad. King Shuilian smiled. For King Shuilian, he was very happy to be able to refine a perfect product. It was also his pleasure. Although King Shuilian didn't have a good reputation, he was very good at refining blood puppets. Just as King Shuilian was about to rest, he suddenly heard a trembling sound. King Shuilian's face changed slightly. He raised his head and saw a terrifying sea of lightning 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Someone is undergoing a tribulation in the sea of lightning. King Shuilian's eyes flickered. He instantly guessed that someone was undergoing a tribulation. Dong. However, before the blood refinement monarch could finish his sentence, his heart was already in turmoil. A trembling sound came from the rolling sea of thunder in the sky. It was so loud that even blood-refining King Soul was shaken. King Shuilian had seen the 99 lightning tribulation before. Although it was powerful, it wasn't enough to shake his soul. He couldn't think of any lightning tribulation that could shake the soul of a profound king realm expert other than the 12th heaven tribulation. King Shuilian was extremely excited. His figure flashed, and he tore through the void, arriving above the canyon. King Shuilian, you're here too. When King Shuilian arrived, there were already many true martial realm experts below him. There were also several profound kings in the sky. These profound kings were all from Golden Sword City. They greeted the blood-refining monarch when they saw him. "What's going on?" asked Blood Refinement Monarch. "I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, it should be the 12th tribulation." "Yeah, I really didn't expect that the 12th grade tribulation, which hasn't appeared for nearly 10,000 years, would actually appear here." The appearance of the 12th heaven tribulation directly cut off the void, making it impossible for the crowd to see who was going through the tribulation. This could also be considered as the 12th layer tribulation protecting the person undergoing the tribulation. After all, a martial artist who could trigger a 12th level tribulation was already a freak in itself. If there were no accidents, stepping into the Mystic King realm would be like playing a game. The potential of such a martial artist was too heaven-defying. Those who were on good terms with him would definitely do their best to protect him. However, those who were on bad terms with him would definitely think of ways to get rid of such a monstrous genius. Rumble at this moment, a vast sea of lightning was rolling in the sky above the canyon. Every time it rolled, it would shake the souls of mystic kings. As for the true martial realm experts below, they did not dare to get too close for fear of injuring themselves. Whoosh, whoosh. It didn't take long for Mystic King realm experts to arrive from afar. These Mystic King realm experts were scattered in every corner of the endless desolate border. They had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the 12th level tribulation. Ha ha! I can actually see the 12th level tribulation in my lifetime. I can die without regrets. A Mystic King realm expert who was nearing the end of his lifespan laughed wildly when he saw the sea of lightning in the sky. The other Mystic King realm experts also nodded. The 12th level tribulation was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Not a single one had appeared in the past 10,000 years. In the endless desolate border, the most monstrous genius would only undergo a 9-9 lightning tribulation. Under normal circumstances, most martial artists would undergo a 6-9 lightning tribulation. However, the 12th level tribulation had actually appeared this time. How could they not be shocked? When Fang Chun was undergoing the tribulation, he was at the center of the endless desolate border. There was a towering mountain here. Legend had it that there was a celestial palace on the mountain peak. The owner of this celestial palace was an unparalleled expert in the endless desolate border. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. In short, over the years, many experts did not believe it and tried to climb the mountain. However, they were all stopped by an invisible aura midway. As time passed, this celestial palace became a legend. Today, at the top of the mountain peak, a vivid celestial palace stood quietly. The celestial palace was surrounded by celestial chi. Inside the celestial palace, there was an elder. Celestial chi surrounded his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This elder was sensing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The 12th level tribulation has appeared, the elder muttered to himself. His words were filled with a hint of ecstasy. Then, the elder waved his hand, and 2 old men appeared in front of him. The 12th level tribulation has appeared. The person undergoing the tribulation is 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Find him and bring him back, the elder said. At the same time, in the vast, endless, desolate border, every force was doing everything they could to obtain information about the person undergoing the tribulation. The 12th level tribulation, the true martial realm's lightning tribulation that only existed in legends, had actually appeared today. In a canyon, Fang Chen's body lay at the bottom of the lake. At this time, the water in the lake had already disappeared. Fang Chen's body lay on the ground at the bottom of the lake, battered and exhausted. The lightning tribulation that had just descended was too terrifying. Fang Chun activated all of his strength and even used all of his supreme treasures before he could barely withstand it. That lightning tribulation was still fresh in Fang Chen's memory. When the lightning tribulation struck, it emitted a scorching aura. In the blink of an eye, it had evaporated all the water in the lake. Then, it had shattered all of Fang Chen's treasures and blasted Fang Chun into the ground. Lying on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Fang Chen's aura was a little weak. He glanced at the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron beside him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The powerful 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron had actually been cracked by the lightning tribulation. As for the cauldron lid, it had been directly shattered. The head in the cauldron had also been hit by the lightning tribulation. It was motionless. Fang Chun had no strength left. He didn't even know how to resist the next 2 lightning tribulations. Am I going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had just revived with the help of the Golden Heart. Was he going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? He was unwilling. He was not convinced. As long as he could pass the tribulation successfully, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After all, he was going through the 12th grade tribulation. It was fundamentally different from a 9-9 lightning tribulation. The cauldron should be able to help me resist one more time. But how can I resist the last lightning tribulation? At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. The last lightning tribulation of the 12th grade tribulation was the most terrifying. Boom! Fang Chun had no idea that his tribulation had alarmed the entire borderland. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention. Now, he couldn't even control his own life. Why would he care about anything else? Fang Chun struggled to get up and entered the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. The moment Fang Chun entered the cauldron, the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron instantly flipped over. The bottom of the cauldron was facing up, and the gap in the lid was facing down. At that instant, the 11th tribulation descended upon the place. Dong! The earth trembled. The devil monkey in the canyon had already disappeared without a trace. The energy that escaped from the lightning tribulation caused the cliffs and cliffs to collapse. When the 11th lightning tribulation struck the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was immediately smashed into pieces and scattered in the air. At this moment, all the power of the lightning tribulation struck the cauldron. Crack! The cracks on the cauldron continued to expand. In the end, the cauldron resisted the power of the lightning tribulation and shattered with a loud bang. Fong Chen's body was once again seriously injured. Fortunately, the cauldron resisted most of the power of the lightning tribulation. The remaining power bombarded Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen couldn't help but cry out in pain. The cauldron shattered, and the head in the cauldron also shattered with a loud bang. Then, it turned into specks of light and floated in front of Fong Chen. Even the cauldron shattered. Fong Chen's heart was shaken. Fong Chen was very clear about the origin of the cauldron. Now, even the cauldron had shattered. One could imagine how strong the power of the 12th grade tribulation was. The 11th lightning tribulation finally dissipated with the destruction of the cauldron and the head. However, the last lightning tribulation would be the most dangerous one. Fong Chen's heart was filled with fear. He didn't know how to resist it. In front of him, the specks of light that the head had turned into finally gathered together under Fong Chen's gaze and emitted a bright light. Finally, the bright light disappeared, and a palm-sized token appeared in an instant. On the back of the token, there was a drawing of a long sword. On the front, there was a large word sword. The token fell into Fong Chen's hand, and then its luster dimmed. Fong Chen didn't even think about it, and put the token into his interspatial ring. The head in the cauldron completely dissipated, leaving only a token. As for Fong Chen, he still had to withstand the last terrifying lightning tribulation. The 12th grade tribulation is so powerful. Has anyone in history succeeded in overcoming it? Fong Chen muttered to himself. If someone succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, how did they succeed? Since they could succeed, why couldn't he succeed? Fong Chen didn't want to die. He hadn't avenged his wife, Star and Moon. The strong will to live made Fong Chen start to think about how to resist the last lightning tribulation. Life and death were on the line. If he resisted the lightning tribulation, Fong Chen would become the most heaven-defying monster in the endless wilderness in the past 10,000 years. His future was limitless. If he failed, Fong Chen would turn into nothingness and his soul would scatter. Chapter 830. At this moment, Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil, and his face was solemn. That was the 12th layer tribulation, which was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. In the past 10,000 years, no one had drawn out the 12th layer tribulation. Every time the 12th layer tribulation appeared, it represented the beginning of a new era. If the person undergoing the tribulation didn't die, they could lead a new era in the future. However, Fong Chen wasn't thinking about that at this moment. As Fong Chen looked at the churning sea of lightning in the sky, where the final horrifying lightning tribulation was brewing, he could not help cursing. This damned tribulation. How am I going to pass it? Fong Chen cursed. In the outside world, drawing out the 12th layer tribulation was a great opportunity. However, in Fong Chen's eyes, saving his life was more important. If he lost his life, what was the use of the 12th layer tribulation? The 11th tribulation already destroyed the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and severely injured me. Is the last tribulation destined to kill me? Fong Chen's heart was filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, his blood began to boil, and his fighting spirit soared. No matter what, I'll have a chance to survive if I fight. If I don't, I won't have any chance. Fong Chen thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Fong Chen decided to give it a try. Perhaps he might be able to withstand the 12th lightning tribulation. Crash! Fong Chen's sword body was pushed to the limit. After the 12th layer tribulation, his sword body, which was at the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm, suddenly exploded with a terrifying sound. Vast sword chi emerged from the sword body, and this sword chi revolved around Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen lowered his head to look at his body. He found that his body was like a transparent sword, incomparably sharp. This is at this crucial moment his sword body broke through. Late stage of the body, refinement realm. His sword body had reached the peak of the middle stage of the body, refinement realm. This step was a substantial one. Late stage of the body, refinement realm, was equivalent to a 9-star Tao body, which was the limit of the Tao body. So strong. Feng Chun discovered that after the sword body reached the late stage of body refinement, its strength was rapidly increasing, and so was its defense. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chen's strength had increased by several levels. Feng Chen clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. The surrounding air began to disperse. Feng Chen could clearly feel that with his current strength, even a martial artist at LV2 of the true martial realm would be blown apart with a single punch, let alone a martial artist at LV1 of the true martial realm. The sword body had broken through at the critical moment. Although it was still unable to withstand the 12th tribulation, it was still a good thing. Feng Chun immediately activated the sword body to the extreme. Then the peak first-grade sword true, meaning instantly spread out and enveloped his body. Feng Chun held the star-hidden sword in his hand and activated the two attributes of the star-hidden sword, the black fire attribute and the moonlight attribute. Although the moonlight attribute could only display its strongest power on a full moon night, he couldn't care less about that now. In the blink of an eye, Feng Chun adjusted himself to the best state to welcome the last terrifying thunder tribulation. Looking up at the sky, Feng Chen's heart was no longer disturbed. In his eyes, there was only the rolling sea of thunder. There was nothing else. Come on. Feng Chun shouted in a low voice and prepared to welcome the last thunder tribulation. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the canyon, many true martial realm experts stood far away and stared at the canyon. Who was going through the tribulation in the canyon? Ishualin said solemnly. Could it be the little sword saint? Li Yuntian and Fatty Li whispered. Usually, Fatty Li was all smiles, but at this moment he couldn't help but be serious. As for the little sword saint that Li Yuntian mentioned, everyone knew him. The little sword saint was recognized as a spirit whirlpool realm genius in the endless wilderness. There was once an almighty who predicted that if the little sword saint advanced to the true martial realm, the thunder tribulation of the true martial realm would definitely be the 9-9 thunder tribulation, or even higher. At this moment, when everyone saw such a powerful thunder tribulation, they naturally thought of the little sword saint. It shouldn't be the little sword saint, said Luo Byron. At the same time, Luo Byron glanced at the sky. Among the many profound kings standing in the sky, one of them was the little sword saint's master. If the little sword saint was going through the tribulation here, the profound kings should know. But at this moment, the profound kings didn't know. No matter who it is, we'll know once the tribulation is over, said Wu Li. The people in front of them were all young geniuses of Golden Sword City. However, most of them were 6-9 thunder tribulations. Only a few of them were 9-9 thunder tribulations. The numerous profound king realm experts standing in midair were even more shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation was too shocking. They couldn't wait to know who was going through the tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation still hadn't dispersed, making them extremely anxious. Old man, is the person going through the tribulation inside your disciple? The little sword saint, the blood-refining monarch suddenly asked. The old man called Old Man shook his head and smiled bitterly. It would be great if it was my disciple. Only Old Man knew that even his disciple, the little sword saint, wouldn't be able to attract such a powerful tribulation lightning. No one in the younger generation could compare to someone who could attract the 12th heaven tribulation in the boundless wilderness. The commotion caused by the 12th heaven tribulation was still fermenting in the outside world. Inside the canyon, Feng Chun was trying his best to get through the tribulation. If he couldn't get through the last tribulation lightning, Feng Chun would turn into ashes and his soul would scatter. When he thought of the corpses of Star and Moon in his interspatial ring, Feng Chun was filled with motivation. I have to survive. Feng Chun shouted in a low voice as the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. Suddenly, two sword lights shot out from the hidden star sword. One of the sword lights was wrapped in black flames, while the other was wrapped in moonlight. The might of the Tao tool was completely unleashed. The two great attributes caused the surrounding air to scatter. Dong! In the rolling sea of lightning in the sky, after a while a thunder snake finally poked its head out. No, to be exact, it should be a thunder dragon. A huge number of thunder snakes gathered together and condensed into a huge thunder dragon. This thunder dragon was 3 feet thick and 9 feet long. Roar! The thunder dragon carried a terrifying power as it poked its head out of the sea of lightning. With a low roar, it swooped down. The power contained within the lightning dragon was simply too great, causing Fong Chun to be extremely shocked. Whoosh! The thunder dragon spewed out a trace of dragon's breath, which instantly turned into a sharp sword and slashed at Fong Chun. Crack! The sharp sword formed by the dragon's breath directly shattered the black flame and moonlight swordlight, and then slashed at Fong Chun. Void destruction slash. Fong Chun activated the true intent of the void and combined it with the void destruction slash. The hidden star sword directly slashed at the sharp sword. Dong! When a hidden star sword slashed at the sharp sword, it immediately caused countless waves. Then, a crack appeared in the sharp sword, and finally it collapsed. At the same time, the terrifying thunder dragon swooped down and arrived above Fong Chun's head. Fong Chun activated the true intent of the void and hid in the void. Bang! However, it was useless. The terrifying thunder dragon spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath again and directly forced Fong Chun out of the void. Then, the thunder dragon's big claws clawed at Fong Chun. Crash! Fong Chun's arm was instantly scratched open, and blood flowed out continuously. When the thunder dragon came closer, Fong Chun was shocked to find that he could not resist the thunder dragon's attack. No! Fong Chun roared loudly, and the thunder dragon directly bombarded Fong Chun's body. Boom! The whole canyon exploded with a deafening sound, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding cliffs and precipitous cliffs were constantly falling down, and some of the weaker devil monkeys were directly shaken to death. At this time, the thunder dragon was coiling around Fong Chun's body, corroding Fong Chun's body. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Fong Chun's eyes showed a trace of despair. Hiss! Fong Chun's body began to weaken. He used all his strength, waving the hidden star sword and slashing at the thunder dragon's body, but found that the thunder dragon was not afraid at all. Finally, after resisting for a while, Fong Chun's body softly fell to the ground. The thunder dragon coiling around his body suddenly opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Fong Chun. Am I going to die? Chapter 831. Fong Chun had once fantasized about the power of the 12th grade tribulation. However, he had never imagined that the true 12th grade tribulation would be so powerful. It was too unimaginable. Without any resistance, he fell under the 12th grade tribulation. At this moment, Fong Chun's body fell to the ground. His eyes were blurred and he was about to die. Seeing the lightning dragon rushing towards him, he sighed and closed his eyes. In the end, he couldn't resist the last lightning dragon. He was only one step away, but it was all in vain. Fong Chun was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Roar! The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, ready to bite Fong Chun's head and end this calamity. At this moment, the blood in Fong Chun's body suddenly started burning. Inside his blood, there were specks of light. The moment these specks of light appeared, the lightning dragon paused for a moment. However, after the lightning dragon paused for a moment, it continued to dive down. At this moment, Fong Chun didn't know what was happening to his body at all. He closed his eyes and was in extreme pain. The blood flowing out of the wounds on his body instantly started burning. At the same time, traces of strange aura emerged from Fong Chun's body. These strange aura directly wrapped around Fong Chun, forming a protective circle. Dong! The lightning dragon's bloody mouth instantly hit the strange aura, causing the whole ground to tremble. What was surprising was that even with the terrifying power of the lightning dragon, it actually did not shatter this layer of strange aura. Roar! Seeing this, the lightning dragon roared loudly. It opened its bloody mouth again and continued to bite the strange aura. However, the more it bit, the weaker it became. In the end, the lightning dragon found that its body was becoming more and more transparent, and it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the lightning dragon finally stopped biting Fong Chen's body. Instead, it merged itself into a ball of lightning energy and directly exploded. This was the lightning dragon's most terrifying attack. The power of the explosion was too strong. Rumble. Fong Chen, who was wrapped in the strange aura, fell into a coma. In the end, the lightning dragon's explosive power didn't break through the strange aura's defense. While the lightning dragon dispersed, and the majestic power of lightning instantly returned to the rolling sea of lightning in the sky. The lightning sea also gradually stopped churning before slowly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear again. The 12th heaven tribulation was over. As for Fong Chen, he was still unconscious. The blood all over Fong Chen's body was burning continuously. Amidst the flames, there were many complicated characters. These characters seemed to be ancient characters. These characters emerged from the flames and drilled into Fong Chen's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the thunder calamity dissipated, the burning blood gradually calmed down. In the end, Fong Chen's blood began to emit a faint black light. The ancient characters had all disappeared into his blood. While finally, the strange aura dissipated, and the aura of blood emerged in an instant, enveloping Fong Chen and disappearing into the canyon. Crack that 12th heaven tribulation dissipated, and the seal within the canyon also disappeared completely. The few Mystic King realm experts in the sky arrived at the canyon at the first moment. When they saw the sorry state of the canyon, they couldn't help but be moved. Where's the person who went through the tribulation? Blood-refining monarch looked around and asked, did he die in the 12th heaven tribulation? The 12th heaven tribulation is too powerful. Maybe the person who went through it has already turned into ashes. Several profound King Realm experts couldn't find the person who went through the tribulation, so they thought that the person had died in the 12th heaven tribulation. Immediately, everyone shook their heads, and their faces were a bit ugly. The 12th heaven tribulation, which hadn't appeared in nearly 10,000 years, had appeared once, and the person who went through it had turned into ashes. Let's go. Many profound King Realm experts left one after another. The news of the person who went through the tribulation had died instantly spread. The boundless wilderness was in an uproar. When the news reached the Immortal Palace, the elder of the Immortal Palace shook his head slightly and said, maybe there's still a chance. It had been a month since the 12th heaven tribulation appeared. The boundless wilderness was still discussing the 12th heaven tribulation. Many people felt that it was a pity that the person who went through the tribulation had died when the tribulation appeared. If the person who went through the tribulation didn't die, they would definitely become invincible in the future. However, Fong Chen, who they thought was dead, was currently in a pitch-black cave. There was a strange seal around the cave. Even a Mystic King Realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it. And this cave was actually within the canyon's cliff. Within the cave, Fong Chen had been unconscious for a month. During this 1 month, the blood in his body had undergone a great change. Within the red blood, there were traces of black, and now there were traces of gold. If there was a profound King Realm expert here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This phenomenon was clearly the awakening of his bloodline power. At a certain moment, Fong Chen suddenly moved his finger, and then his entire body moved. In the end, Fong Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. Am I dead? The first thing Fong Chen asked when he woke up was whether he was dead or not. However, after he confirmed, he found that he wasn't dead. That means I've passed the 12th heaven tribulation. Fong Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. He really didn't expect that he could actually survive the 12th heaven tribulation. But soon, Fong Chen was puzzled. How did he withstand the last tribulation lightning? When the last lightning tribulation circled around his body, he was already exhausted and unable to resist the lightning tribulation. Just as Fang Chan was deep in thought, he suddenly cried out in shock, because he discovered the change in his blood. My blood! Fang Chan opened his eyes wide and looked inwardly at his body. He discovered that his blood had undergone such a great change. Furthermore, Fang Chan could clearly sense that his blood was no longer the same as it had been in the past. Has my bloodline awakened? Fang Chan muttered to himself, feeling rather shocked. Fang Chan sensed for a moment and realized that his bloodline power was extremely strong. Moreover, Fang Chan faintly felt that his bloodline power seemed to be sealed. What's going on? Why do I have such a powerful bloodline power? Fang Chan was puzzled. Bloodline power was usually passed down in the family. But no matter how he thought about it, no one in the Fang family had a bloodline power. Father, sister doesn't have one, said Fang Chan. But at this time, Fang Chen's mind flashed, and he thought of his mother. Could it be that my bloodline power comes from my mother? Thinking of this, Fang Chan finally understood. His bloodline power must have come from his mother. His mother's family was a large race outside the realm. It wasn't strange for her to have such a powerful bloodline power. Fang Chan felt the aura of his bloodline. He felt a very warm feeling, as if it was a mother's love. At the crucial moment, my bloodline awakened, allowing me to withstand the last tribulation lightning, muttered Fang Chan. In this world, there were many powerful bloodlines. Some martial artists were born with a bloodline power, but they needed an opportunity to awaken it. And Fang Chan had awakened his bloodline under the pressure of the 12th layer tribulation, allowing him to successfully overcome that tribulation. Even if my bloodline awakened, I still wouldn't be able to withstand the 12th layer tribulation. Fang Chan muttered to himself, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that my mother helped me? Fang Chan thought to himself. Perhaps his mother really had done something to his body that caused his bloodline power to explosively increase. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chan gradually calmed down. The news of him overcoming the 12th layer tribulation absolutely couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it would bring him a fatal disaster. But right now, the most important thing was to examine his body. Fang Chan cast aside his thoughts and began to examine his body. The first thing Fang Chan discovered was his golden heart. It was shining even more brightly, and its aura was even more tyrannical. It seems that the golden heart has also undergone a transformation, said Fang Chan. Then, Fang Chan discovered that the 9 spiritual spirals in his dantian had merged into one, becoming a single spiritual spiral. Chapter 832. A martial artist at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm had 9 spiritual vortices in his chi-si. The 9 spiritual vortices complemented each other and circled around each other. Endless spiritual chi flowed out from the 9 spiritual vortices. Once one broke through to the real martial realm, the first step was to change the spiritual vortices. The 9 spiritual vortices would merge together to form a single spiritual vortex. This single spiritual vortex contained all the characteristics of the 9 spiritual vortices. It was very powerful, and the spiritual chi it contained was even more majestic. Fang Chan glanced at the center of his chi-si. The spiritual vortex that looked like an eye was spinning rapidly. Wisps of spiritual chi were spewing out. His face was full of smiles. Now, he had finally stepped into the real martial realm. Moreover, he had passed the 12th tribulation, which was like a dream. My physical body reached the late stage of the body, refining realm, at the critical moment of the 12th tribulation. Speaking of his physical body, Fang Chan was very excited. The late stage of the body, refining realm sword body, was already the limit. His defense had increased in all aspects. Of course, this was only one of the benefits. In short, when the sword body reached the limit, Fang Chen's understanding of the way of the sword became more profound. When he used his swordsmanship, there was an additional boost in power. Then, he did a simple check of his body. Then, with a thought, the aura of the real martial realm spread out. When he sensed the aura of the real martial realm around him, Fang Chen's face was full of astonishment. Then a stormy sea rose in his heart. Yes, it was a stormy sea. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, he could feel a powerful force, as though it could shatter the void. LV4, True Martial Realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. After passing the tribulation, his cultivation had increased to LV4, True Martial Realm. This made Fang Chun feel incredulous. Could this be the benefit of the 12th tribulation? Fang Chun muttered to himself. At this moment, he was already shocked. It was much more difficult for a true martial realm expert to increase his cultivation compared to a spiritual vortex realm expert. Some true martial realm experts would spend years or even decades cultivating. But Fang Chun had just crossed the true martial realm thunder tribulation, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the true martial realm. It's too dreamy. Fang Chun shook his head and said softly. After a long time, Fang Chun tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and calm down. As expected of the 12th heaven tribulation, it's so powerful. It actually raised my cultivation to LV4 of the true martial realm. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh at the power of the 12th level tribulation. When he was in the heavenly void secret realm, Star and Moon did not have such an exaggerated increase in strength even when they underwent the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. However, after Star and Moon reached the genuine martial arts realm, their strength was also abnormally strong. After pondering for a while, Fang Chun finally looked away. He was the first martial artist to cross the 12th heaven tribulation in nearly 10,000 years. Just the fact that he had crossed the 12th heaven tribulation alone would cause a stir. After carefully inspecting his body, Fang Chun found that after his cultivation reached the 4th level of the true martial realm, his orbital had also silently broken through to the 2nd grade. Maybe I broke through when I was crossing the tribulation, Fang Chun muttered to himself. In short, Fang Chun's cultivation had increased in all aspects. Let's try the Mu San swordsmanship. Fang Chun suddenly stood up, held the hidden star sword in his hand, and displayed the Mu San swordsmanship. In an instant, countless wood elemental sword radiants appeared in the cave. These sword radiants merged together at a speed invisible to the naked eye, forming a peerless sword. In the end, this terrifying sword radiance dissipated in the void. So powerful! Fang Chun couldn't help but exclaim. The Mu San swordsmanship had also reached the perfection of martial arts. This meant that Fang Chun's 5 sword techniques had all reached the perfection of martial arts. He could finally start practicing the 5 elements sword techniques. Fang Chun could feel the change in his strength. With Fang Chun's current strength, he could easily defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the true martial realm. He could even challenge a martial artist at the 5th level of the true martial realm. This was the strength of the 12th heaven tribulation. However, Fang Chun was not in a hurry to practice the 5 elements sword techniques. Instead, he wanted to confirm where he was. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand, surrounded by an aura, and carefully came out of the cave. He looked around and found that he was still in the canyon where he had crossed the tribulation. Well, it's here. Seeing the familiar canyon, Fang Chun grinned. Then, he came to the center of the canyon. Seeing the sorry state of the canyon, Fang Chun shook his head slightly and finally walked out of the canyon. After a while, Fang Chun appeared in the wilderness. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt that the air around him was filled with majestic sword chi. This feeling is so familiar, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Immediately, sword intent spread out from his body and blended with the sword chi in the air. In an instant, Fang Chun's face changed and he cried out, "Is this the sword cultivator's heaven?" Fang Chun had been taken to the sword cultivator's heaven by the head in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron and had fought with the geniuses there. Fang Chun's memory of that time was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, the familiar sword cultivator's aura hit him in the face again. Fang Chun was sure that this was the sword cultivator's heaven. Why am I in the sword cultivator's heaven? What's going on? Fang Chun's heart was filled with countless questions. Where was the sword cultivator's heaven? Why was he there? After racking his brains, Fong Chun still couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he gave up. Could it be that the three-legged, two-eared cauldron brought me here? Fong Chun said softly. Just as Fong Chun was thinking, several voices came from afar. Shortly after, a few true martial realm martial artists flew over from afar. They saw Fong Chun and instantly landed on the ground. There's a warrior here, one of the men said in a low voice. Let's go and ask. Another warrior said. The three warriors quickly came to Fong Chen's side. The leader asked in a deep voice, Boy, you came out of the canyon. Fong Chen saw this and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Have you seen any suspicious characters? Another warrior asked. No, Fong Chen said. The last warrior narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fong Chen. Then he said, A warrior who just entered the true martial realm dares to come here. You're courting death. What's going on here? Fong Chen suddenly asked. Get out of here, the leader said coldly. Soon after, the three warriors instantly entered the canyon. Fong Chen saw this, and his eyes flickered. Ever since Fong Chen learned that this was the Sword Cultivator's Heaven, he was extremely excited. The Sword Cultivator's Heaven. The reason why it was called the Sword Cultivator's Heaven was because there was a vast amount of sword chi in the air. Even the slightest aptitude could be improved here. Not long after, Fong Chun saw the Golden Sword City. Then, Fong Chun entered the Golden Sword City. Now, he knew nothing about the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. He needed to find someone to ask about it. After arriving, Fong Chun found a passerby and asked, Little brother, may I ask where I can get information in Golden Sword City? You're from another city, right? The warrior carefully observed Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. There's an information pavilion in the center of Golden Sword City. You can go there to buy information. Many thanks, little brother. Fong Chun followed the young man's directions and arrived at the information pavilion. What do you need? Asked the staff member. I want detailed information about this place, said Fong Chun. Do you want information about Golden Sword City or the entire Sword Burial Prefecture? The staff member raised his head and glanced at Fong Chun. Sword Burial Prefecture. Although Fong Chun didn't know what the Sword Burial Prefecture was, his intuition told him that the Sword Burial Prefecture was related to the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. Detailed information will cost 100 violet crystals. Simple information will only cost 30 violet crystals, said the staff member. Hearing the words purple crystal, Fong Chun was also stunned. The currency used here was actually purple crystal stones. Thinking of this, Fong Chun felt a bit embarrassed. He had long since used up all the violet crystals in his spatial ring. He only had top-grade spirit stones left. Excuse me, can I use spirit stones? Fong Chun asked embarrassedly. The staff member looked at Fong Chun with surprise. Chapter 833. You should know that spirit stones are of little value in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Aside from a few merchant guilds, no one else uses spirit stones, the staff member said. Fong Chun nodded. The staff member continued. However, I need some spirit stones for an experiment. I'll exchange them with you personally. 1 violet crystal for 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 30 violet crystals for 300 million top-grade spirit stones. The value of a purple crystal was much higher than that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Fong Chun was very familiar with violet crystals. They were the currency of the outer realms. He hadn't expected the Sword Cultivator Paradise to also use violet crystals. Could it be that the Sword Cultivator Paradise came to the outer realms by itself? Fong Chun suddenly realized this, and his expression changed. 30 violet crystals for this information. I've already paid for it. You just need to give me 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the staff member. Fong Chun was stunned. He took out the remaining 300 million top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff member. Then he left the information pavilion. Fong Chun found a spacious area in the plaza of Golden Sword City and sat down cross-legged. He took out the information and began to read it. He had to understand everything in this unfamiliar place. Only then would he be able to find a way to survive. At the very beginning of the information, there were 3 large words: Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture. Fong Chun was a little surprised when he saw the word sword burial state. The staff member had also asked Fong Chun if he wanted information on the sword burial prefecture. Fong Chun quickly flipped to the first page and saw the information on the sword burial prefecture. After skimming through the information, Fong Chun was shocked. It turned out that the sword cultivator paradise he was in was called the sword burial prefecture. The sword burial prefecture wasn't part of the outer realms. It was part of the azure cloud realm. After reading the information, Fong Chun learned that the ancient sword continent he was in was only part of the azure cloud realm. There were a total of 3 continents in the azure cloud realm. The sword burial prefecture didn't even exist in the eyes of the world. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would one be able to know. It was only at this moment that Fong Chun recalled what Elder Han had said to him. He had said that there was hope for him to enter that place. He had even asked Elder Han what that place was, but Elder Han had remained silent. As it turned out, Elder Han was talking about the sword burial state. It was said that the sword burial prefecture was an independent space formed by the body of a mighty figure from another realm when he died. All the martial artists in the sword burial prefecture were sword cultivators. The air here contained rich sword qi. It was very suitable for warriors to cultivate sword Dao. The sword burial prefecture was filled with experts. On the ancient sword continent, true martial realm experts were already the pinnacle of combat strength. There was not a single mystic king realm expert. In the sword burial prefecture, true martial realm cultivators were only part of the younger generation. There are also quite a few profound kings. Fong Chun also learned from the intelligence. The sword burial prefecture knew of the existence of the 3 continents. Whenever a peerless genius appeared on the 3 continents, the prefecture's emissary would escort them to the prefecture. Endless desolate border. Fong Chun was astonished when he saw the words endless desolate border. It turned out that in the eyes of the ancient sword continent's experts, the sword burial prefecture was the endless desolate border. Between the endless desolate border and the ancient sword continent was the forbidden ocean. Fong Chun had some understanding of the forbidden ocean. He was very curious as to how he had crossed the forbidden ocean and arrived at the sword burial prefecture. "So I came to the sword burial prefecture when I was in the void," muttered Fong Chun to himself. Although the information in the report was only simple information about the sword burial prefecture, it was still very shocking to Fong Chun. There were countless domains in the universe, and each domain had a different number of mortal continents. The Azure Cloud domain only had 3 continents, while the stronger domains had 5, 6, or even 10 continents. The Azure Cloud domain's 3 continents are the Ancient Sword Continent, the Cloud Pool Continent, and the Shengxian continent. The 3 continents were separated by the Forbidden Ocean. Ordinary martial artists didn't know of the existence of the other continents. Even the upper echelons of the ancient sword continent probably didn't know. The sword burial prefecture was a unique place in the Azure Cloud domain. It had perfect laws and a unique spiritual qi that could allow sword cultivators to cultivate faster here. Just what kind of almighty being would be able to form the sword burial prefecture after perishing? Fong Chun was shaken. The sword burial prefecture seemed to have a restriction that made it impossible for ordinary martial artists to leave. Only those who reached a certain realm could leave. As for crossing the Forbidden Ocean and returning to the ancient sword continent, they had to be at least a profound king. In order to return to the ancient sword continent as quickly as possible, Fong Chun had to work hard on cultivating. It took Fong Chun 2 hours to finish reading the detailed information in the report. Then he began to make plans for his future. The common currency of the sword burial prefecture was violet crystals. He was penniless, so he had to earn violet crystals. Violet crystals. If he didn't have violet crystals, he would have to leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. Otherwise, he would be captured by the guards. The consequences would be unthinkable. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chun followed the intelligence and went to a refining pavilion. The refining pavilion had a bit of fame in Golden Sword City. The reason Fong Chun had come here was to see if they were hiring workers. First, he had to solve his sleeping problem. After entering the refining pavilion, an alchemist quickly walked over. "We're not selling weapons today." "Hello." I'm an alchemist. I want to join the refining pavilion, said Fong Chun. Yes, join the refining pavilion. The alchemist glanced at Fong Chun with surprise. Our refining pavilion's requirements are very high. It won't be easy to join. Fong Chun nodded heavily. Seeing this, the blacksmith said, Come with me. Then, the craftsman brought Fong Chun to a crafting room. I'm here to refine a weapon, said the alchemist. Fong Chun knew that this was a test for him. Fong Chun had been a grandmaster alchemist back in the ancient sword continent. He was no stranger to refining. Soon, Fong Chun prepared the materials and began to refine the weapon. Fong Chun was refining a sword. He was a sword cultivator and was very familiar with swords. Bang, bang, bang. The alchemist watched from the side, while Fong Chun quickly refined the weapon. Soon, the refining reached the most critical moment. Fong Chun's expression was grave as he began the final step. Boom! The entire refining process was smoother than Fong Chun had imagined. Moreover, the result was beyond Fong Chun's expectations. Originally, Fong Chun was refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon, but he did not expect that after the refining was completed, the grade of the weapon would actually reach the mystic weapon grade. In other words, Fong Chun had unknowingly become a grandmaster alchemist. This lad's refining technique is very unique. The alchemist's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He took the sword that Fong Chun had refined and examined it carefully. A beginner-grade, profound-grade weapon. After sensing the aura of the profound-grade weapon, the alchemist's attitude towards Fong Chun finally changed. Thousand Hammer 100 Refinement Technique. The alchemist said word by word. Fong Chun had used the simplest refining technique, but it gave off a unique aura. Most importantly, he had refined a profound-grade weapon. Not bad. You can refine a profound-grade weapon at such a young age. The alchemist was overjoyed and brought Fong Chun to the deacon of the refining pavilion. Deacon Lee, he wants to join our refining pavilion and has passed the preliminary assessment, said the alchemist respectfully. You can make the decision on this matter, Deacon Lee said impatiently. He was so busy that he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. Deacon Lee, this lad is very talented in refining weapons, continued the alchemist. Which one of the alchemists in our refining pavilion isn't talented in refining weapons? Deacon Lee said unhappily. Seeing that Deacon Lee was angry, the alchemist gritted his teeth and continued. Deacon Lee, this lad is a grandmaster alchemist. Deacon Lee was about to fly into a rage when he heard this. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he stared at Fong Chun. Chapter 834. The weapon refiner nodded his head heavily and said, This kid used the simplest Thousand Hammer 100 refinement technique, and the materials he used were all ordinary materials to refine a profound weapon. As he spoke, the blacksmith handed the long sword that Fong Chun had forged to attendant Lee. Manager Lee took the long sword and carefully examined it. A moment later, Manager Lee's expression was grave as he looked at Fong Chun. This is the weapon you refined? Fong Chun nodded and said, It was refined by me. From today onwards, you're part of the forging pavilion. In the future, you'll be responsible for refining weapons. If there's a need, he'll inform you, slowly said Manager Lee. Fong Chun was overjoyed. Many thanks, Manager Lee. All right, you can leave first. Deacon Lee waved his hand and said. Fong Chun wanted to say something, but hesitated. Manager Lee saw this and asked, What else do you want to say? Manager Lee, may I ask if I can live in the forging pavilion? Fong Chun asked embarrassedly. Deacon Lee was stunned, and then he said, Sure. After saying this, the refiner brought Fong Chun away. Deacon Lee hurriedly went up to the third floor and entered a dark room. Manager Lee, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? A melodious voice rang out. Manager Wong, a newcomer came to our blacksmith pavilion today. Attendant Lee said, This newcomer is a genius. Manager Wong smiled. Nothing can be hidden from you, Manager Wong, said Manager Lee. To be able to make you come and find me in such a hurry, this person must have some outstanding aspects. In a dark room, Manager Wong was half lying on a bed in a corner as he spoke. This is the weapon refined by this person, said Manager Lee. Manager Wang took the weapon and glanced at it. An ordinary profound weapon is nothing. Manager Wang, this person is not over 30 years old. Furthermore, he used the most ordinary 1,000-hammer 100 refinement technique to refine it. Hearing this, Manager Wang fell into silence. After a long time, he said, "Use all your strength to nurture this person." Back then, he had no idea that he would have alarmed Butler Wang of the blacksmith pavilion by coming to the blacksmith pavilion in order to solve his housing problem. After joining the crafting pavilion, Fong Chen's housing problem was naturally solved. However, if he had to forge weapons for the blacksmith pavilion every day, it would delay his cultivation. Fong Chen thought to himself, he had to think of a way to earn more purple crystals as soon as possible. One day, Fong Chen was chatting with a weapon refiner he was slightly familiar with. "Brother, where can I earn spirit stones in Golden Sword City?" Fong Chen asked. In terms of the speed of earning spirit stones, if the sword arena claims to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The weapon refiner grinned and said, "Sword arena?" Fong Chen asked doubtfully. "The sword battle arena is a place where true martial realm martial artists fight," the blacksmith said. After some explanation, Fong Chen finally understood. The so-called sword arena was identical to the ancient sword continent's martial arena. It was just that in the sword arena, all the martial artists were sword cultivators. Fong Chen's cultivation was at the 4th level of the true martial realm. In the sword arena, he couldn't be considered too strong, but he also couldn't be considered too weak. After learning of the sword arena's existence, Fong Chen had a thought. "Brother, are you interested in going to the sword arena to take a look?" Fong Chen smiled. "Don't joke around. If we were to go to the sword arena, wouldn't we be courting death?" "Well, it's fine to go take a look," said Fong Chen. "All right, since you want to go, I'll accompany you to have a look." Refiner Wang Gao laughed. After passing through several streets, Fong Chen and Wang Gao finally arrived at the entrance of the sword arena. At a glance, countless martial artists had gathered at the entrance of the sword battle arena. These martial artists were all looking inside. There are so many people. Fong Chen couldn't help sighing. Although the sword arena of the burial sword prefecture was the same as the martial arena of the ancient sword continent, there was a huge difference in essence. The martial arena of the ancient sword continent was filled with weak people at best. There weren't even any spirit vortex realm martial artists. The sword burial prefecture's sword arena was filled with true martial realm cultivators. Fong Chen and Wang Gao each paid a purple crystal and entered the sword coliseum. After joining the refining pavilion, Fong Chen received a violet crystal as a reward for every newcomer. Fong Chen used his only violet crystal to enter the sword arena. After entering the sword arena, earth-shattering noises whistled through the air. A vast aura assaulted them. "So many people. The sword arena has millions of people every day," said Wang Gao. Fong Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. A violet crystal per person meant millions of violet crystals in a day. Fong Chen didn't even dare to think about this number. "Come, let's go sit." Wang Gao pulled Fong Chen to a row of seats and sat down. Below them, there were several arenas where intense battles were taking place. "These martial artists are all here to earn spiritual stones," said Wang Gao. Although it wasn't his first time in the sword arena, he was still very excited. "Who do you think will win?" asked Wang Gao, looking at the first arena. "The purple-robed man should win," said Fong Chen. Sure enough, as soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, the purple-robed man swung his sword and defeated his opponent. "Damn, you're not just guessing, are you?" Wang Gao clearly didn't believe it. Fong Chen didn't explain. He shook his head. The purple-robed man's cultivation was only at the 1st level of the true martial realm. In Fong Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. In the sword arena, as long as you win, you can earn a lot of violet crystals. Wang Gao was envious. "Then why don't you go fight?" asked Fong Chen. Wang Gao glared at Fong Chen. "What do you know? The martial artists who dare to come to the sword arena are all geniuses among geniuses. With my strength, I don't dare to go up and embarrass myself. Moreover, if you want to fight, you need to have enough violet crystals," said Wang Gao. "Why is that?" asked Fong Chen, puzzled. "The sword arena has a rule for every battle. The loser must give the winner a certain amount of violet crystals. If you don't have violet crystals, who will fight with you? Said Wang Gao. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. After watching for about an hour, Fang Chen was more or less familiar with the rules of the sword arena. He then said to Wang Gao, "I'm going to the washroom." "Go," said Wang Gao. Fang Chen quietly left. Then he found a corner, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and returned to the sword arena. At this time, on one of the arenas, the arena master had one. Fang Chen leaped up and stepped onto the arena. Here comes another one who wants to die. On the arena, a fat man with big ears looked at Fang Chen sinisterly and said, "Crash." Fang Chen released his aura of the 4th level of the true martial realm, which suddenly made the fat man panic-stricken. The sword arena had a rule that martial artists of a higher level could not attack martial artists of a lower level. Otherwise, they would be punished by the sword arena. Flying out was the request of the lower-level martial artist. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen. The fat man's body trembled as he left the arena. "Martial artists of the LV4 true martial realm can come up," said Fang Chen in a deep voice. In an instant, countless martialists turned to look at Fang Chen. "I'm too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson." A man in a blood-red robe came to the arena. "It's Xue Zhu." He actually came. It seems that this kid is out of luck. The man in the blood-red robe was obviously very popular in the sword arena. Seeing him on the arena, many martial artists watched with wide eyes. Even Wang Gao's eyes lit up in the stands. Xue Zhu hasn't fought for a long time. Wang Gao glanced and found that Fang Chen had not returned yet. However, at this moment, he could not care less. Swoosh! Fang Chen had only used one sword move. It was a move that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It directly pierced Xue Zhu's body and instantly defeated him, forcing him out of the arena. Crash! The entire sword arena was in an uproar. Countless martial artists watched this scene in shock. He defeated Xue Zhu with one move. How is it possible? Even a martial artist of the LV4 true martial realm can't defeat Xue Zhu with one move. This kid's strength is too incredible. Fang Chen's defeat of Xue Zhu with one move caused an uproar in the sword arena. Not far away, He Xiulin and others were chatting. Suddenly, Fatty Li walked over in a hurry. Chapter 835. What? He defeated Xue Zhu in one strike? Asked He Xiulin, standing up. Yes, he's at LV4 True Martial Realm, said Fatty Li solemnly. The other true martial realm cultivators beside He Xiulin were also surprised. They were at the peak of LV4 True Martial Realm, so they knew how strong Xue Zhu was. In Golden Sword City, no one in the LV4 True Martial Realm was a match for Xue Zhu. But now, someone had defeated Xue Zhu in one strike. Do you have any information about him? Asked He Xiulin. This person is wearing a mask. He probably doesn't want to be recognized. The name he registered at the registration office is Gu Jian. Fatty Li changed from his usual cheerfulness and said with a solemn face. Fatty Li, He Xiulin, and the others were the second-tier geniuses of Golden Sword City. They had been in Golden Sword City to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword technique, so they were considered strong geniuses in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Gu Jian had appeared out of nowhere and defeated Xue Zhu in one strike, which made He Xiulin and the others attach great importance to him. While He Xiulin was talking about Gu Jian with Fatty Li and the others, Luo Byron and Wu Li also appeared. Luo Byron, do you know Gu Jian? Asked He Xiulin when he saw Luo Byron. Luo Byron shook his head and said, I've investigated. There's no such person in the Burial Sword Prefecture before. Even if there is, maybe he's just a nobody who hasn't paid attention to him before, said Luo Byron. Do you think this kid is the one who went through the tribulation 100 miles away from Golden Sword City? Asked Wu Li suddenly. Everyone's eyes flickered as they thought about it. Luo Byron shook his head and said, Didn't many Xian kings confirm that the person who went through the tribulation died that day? Fang Chen didn't know that he had caused an uproar among the younger generation of Golden Sword City just to earn some purple crystals. Many geniuses, including Luo Byron, began to pay attention to Fang Chen. At this moment, Fong Chun stood quietly on a certain stage, holding the hidden star sword. Below the fighting ring, Xuezhu's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with fear. After a long while, Xuezhu cupped her hands at Fong Chun and said, "Thank you for showing mercy." Xuezhu was such a proud martial artist, but he actually said such words to Fong Chun. It was enough to see that Fong Chun had shocked him. Fong Chun grinned. He had come here to earn purple crystals, not to kill. Defeating Xuezhu and obtaining 100 purple crystals made Fong Chun very excited. "Who else?" Fong Chun said as he stood on the arena and looked around. Below the arena, many martial artists retreated one after another, not daring to challenge. Seeing this, Fong Chun was a little speechless. Was he too strong? Why didn't these people dare to go on stage? In the stands, Wang Gao's eyes lit up as he looked at Fong Chun. He was almost drooling. This guy, going to the bathroom and delaying such a wonderful battle. Wang Gao turned his head and glanced at Fong Chun, who still had not returned. In a pavilion in the sword battle arena, He Xuelin and the others had been staring at Fong Chun. He defeated Xuezhu in one strike. I'm afraid a LV4 true martial realm martial artist would not dare to go on stage. He Xuelin said, "Why don't you let me try?" Fatty Lee grinned, left the pavilion, and came to the arena. Fatty Lee had a fat head and big ears, and his body was bloated. He looked harmless. However, below the arena, many martial artists' eyes widened when they saw Fatty Lee go on stage. Li Yuntian went on stage. Is he going to challenge this guy? Can Li Yuntian win? Many martial artists were discussing. In the arena, Fatty Lee looked at Fong Chun curiously. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "Brother, why are you wearing a mask? My face is ugly, and I don't dare to show my face." Fong Chun said in a deep voice, "Brother, I admire your strength very much. I don't know if you can let me see your real face." Fatty Lee smiled. Fong Chun shook his head and stopped talking. "My name is Li Yuntian," Fatty Lee suddenly said. Fong Chun nodded, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fatty Lee suddenly said, "Brother, who is your master?" Fong Chun was about to explode in anger. This damned Fatty was too annoying. However, just as Fong Chun was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong wind in front of him. He subconsciously waved the star-hidden sword to resist. Bang! With a loud noise, Fatty Lee's body stepped back a few steps, looking at Fong Chun with a smile. "Brother, why are you so vigilant?" Fatty Lee said shamelessly. "You?" Fong Chun took a deep breath, trying not to be angry, and stared at Fatty Lee. This Fatty Lee is definitely a weirdo. "Brother, what's wrong with your clothes?" Fatty Lee suddenly pointed to Fong Chun's clothes and said. Seeing this, Fong Chun looked down. He found nothing, and then he found that he was deceived by Fatty Lee. Damn it! Fong Chun was furious in his heart. He immediately urged the true meaning of sword, and the star-hidden sword in his hand was waved out fiercely. Swoosh! A piercingly cold sword light pierced toward Fatty Lee in an instant. Bang! Fatty Lee blocked the sword light with his bare hands and was forced to the edge of the ring by the sword light. At this time, Fatty Lee's face finally became dignified. "Brother, this Lee admires your strength. Now, this Lee's going to get serious." Before Fatty Lee finished speaking, Fong Chun directly urged the true meaning of void and instantly hid in the void. Just when Fatty Lee looked up at Fong Chun suddenly appeared behind Fatty Lee and kicked Fatty Lee away. Fong Chun's sword body had reached the late stage of body refinement, comparable to a 9-star Dao body. Although it was just a simple kick, it kicked Fatty Lee out of the ring. Bang! Fatty Lee's body fell heavily to the ground, and he was in a sorry state. Fatty Lee stood up, his face full of humiliation. "Brother, I admire your strength. Why did you sneak attack me?" Fatty Lee asked righteously. "Isn't this learning from you?" Fong Chun said calmly. When Fatty Lee heard this, he was immediately furious and prepared to argue with Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun turned his head and looked elsewhere and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" Being ignored by Fong Chun, Fatty Lee was even angrier. However, the foot that he stepped out came back abruptly, This was because according to the rules of the sword arena, leaving the arena was already considered a loss. Fatty Lee actually lost, said Fatty Lee unhappily. Crash! Fatty Lee's wrist shook, and immediately some violet crystals flew in front of Fong Chun. Fong Chen's soul swept over them, and he immediately discovered that there were no less than 1,000 violet crystals. Many thanks. Fong Chun put away the violet crystals and smiled. At this stage, what he lacked the most were violet crystals. Fatty Lee could be considered a nouveau riche to throw out 1,000 violet crystals with a wave of his hand. At this time, many of the geniuses in the pavilion were stunned. After a long time, He Shuilin heavily shook his head. This kid's strength is truly heaven-defying. Even Fatty Lee is not his match. Yeah, this kid seems to have launched a sneak attack, but the physical strength he displayed is too heaven-defying, said a martial artist beside He Shuilin. 9-star Dao body. It's been a long time since a 9-star Dao body appeared in the Burial Sword Prefecture, said Luo Byron. Hearing this, Wu Li spread out his hands and said, he has a special physique, which should be his sword physique. To be able to cultivate a special physique to such a level, he can be considered a talent. While everyone was talking, Fatty Lee returned dejectedly. What bad luck. This kid has a space-type true meaning. No one below the 5th level of the true martial realm can defeat him, complained Fatty Lee. Fatty Lee, although this kid has a space-type true meaning, it's not as exaggerated as you said, laughed a genius. The other geniuses also looked at He Shuilin. Although this kid's space-type true meaning is difficult to deal with, if I were to face him, I would directly use the ancient golden invincible sword technique and not give him any chance to use his true meaning. He wouldn't be my match. He Shuilin smiled slightly. Fatty Lee saw this and said angrily, He Shuilin, I'm not criticizing you, but with your strength, it's impossible to defeat this person. Chapter 836. Bet with me. Fatty Lee heard this, curled his lips, and asked, Yes, let's bet that I can defeat him. He Shuilin laughed. He Shuilin was recognized as the strongest in the 4th level of the true martial realm. No one in the same realm could defeat him. Even if he encountered some martial artists in the 5th level of the true martial realm, He Shuilin could fight with them. What are you betting on? Fatty Lee asked. Didn't you get a peach of immortality before? He Shuilin smiled evilly. Fatty Lee heard this and suddenly realized, Good. He Shuilin, you actually want my peach of immortality. After thinking for a moment, Fatty Lee directly agreed. Peach of immortality it is, but I also have a condition. You have to defeat him within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Otherwise, you lose. How about it? No problem. He Shuilin said. If you lose to me, I want a leaping wave crossing body technique. Fatty Lee said without hiding. He Shuilin had a body technique called leaping wave crossing. After mastering it, his speed would be extremely fast. If He Shuilin fully activated leaping wave crossing, even Luo Byron would have a headache. No problem. He Shuilin immediately agreed. At this moment, Luo Byron spoke. His face was full of smiles as he said, Since you guys are having so much fun, I'll join in as well. I bet that He Shuilin will win. If I lose, I'll give you my clown. If I win by a fluke, I'll have a share of the peach of immortality. I also bet that He Shuilin will win. If I lose, I will give you my flying disc and win a peach of immortality. Wu Li said. Hearing this, Fatty Lee looked at the three of them angrily and said, Well, you three have been thinking about my peach of immortality for a long time, right? Peach of immortality was a rare treasure that Fatty Lee got in a certain ruin. At the beginning, he got 4. Fatty Lee swallowed 1 and was reluctant to eat the remaining 3. Luo Byron and others have been thinking about it. Do you dare to bet? Luo Byron asked. Fatty Lee gritted his teeth and said, Why not? I'm just afraid that you will act shamelessly. Fong Shen didn't know about the bet of Fatty Lee and others. He only knew that the martial artist opposite him gave people a dangerous feeling. His cultivation was also at LV4 of the true martial realm, but the aura he exuded was very strong. Brother Gu Jian, I am He Shuilin, He Shuilin said with a smile. Fang Chun was stunned. He didn't expect this person to be He Xiaolin. He had also seen this man in the brief information he had obtained about the Sword Burial Prefecture. He Xiaolin was one of the geniuses of the Sword Burial Prefecture. He wasn't a top genius, but he was still very strong. He Xiaolin's cultivation was at the 4th level of the true martial realm, but his strength was comparable to the 5th level of the true martial realm. I've heard a lot about you. Fang Chun cupped his hands. May I know where Brother Gujian is from? He Xiaolin asked. Fang Chun shook his head in silence. Seeing this, He Xiaolin knew that he wouldn't be able to get Fang Chun to talk. His aura surged as he said, Brother Gujian, be careful. As soon as He Xiaolin's voice fell, a slender sword suddenly appeared in his hand. On the sharp sword, the sword intent surged, and the wild sword chi instantly soared into the sky. Sword intent. Fang Chun was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. The Sword Burial Prefecture was known as the concentration of sword cultivator geniuses. There were countless sword cultivator geniuses here. Possessing the sword intent wasn't too surprising here. Ancient golden invincible sword. He Xiaolin roared and used the ancient golden invincible sword. Suddenly, the sharp sword streaked across the sky, and a dazzling golden light appeared in the sky. The dazzling golden light turned into the word destroy in the sky, and it absorbed the wild sword chi in the surroundings. What sword technique is this? Fang Chun could feel that when He Xiaolin used this sword technique, his hidden star sword actually let out a sword cry. This sword technique is too exquisite. Fang Chun sighed in his heart. He Xiaolin's sword technique had ingeniously fused with sword intent, and its power had reached the peak. The same sword technique in He Xiaolin's hands was completely different from when it was used by others. Sword techniques can be used like this? Fang Chun was thoroughly shocked. Although he had come to the Sword Burial Prefecture in the past and fought with the sword cultivators' sacred ground, but fighting with He Xiaolin was even more shocking. Void-shattering slash. Fang Chun used the true intent of void, and his body merged with the void. He Xiaolin carefully sensed, and his expression changed. There's no trace at all. Originally, He Xiaolin thought that Fang Chun's true intent of space should be an ordinary one. But now it seemed that this person's true intent of space was no ordinary true intent. I don't believe that you won't appear. He Xiaolin muttered to himself. The sharp sword in his hand constantly spun, and the ancient golden invincible sword was pushed to the limit. Dazzling golden light surrounded his body. The word destroy in the sky also floated above He Xiaolin's head and directly enveloped him. Since he couldn't find his target, He Xiaolin didn't rush to attack. Instead, he focused on defense. Whoosh! Just as He Xiaolin was defending, a sword suddenly appeared behind him. Void-shattering slash, combined with the true intent of void, erupted to the limit. Crack! The sword pierced He Xiaolin's defenses, and a cracking sound rang out. By the time He Xiaolin reacted, it was already too late. With his defenses broken, Fang Chun's hidden star sword instantly attacked. At the same time, Fang Chun's other fist fiercely bombarded He Xiaolin's body. Bang! He Xiaolin's body was sent flying by Fang Chun's fist like a cannonball. Fatty Li's face was full of brilliant smiles. As for Luo Byron and Wu Li, they were a bit speechless. Bang! He Xiaolin's body flew out of the arena and landed on the ground. He Xiaolin looked at Fang Chun like he was looking at a monster. Although his sword art is powerful, it's incomparably crude. His physical strength is incomparably powerful. Truly a freak, He Xiaolin muttered to himself. Fang Chun didn't deny He Xiaolin's evaluation. Compared to the Sword Burial Prefecture's geniuses, his sword art was indeed crude. He couldn't handle some details well. No matter what, you've lost, said Fang Chun. He Xiaolin's face was gloomy. With a flick of his wrist, he threw 1,000 purple crystals to Fang Chun and then left. Heavens, even He Xiaolin isn't his match. He's really a freak. Is he invincible in the 4th level of the true martial realm? I wonder if Luo Byron and Wu Li, those two freaks, will fight. The martial artists in the arena were completely shocked. Gu Jian's name resounded throughout the entire arena. Fang Chun looked around and found that no one was challenging him. His figure flashed, and he directly hid in the void. In order to not be targeted, Fang Chun used the true meaning of void. He then went to a corner, changed back to his previous clothes, and hurriedly returned to the stands. "Kid, why did you take so long to go to the toilet?" asked Wang Gao when he saw Fang Chun return. "Diarrhea. I had no choice," said Fang Chun, curling his lips. "Your diarrhea really didn't come at the right time. You don't know, but while you were in the toilet, a fierce person appeared," said Wang Gao cheerfully. "Oh, what fierce person?" Fang Chun showed a trace of curiosity and asked. "That fierce person is called Gu Jian. His cultivation is only in the 4th level of the true martial realm, but he defeated Li Yuntian and He Xuelin," said Wang Gao. "So fierce." Fang Chun pretended to be surprised. The entire arena was in an uproar. Countless martial artists were discussing Gu Jian, and inside the pavilion, Fatty Li was already bursting with joy. If Gu Jian hadn't left, he really would have gone down and fiercely kissed him. "The 3 of you won't go back on your word, right?" said Fatty Li with a beaming smile. "Here, don't spread it." He Xuelin was a bit unhappy. He flung the wave-crossing cultivation technique to Fatty Li. Wooly took out a disc and threw it to Fatty Li. As for Luo Byron, he was very reluctant to summon his clown. "I'll temporarily leave the clown with you. One day I'll take it back," said Luo Byron in a deep voice. "The clown is a monkey-type demon beast, and it has a mutated bloodline. Its potential is heaven-defying." Hiss, hiss, hiss. After Luo Byron and the clown exchanged a few words, the clown jumped onto Fatty Li's shoulder. "Ha ha! I've been thinking about the clown for a long time. I finally got it." Fatty Li wildly laughed. Chapter 837. The clown was one of Luo Byron's spiritual pets, and Luo Byron liked it very much. Although the clown was not very strong, Luo Byron liked it very much. Fatty Li had been eyeing Luo Byron's clown for a long time, but he never had the chance. Now, he finally got the chance to win the clown. Luo Byron was a famous genius sword cultivator. How could he act shamelessly because of clown? Although Luo Byron was very reluctant, he still gave the clown to Fatty Li. "Damn Fatty, take good care of my clown. If I find that the clown is wronged, I will smash your head." Luo Byron dropped a sentence and turned to leave. As for He Xuelin and Wu Li, they shook their heads helplessly and left the sword arena. The appearance of the ancient sword alarmed the entire sword arena. All the warriors in the real martial realm were talking about the origin of this ancient sword and why it was so powerful. He defeated Xue Zhu in a second, and then defeated Fatty Li and He Xuelin consecutively, making himself an invincible existence in the LV4 genuine martial realm. In an instant, the entire Golden Sword City was discussing the name of the ancient sword. At this time, Fang Chun and Wang Gao returned to the refining pavilion in high spirits. Wang Gao was excited because he saw such a wonderful battle, and Fang Chun was excited because he got a lot of purple crystals. He defeated Xue Zhu and got 100 purple crystals. He defeated Fatty Li and He Xuelin and got 2,000 purple crystals. A total of 2,100 purple crystals. In the past, Fang Chun had tens of thousands of purple crystals and even dozens of purple crystal soul stones. However, he did not know how to cherish them and used them carelessly. Now that he came to the burial sword state, he had to fight in the sword arena to earn purple crystals. Fortunately, he had passed the 12th grade tribulation and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, so he could easily earn purple crystals. In this way, Fang Chun usually refined weapons in the refining pavilion and went to the sword arena every few days to earn purple crystals in the name of the ancient sword. However, after a month of this, it no longer continued. The reason was that the ancient sword was too strong. Martial artists in the LV4 genuine martial realm were not his opponents at all. Even if He Xuelin and Fatty Li were not convinced and later fought with the ancient sword, the result was the same. They still lost. In a month's time, Gu Jian had not suffered a single defeat. This month was also Gu Jian's most profitable month. He earned more than 10,000 purple crystals And this was also the reason why almost no one challenged him in the later stages. On a certain day, a month later, Gu Jian stood in the arena and looked around. Wherever his gaze passed, the crowd backed away. Gu Jian is here again. Who dares to fight? No one at LV4 of the true martial realm dares to fight, and no one at LV5 of the true martial realm dares to fight. Ancient Sword Dreaming Souls is becoming more and more famous. Many martial artists discussed in low voices. Is no one going to fight? Fong Chen asked. Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would be willing to fight with him. Fong Chen felt a little helpless and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a middle-aged man came to the ring and whispered a few words into Fong Chen's ear before leaving. Fong Chen followed behind the middle-aged man and arrived at a quiet courtyard. There was an old man in the courtyard. There were no energy fluctuations coming from his body. However, Fong Chen did not dare to be careless because this person was a mysterious King Realm expert. May I know why Senior has called me here? Fong Chen cupped his hands and asked. Hearing this, the old man turned around and looked at Fong Chen. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, not bad. Fong Chen did not understand. The old man continued. Let's put it this way. I'm the person in charge of the sword arena in Golden Sword City. You can call me Elder Xian. Elder Xian, Fong Chen called out. I've been observing you for a long time. Your potential is monstrous. You're only at LV4 of the true martial realm, but you're so strong. This old man admires you. Elder Xian laughed mischievously. Senior, you didn't call me here just to praise me, right? Fong Chen asked. Elder Xian nodded and said, Little fellow, you already possess spatial true meaning at such a young age. Furthermore, your accomplishments in the Sword Dao are also extraordinary. Are you interested in joining our sword arena? Fong Chen sank into silence. He was in no hurry to reply. With your talent, there's no need for you to waste your time in the sword arena, continued Elder Xian. I came to the sword arena to earn violet crystals, said Fong Chen. Elder Xian glanced at Fong Chen in astonishment. Then he said, You came from one of the 3 continents outside the Sword Burial Prefecture. Yes, I came from the ancient sword continent. I don't have any violet crystals, so I can only rely on the sword arena to earn them, said Fong Chen in a low voice. So that's how it is. The cultivators of the 3 continents are not as talented as those of the Sword Burial Prefecture. The fact that you can come to the Sword Burial Prefecture means that you're already an outstanding figure of the 3 continents, said Elder Xian. Elder Xian said, If you join the sword arena, we can provide you with purple crystals for free. Furthermore, you can cultivate the Golden Sword City's ancient, indestructible sword technique. The ancient, undying sword art. Fong Chen had seen the ancient, undying sword art when he had fought with He Xiulin. He was very puzzled when he heard it again. There are 8 cities in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Each city has its own ancient, undying sword art. The ancient, undying sword art of Golden Sword City is the ancient, undying sword art, explained Elder Xian. Only those who cultivate the ancient, undying sword art can enter the Sword Burial Prefecture, said Elder Xian. The Sword Burial Prefecture was the core of the Sword Burial Prefecture. It was also the most prosperous place. All the geniuses gathered in the Sword Burial Prefecture. But I don't like restrictions, said Fong Chen. All the more reason for you to join my sword arena. Old Xian laughed heartily. Elder Xian then introduced Fong Chen to the other large factions. In the end, Fong Chen weighed the pros and cons and decided to join the sword arena. All right, I agree to join the sword arena. Fong Chen clasped his hands. Good. From today onwards, you're a member of the sword arena of Golden Sword City. In the future, the sword arena will provide you with 10,000 violet crystals every month. If you can cultivate the ancient, undying sword art, you'll receive 20,000 violet crystals every month, said Elder Xian. Fong Chen was secretly delighted in his heart. He never thought that in order to earn violet crystals, he'd change his name to Gu Jian and fought in the sword arena. He'd actually attracted the attention of this Mystic King realm expert. After chatting with Elder Xian for a while, Fong Chen suddenly thought of a problem. His expression instantly turned gloomy. Elder Xian, I have a question. I don't know if I can ask you, said Fong Chen in a low voice. He was clearly a bit depressed. Go ahead, said Elder Xian. Elder Xian attached great importance to Fang Chen. To be able to comprehend spatial true meaning meant that he was a monstrous genius. In the future, his name would definitely shake the entire Sword Burial Prefecture. He might even be able to obtain Emperor Zong sword approval. My wife was killed by a profound king. I wonder if you can revive her? Asked Fang Chen. Elder Xian shook his head. Ordinary cultivators' souls are weak. If she was killed by a profound king, her soul would definitely scatter. With my current strength, there's no way I can revive her. Is there no other way? Asked Fang Chen urgently, his heart filled with grief. There is one way, but it's very difficult, said Elder Xian. What way? Fang Chen didn't care how difficult it was. As long as he could revive Star and Moon, he was willing to do anything. There's always been a legend in the Sword Burial Prefecture. If anyone can obtain Emperor Zong's sword's approval, they can make a request, and Emperor Zong's sword will agree unconditionally, said Elder Xian. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He had naturally heard of Emperor Zong's sword. It should be said that every cultivator in the Sword Burial Prefecture knew the legend of Emperor Zong's sword. That was because Emperor Zong's sword's body had turned into the Sword Burial Prefecture after he died. Although Emperor Zong's sword had died, his aura still existed in every corner of the Sword Burial Prefecture. Every cultivator in the Sword Burial Prefecture wanted to obtain Emperor Zong's sword's approval. Obtain Emperor Zong's sword's approval? Asked Fang Chen. Emperor Zong's sword had died tens of thousands of years ago. How could one obtain his approval? Emperor Zong's sword is everywhere in the Sword Burial Prefecture. As for how to obtain his approval, I don't know, said Elder Xian. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. The higher your cultivation, the higher your chances of obtaining Emperor Zong's sword's approval. Fang Chen made a mental note of that. In order to revive his wife, Star and Moon, he had to obtain Emperor Zong's sword approval. No one knew exactly how strong Zong's sword emperor was. It was said that after Emperor Zong's sword had died tens of thousands of years ago, experts from outside the Sword Burial Prefecture had come to obtain Emperor Zong's sword's inheritance. At that time, a shocking battle had broken out in the Sword Burial Prefecture. After that battle, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture was in a sorry state. Countless experts from outside the Sword Burial Prefecture had died. In that battle, true martial realm experts could only serve as cannon fodder, while profound kings were the main force of the battle. However, in the end, the experts from outside the Sword Burial Prefecture realized that it was all part of Emperor Zong's sword's scheme to kill the invaders who had evil intentions. That battle had made the Sword Burial Prefecture famous, but because of Emperor Zong's sword's methods, no one from outside the Sword Burial Prefecture was able to enter. The Sword Burial Prefecture had also regained its peace. Of course, this was all recorded in the history books. No one knew if it was true or not. Having hope was better than having no hope at all. At least there was still hope. Wait for me. I will definitely revive you. Fang Chen swore inwardly. After joining the sword battle arena, he would receive 1,000 purple crystals every month, which was enough for Fang Chen. In the following days, Fang Chen planned to cultivate in peace and break through to a higher realm. There were many experts in the Sword Burial Prefecture, so being in the 4th stage of the true martial realm was nothing. Of course, Fang Chen had a huge advantage. He had undergone the 12th stage tribulation. With that, Fang Chen bid farewell to Elder Xian and left the sword battle arena. He planned to return to the blacksmith pavilion and resign from his position as a blacksmith. Just as he walked out of the sword battle arena, Fang Chen saw conflict. Two groups of people clashed. Fang Chen raised his head to look. Chapter 838. On the street, not far from the entrance of the sword arena, two groups of people were having a conflict. There were only two people on one side, a man and a woman in purple. The man was Tang Tianlang, and the woman was his sister, Tang Chenxi. Li Bing, don't go overboard, Tang Tianlang said coldly as he stood in front of his sister. Tang Tianlang, my patience is limited. Let your sister follow me, and I won't trouble you in the future, Li Bing said with a sinister smile. There were many martial artists behind Li Bing. Li Bing wasn't very strong, but the martial artists he brought with him were at LV3 True Martial Realm. These martial artists followed Li Bing because they wanted to get close to his brother, Li Yuntian. Seeing that Li Bing was in trouble, they naturally wanted to help. Tang Tianlang didn't dare to act rashly because of the LV3 true martial realm martial artists behind Li Bing. In your dreams, Tang Tianlang replied coldly without any hesitation. Tang Tianlang, don't be ungrateful, Li Bing said sinisterly. Everyone in Golden Sword City knew that Li Bing was pursuing Tang Chensi. However, Tang Chensi dared to ignore his pursuit, which made Li Bing furious. Moreover, Tang Tianlang had interfered, causing Li Bing to miss several opportunities. This time, Li Bing wouldn't give Tang Tianlang any more chances. He wasn't afraid of anyone in Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang, if you don't agree to my request today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of Golden Sword City, Li Bing said in a low voice. Hearing Tang Tianlang's words, the LV3 true martial realm martial artist behind him stepped forward and surrounded Tang Tianlang in a triangular formation. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Tang Tianlang, would rather die than let my sister be humiliated. Tang Tianlang roared with bloodshot eyes. Tang Chensi, the woman in purple behind Tang Tianlang, had tears in her eyes. She hated herself. If it weren't for her, her brother wouldn't have been targeted by Li Bing. Li Bing, this is Golden Sword City. Don't mess around, Tang Chensi said softly. So what if it's Golden Sword City? I'll get the woman I want, Li Bing said with a sneer. His big brother, Li Yuntian, had a great reputation in Gold Sword City. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to make a move against him. As Li Bing spoke, he reached out to hold Tang Chensi's fair hand, but was stopped by Tang Tianlang. Tang Tianlang, if you want to die, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Bing was a little unhappy as he said coldly. In the next moment, 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists surrounded Tang Tianlang. Boom! A wild aura instantly filled the air. If it was a one-on-one fight, Tang Tianlang would not be afraid of them. However, with the three of them working together, Tang Tianlang was no match for them. Bang, 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 the three people joined hands and instantly suppressed Tang Tianlang. In the blink of an eye, wounds appeared on Tang Tianlang's body. Brother Wolf. The purple-clothed woman, Tang Chensi, shouted with tears all over her face. Do the martialists of Golden Sword City like to bully others with numbers? Just as the purple-robed woman, Tang Chensi, was getting anxious, a voice suddenly rang out. Li Bing did not care about the sudden appearance of this martial artist. However, in the next moment, a stormy sea of emotions surged in his heart. The 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists who were engaged in a fierce battle were suddenly pushed back by a wave of qi. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was wearing a mask, walked in front of Tang Tianlang. Boy, are you meddling in other people's business? Li Bing asked coldly. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but you'd better leave. This man is ruthless and has a big brother who is famous in Gold Sword City. Don't get involved. Tang Tianlang did not want to involve Fong Chun. It's too late, Li Bing said in a low voice. The 3 martial artists at LV3 of the true martial realm subconsciously blocked Fong Chun. Boy, in Gold Sword City, no one dares to mess with me. Li Bing sneered. Li Bing doesn't know him. Fong Chun shook his head. You're courting death. Fong Chun's disrespectful attitude infuriated Li Bing. He immediately waved his hand, and the 3 LV3 true martial realm martial artists attacked Fong Chun fiercely. Bang! A crisp sound could be heard, and the 3 figures were instantly sent flying. The 3 people who fell on the ground looked at Fong Chun with fear in their eyes. How is this possible? Even Li Bing's face was filled with fear. This person's strength was too strong. He defeated 3 people with a casual attack. You 3 pieces of trash! Li Bing shouted angrily. Young Master Li, this person is too strong. We are no match for him. One of them said in a low voice. Boy, who are you? Li Bing asked in a low voice as he saw Fong Chun walking towards him. He felt a little guilty. Gujian. Fong Chun said his alias in the sword arena. Buzz. Hearing the two words Gujian, Li Bing trembled. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. The three LV3 true martial realm martial artists who besieged Fangchun were scared out of their wits. Gujian. At this moment, Tang Chenxi and Tang Tianlang were the most shocked. They had naturally heard of Gujian. However, they did not understand why the mysterious Gujian would help them. Why? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Fangchun looked at Li Bing and laughed. Young Master Gu, I failed to recognize you and offended you. Please let me go. Li Bing's body trembled as he begged for mercy. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Fangchun sneered when he heard this. Young Master Gu, my elder brother is Li Yuntian. Please let me go this time for my elder brother's sake. I won't dare to do it again. Li Bing continued. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi stood motionless at the side and watched this scene quietly. The two of them felt helpless. This was how the world worked. The strong were respected. If they were weak, they would be bullied by Li Bing. If Gujian was strong, Li Bing would be begging for mercy. Strength was the most important thing. Li Bing, Fatty Li, who had just come out of the sword arena, was very happy with his face flushed. During this time, he often lingered in the sword arena. Today, he had just fought with He Shualin and was about to leave. At this moment, Fatty Li saw his younger brother. What's going on? Fatty Li's face changed slightly. His figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. Li Bing saw his elder brother and hurriedly ran behind him. He cried, Elder brother, please help me. What's going on? Fatty Li was a little puzzled. He looked at Li Bing and asked. Li Bing's frightened eyes looked at Fangchun. Following Li Bing's gaze, Fatty Li finally found Fangchun. Brother Gujian, Fatty Li called out with a big smile. So it's Brother Li. Fangchun cupped his hands. What's going on? Fatty Li greeted Fangchun and then asked his younger brother sternly. Elder brother. Li Bing explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail to Li Yuntian. After the latter heard it, he directly slapped Li Bing. Instead of cultivating properly, you use my name every day to show off in Golden Sword City, Fatty Li shouted sternly. Fangchun stood still and watched this scene with a smile. Apologize to these two, Fatty Li said solemnly. I'm sorry. Li Bing apologized to Tang Tianlang and Tang Chenxi. After Li Bing finished apologizing, Fatty Li looked at Fangchun again and asked, Brother Gujian, it's my fault for not teaching my younger brother properly. Why don't you let me go back and teach him a lesson? As you wish. Fangchun spread out his hands and said, Thank you, Brother Gu. Fatty Li pulled Li Bing's ear and left. The purple-clothed woman, Tang Chenxi, looked at Gu Jian curiously. Tang Tianlang cupped his hands towards Gu Jian and said, Thank you, Brother Gu Jian, for your help. Fate. After Fangchun finished speaking, he turned around and left. For Fangchun, this matter was insignificant. However, he definitely didn't know that he was refined into a blood puppet by the blood-refining king. If it wasn't for Tang Tianlang, he probably wouldn't know that standing here was still a problem. Fangchun returned to the refining pavilion. He had already decided to join the sword arena, so he had to resign from the refining pavilion. At a certain point in time, Fangchun found Deacon Li and told him of his wishes. What? You want to leave the refining pavilion? Deacon Li asked in surprise. During this period of time, thank you for taking care of me, Deacon Li. My ambition is not here. So, he didn't finish his words, but Deacon Li's face was full of reluctance. Fangchun's talent in refining had received the full attention of the refining pavilion. The refining pavilion was preparing to train Fangchun with all their strength, but they didn't expect that Fangchun would actually leave. Your talent in refining is very high. As long as you stay in the refining pavilion, we will definitely do our best to train you, said Deacon Li. Fangchun shook his head. Deacon Li, I've already made up my mind. After trying to persuade him to stay, Fangchun still didn't change his mind. That made Deacon Li very helpless. When Steward Wang learned of this matter, he also sighed. They had finally found a good seedling, but who would have thought that he would leave after such a short period of time? However, the refining pavilion wasn't a place where he could come and go as he pleased. During this period of time, My refining pavilion has invested quite a bit in him. If you want to leave, you have to return all those resources, said Steward Wong coldly. Steward Wong, that's not good. Others will gossip. Deacon Lee was in a difficult position. Who dares to criticize my refining pavilion, said Steward Wong coldly. Deacon Lee had no choice but to carry out his orders. When Fong Chun learned that the refining pavilion wanted him to return all the resources he had used, he was immediately enraged. Fong Chun immediately contacted Elder Xian at the sword battle arena. He told Elder Xian what had happened, and Elder Xian told Fong Chun to wait for him in the refining pavilion. Brat, that Steward Wong is very vengeful. Now that you've offended him, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in Golden Sword City anymore, said Wang Gao worriedly. What's the background of this Steward Wong? Asked Fong Chun. I heard that he has a very powerful background, and he looks down on everyone in Golden Sword City, said Wang Gao. Chapter 839. On the third floor of the weapon refining pavilion, in a pavilion, Manager Wong was thinking about how to secretly control Fong Chun. Attendant Lee, how was that kid? Asked Manager Wong. Manager Wong, that kid is temporarily unable to leave the crafting pavilion, but this method... Attendant Lee hesitated. Shut up, Manager Wong said coldly. At this moment, a shocking aura enveloped the crafting pavilion. Which expert has come to my crafting pavilion? Manager Wong sensed this aura and asked. His voice contained a vast amount of spiritual qi. Crash! A ripple appeared in space, and Elder Xian appeared. Elder Xian, why have you come here? Even though Manager Wong had a powerful background and looked down on everyone, he still hastily stood up and greeted Elder Xian. Manager Wong, someone from my sword arena is trapped here. What do you mean by not letting him go? Elder Xian's expression was displeased. Elder Xian, there is no one from your sword arena in my crafting pavilion. Manager Wong laughed mischievously. Old Wong, I won't waste words with you. That Fong Chun is from my sword arena. I came here today to take him away. Do you have any objections? Elder Xian's attitude was forceful. This, Manager Wong was startled and a bit flabbergasted. A small craftsman had actually alarmed Elder Xian of the sword arena. Could it be that this craftsman has a powerful background? Chief Steward Wong pondered in his heart. Deacon Lee, who was at the side, was also a little shocked. Elder Xian, I didn't know beforehand that this kid was from your sword arena. Otherwise, Manager Wong was interrupted by Elder Xian before he could finish speaking. All right, I won't waste words with you. I'm taking him away. If you have any complaints about my sword arena, come find me. With that, Elder Xian left the third floor of the pavilion. On the first floor, Fong Chun was chatting with Wang Gao. Suddenly, Elder Xian's voice appeared in his mind. Fong Chun's eyes lit up, and he said to Wang Gao, I'll be leaving first. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Don't act rashly. If you leave without permission, Manager Wong will definitely not let you off. Wang Gao hurriedly stopped him, afraid that Fong Chun would do something impulsive. Don't worry, Manager Wong won't stop me. Fong Chun patted Wang Gao's shoulder and left. To Wang Gao's surprise, no one came out to stop Fong Chun. Wang Gao-cha cried out involuntarily as he watched Fong Chun leave. After leaving the blacksmith pavilion, Zhang Xian arrived at the sword dueling ground. Thank you for your help, Elder Xian. Fong Chun cupped his hands and thanked Elder Xian. Brat, why are you being so polite with me? Elder Xian glared at Fong Chun. Elder Xian took out 10,000 purple crystals and handed them to Fong Chun. He said, I'll give you some purple crystals in advance. You can cultivate in the sword arena in the future. Elder Xian, when will I be able to cultivate the ancient golden indestructible sword that you mentioned the other day? Fong Chun was also very curious about the ancient golden indestructible sword. Even Luo Byron and Wu Li hadn't cultivated the ancient golden indestructible sword to the transformation realm. Just what was so special about it? Brat, you're too impatient. Elder Xian grinned. The ancient golden indestructible sword is inside the ancient golden bell, and that bell only opens once a year. There's still 3 months until the next time it opens. Fong Chun nodded when he heard that. 3 months was not too far away. After joining the sword arena, Fang Chun had been cultivating almost every day. Now that he had cultivated all 5 sword arts to the transformation realm, Fang Chun began to cultivate the 5 elemental sword. If he wanted to successfully cultivate the 5 elemental sword, he had to fuse the 5 intents together. If it was someone else, it would be very difficult. But for Fang Chun, it was a lot easier. After all, he could even comprehend the true meaning of the void. A mere fusion of intents was nothing. After joining the sword arena for a month, Fang Chun finally fused the 5 intents together. Next, he began to cultivate the 5 elemental sword. Of course, besides cultivating, Fang Chun also needed to help the sword arena challenge some of the arena champions who had a winning streak. Fang Chun appeared in the sword arena as Gu Jian. His reputation became more and more famous. One day, Gu Jian appeared again, causing a commotion in the sword arena. In a certain arena, Fang Chun stood quietly. Opposite him stood a martial artist in the early stage of LV5 true martial realm. "You're Gu Jian?" the black-robed man asked in a low voice. Fang Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Gu Jian." The black-robed man had already won 9 matches in a row. The sword arena didn't want him to win 10 matches in a row. They wanted to send a LV5 true martial realm martial artist to fight him. However, Fang Chun found Elder Xian and volunteered. He had also made some progress in his cultivation of the 5-element sword art. He wanted to test his strength and see how strong he was. At this time, in a pavilion, Fatty Li and the others gathered and watched the arena. "Gu Jian is really a monster. He dares to challenge Yong Un," Fatty Li said. "Yong Un is the disciple of the blood-refining king. He has been in seclusion. This time, he broke through to LV5 true martial realm. Gu Jian is too reckless," He Xuelin said in a low voice. "This boy has the spatial true meaning. As long as he doesn't meet a martial artist with abnormal strength, he can easily deal with him," Luo Byron said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded heavily. Although he hadn't fought with Gu Jian, he felt that Gu Jian was abnormal. "Do you dare to bet?" Luo Byron suddenly grinned and said. "What kind of bet?" Fatty Li asked. "I bet that Gu Jian will win." "If I win, give me back my clown," Luo Byron said. "Luo Byron, you'll definitely lose this time." Fatty Li immediately agreed to bet with Luo Byron. In the arena, Yong'an narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. "Why do I feel Master's aura on you?" Yong'an's pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chun. Fang Chun didn't understand what Yong'an meant. "LV4 true martial realm. You dare challenge me? You're dead," Yong'an said. "I will personally defeat you and refine you into my blood puppet." Yong'an had the same hobby as the blood-refining king. He liked to refine blood puppets. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Fang Chun sneered. This Yong'an was arrogant. "Then let's fight." Yong'an didn't say anything else. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Rumble. Fang Chun activated his sword true meaning and used the 5 elemental sword art. In an instant, 5 sword lights appeared in the sky. 5 different intents filled the air. This is in the pavilion. Fatty Li and the others were shocked when they saw Fang Chun's sword art. The fusion of 5 intents. "This sword art is exquisite," Luo Byron said. "This guy's talent in sword principle is not weak," Wu Li said. After observing Fang Chun's battle, they had to admit that Fang Chun had great potential. In the arena, Yong'an's fist fiercely bombarded Fang Chun's 5 sword lights. Crack! Instantly, 3 sword lights were shattered. The remaining 2 streaks of sword light blocked Yong'an's attack. Boom! Yong'an increased the strength of his fist and punched out again. Instantly, the last 2 sword lights shattered into pieces. At this moment, Yong'an's LV5 true martial realm aura burst out. A vast amount of energy filled the entire arena. Is this LV5 true martial realm? When Fang Chun saw this, he smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "LV5 true martial realm is just SOSO." This was what Fang Chun thought. He activated the true meaning of the void and then used the 5 elements sword technique. Whoosh! In the sky, the 5 sword lights reflected each other. In the crowd shock, the 5 sword lights pierced toward Yong and directly. At the same time, Fang Chun used the void destruction cut. The hidden star sword his hand pierced toward Yong and with terrifying power. Bang! Seeing this, Yong finally took out his long sword and used the ancient golden invincible swordsmanship. Your ancient golden invincible swordsmanship is not as good as he Xuelin's. Fang Chun sneered when he saw that. Then, with a destructive force, he shattered Yong and sword lights. The 5 sword lights in the sky merged into one and pierced toward Yong and Pucci. Yong's body retreated rapidly. His body was battered and exhausted as he landed outside the arena. You lost. Fang Chun glanced at Yong and turned to leave. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chun did not take Yong seriously. Crash! The sword arena was in an uproar again. Gu Jian's strength shocked everyone. He easily defeated Yong and at LV4 genuine martial realm. How is this possible? Yong was shocked. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He snorted and turned to leave. In the pavilion, Fatty Li was stunned. After a long time, Fatty Li said slowly, "This Gu Jian is too amazing. Give it to me." Luo Byron stretched out his hand and said directly. Fatty Li reluctantly handed the clown, who had not been with him for a long time, to Luo Byron. The clown was very excited when he returned to Luo Byron's hand. "Idiot," Wu Li said in a low voice. Fatty Li wanted to cry, but had no tears. Because of Gu Jian, he gained a lot, but also because of Gu Jian, he lost the clown. Who the hell is this Gu Jian? Fatty Li asked. This person has already joined the sword arena. Don't ask about him. Wu Li said. Fang Chun did not know that Luo Byron and others had been watching him. They even regarded Fang Chun as a genius on the same level as them. Remember to call Gu Jian at the next genius gathering. He Xuelin smiled. Sword arena, Elder Xian's courtyard. I was right about you. Elder Xian looked at Fang Chun and smiled. Elder Xian, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fang Chun said. What sword technique did you use just now? Elder Xian suddenly asked. 5 elements sword technique. Fang Chun did not hide and said directly. As expected, Elder Xian's hand trembled and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Where did you get your 5 elements sword technique? Elder Xian asked urgently. Seeing Elder Xian so excited, Fang Chun was a little surprised and immediately said, I got it in the ancient sword continent. Chapter 840. Elder Xian also knows about the 5 Elements Academy, asked Fang Chun. After hearing Fang Chun's words, Elder Xian sat back down and revealed a complicated look on his face. It's been so many years. I didn't think the 5-element sword would still exist, muttered Elder Xian. Elder Xian, you seem to know a lot about the 5 Elements Academy, said Fang Chun. Do you know who founded the 5 Elements Academy? Elder Xian looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head. Elder Xian continued. The reason I know about the 5 Elements Academy is because the founder of the 5 Elements Academy is from the Sword Burial Prefecture. What Sword Burial Prefecture's people? Fang Chen's heart trembled. Elder Xian, what's going on? This matter was too shocking. He hadn't expected the founder of the 5 Elements Academy to come from the Sword Burial Prefecture. You'll know when you meet people from the 5 Element City when you have the time. Elder Xian waved his hand. He didn't want to say anything more. Elder Xian closed his eyes after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Fang Chun could only retreat. 5 Elements City. Could it be that the 5-element sword is related to 5 Element City? Fang Chun guessed. In the second month after Fang Chun entered the sword battle arena, Fatty Li came to find Fang Chun. Brother Gujian, today is the day all the geniuses gather. I'll come to invite you, said Fatty Li. It just so happened that Fang Chun's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He could use this opportunity to relax. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Li. Fang Chun followed Fatty Li to the Golden Sword restaurant and went up to the highest floor. There were over 20 young cultivators here, led by Luo Byron and Wu Li. Brother Gujian. Everyone greeted Fang Chun when they saw him. Gujian had obtained their approval for defeating Yong'an. At this moment, in a corner, Yeoman was glaring at Fong Chun with killing intent. Everyone. Fong Chun cupped his hands and greeted everyone. When geniuses gathered together, it was nothing more than an exchange of experiences. Fong Chun listened quietly. Luo Byron and the others were natives of the Sword Burial Prefecture, so they were very familiar with the rules there, which made it easy for them to cultivate. As for Fong Chun, he was an outsider after all. He needed to slowly assimilate. Luo Byron, how's your ancient, golden, indestructible sword art? Fatty Lee asked curiously during the banquet. Hearing this, everyone's eyes focused on Luo Byron. Subtlety, Luo Byron said. Everyone was stunned, as expected of Luo Byron. Within Golden Sword City, Luo Byron's ancient, golden, indestructible sword technique was probably the highest. It's just the refinement realm. What's there to be proud of? At this moment, Wu Li sneered and said disdainfully. Seeing Wu Li and Luo Byron bickering, Fong Chun also faintly smiled. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. Luo Byron and Wu Li's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the true martial realm, and they had cultivated the ancient golden indestructible sword art to the refinement realm. He had learned from Elder Xian that only those who had cultivated the city's ultimate technique to the transformation realm could enter the sword burial pond. Even Luo Byron, who was in the 6th level of the true martial realm, wasn't qualified to enter. He wondered what kind of monstrous geniuses were in the sword burial city. Everyone was already used to Luo Byron and Wu Li's bickering. Fatty Lee also didn't stop them, allowing them to bicker. Fatty Lee turned to Fong Chun and smiled. Brother Gujian, you're too low-key. If I'm not strong, I can only keep a low profile. Fong Chun smiled. Brother Gujian, your strength is second only to Luo Byron and Wu Li. If you're not strong, then what should we do? In the past few months, Fong Chun's strength had greatly increased. Fatty Lee was ashamed of his inferiority. In response, Fong Chun just smiled mischievously. His true martial tribulation was a 12th level tribulation. His cultivation path couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Brother Gujian, are you from one of the 3 continents outside the Sword Burial Prefecture? Asked Fatty Lee. Although Fong Chun's background was very mysterious, it was still known that he came from one of the 3 continents. However, no one said anything about that. In the past, the Sword Burial Prefecture also had some martial artists from the 3 continents. The first thing they did after arriving was to find a power to join and then slowly temper themselves. For Gujian to be able to join the sword battle arena also showed that his strength was extraordinary. What a pity. If Brother Gujian had come a few months earlier, you might have been able to see the shocking scene from half a year ago. Fatty Lee looked outside Golden Sword City and suddenly thought of the scene from half a year ago. Oh, Brother Lee, can you tell me more about it? Asked Fong Chun. About half a year ago, we were gathered here when a terrifying ray of light shot over from the distance. Seeing that, we all flew out of the city. A huge cauldron appeared in the wasteland, and there was a martial artist inside, said Fatty Lee. Fong Chun had always been wearing a mask. Furthermore, after going through the 12th level tribulation, his temperament had completely changed. Fatty Lee had no way of knowing that the person he was talking about was right in front of him. What did that cauldron look like? When Fong Chun heard this, his heart trembled as he asked anxiously. 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. We guessed that it was some supreme expert reviving. But what a pity. Fatty Lee sighed. What's a pity? Asked Fong Chun. After Fong Chun had revived, his memories had stopped at him being killed in the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. He had no memories of what had happened after that. But now, from what Fatty Lee was saying, that cauldron and that martial artist were definitely him. As expected, it was the cauldron that brought me to the Sword Burial Prefecture, thought Fong Chun. The blood-refining king suddenly appeared and took away that supreme expert's corpse. He said he wanted to refine it into a blood puppet, said Fatty Lee. After listening to Fatty Lee, Fong Chun finally understood how he had come to the Sword Burial Prefecture. I was refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king. Fong Chun was very puzzled. Since he'd been refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king, then how had he revived in that canyon? There was a gap in his memories. He could have been revived, but now he's probably placed in the blood puppet building, waiting for someone rich to buy him, said Fatty Lee. Fong Chun carefully analyzed. I was refined into a blood puppet by the blood refining king. Someone should have bought me and then sent me to the canyon. That had to be the case. But just who had bought him? That person had unknowingly saved Fong Chen's life. However, at the same time, Fong Chen also secretly remembered the blood refining king. He actually refined me into a blood puppet, muttered Fong Chun. Unknowingly, an entire afternoon had passed. The gathering of geniuses was gradually coming to an end. Fong Chen had gained a lot in the afternoon. He had obtained many people's cultivation experiences, and he had resolved many of his own doubts. In the end, Luo Byron was the first to speak. This gathering of geniuses ends here. Luo Byron looked at Fong Chun and said, Brother Gujian, the ancient golden bell will open in a month. I presume you'll be there. Brother Gujian must have come for the ancient golden inextinguishable sword. How could you miss such an opportunity? Asked Wu Li. Fong Chun nodded. Correct. I'm also interested in the ancient golden inextinguishable sword. Brother Gujian, with your potential, you'll definitely be able to obtain it, said Fatty Lee. Ha ha. Everyone, this gathering ends here. Let's all work hard to get to Sword Burial City as soon as possible. Luo Byron vanished. It had already been over half a year since he had arrived in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fong Chen's strength had increased across the board. Perhaps even the Devil Cloud Prefecture hadn't expected that not only had he not died, but he had even gone through 12 tribulations to become a true martial expert. After going through 12 tribulations, Fong Chun was even more confident in his ability to break through to the Profound King realm. I once secretly asked around, if a Profound King wants to refine a mortal world, it'll take them at least a few hundred years. And if you're not a native, you'll be rejected by the World Core for even longer, thought Fong Chun. That gave him several hundred years. That was enough time for him to break through. Just wait. There will be a day when I return to the ancient sword continent and take back everything that originally belonged to me. I'll also take revenge for my wife. After the gathering ended, Fong Chun began to carefully study the cultivation experiences of Luo Byron and the others. After studying them, his comprehension of the sword Tao grew even deeper. Fong Chun could sense that the golden heart was invisibly changing him. Inside the sword battle arena, other than occasionally making a move a few times, they were practically cultivating. After a month, Fong Chen's 5-element sword art had reached the Great Circle. If the higher-ups of the 5 Elements Academy knew of this, they would definitely be shocked. However, Fong Chun was very strict with himself. He had to obtain the recognition of the Zong Sword Emperor in the shortest time possible to revive his wife, Star and Moon. If the interval was too long, the souls of Star and Moon would completely leave the ancient sword continent and enter the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation. At that time, even the Zong Sword Emperor might not be able to revive them. There wasn't much time left for Fong Chun. Fong Chun needed to work hard. One day, within Golden Sword City, the deafening sound of a bell reverberated through the sky. After the bell rang, the Golden Sword City was bustling with noise and excitement. All the martial artists hurried to the place where the ancient Golden Bell was located, wanting to witness the grand opening of the ancient Golden Bell. The ancient Golden Bell had accompanied the Golden Sword City since ancient times. The ancient Golden Bell contained the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Art. The powerful younger generation could enter the ancient Golden Bell to seek opportunities. In the sword arena, Fong Chun slowly stood up, his face filled with excitement. Is the ancient Golden Bell about to open? After waiting for such a long time, the ancient Golden Bell had finally opened. After obtaining the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Art, he would be one step closer to his goal of the Zong Sword City. This time, I must obtain the ancient Golden Immortal Sword Art, Fong Chun thought to himself. Elder Xian silently arrived at Fong Chen's courtyard and brought Fong Chun to the ancient Golden Bell. The annual ancient Golden Bell opening was a grand event in the Golden Sword City. On this day, the entire Golden Sword City was packed with people. Luo Byron, Wu Li, and the other younger generation had arrived early. Many Mystic King realm experts from Golden Sword City had come as well. The opening of the ancient Golden Bell wasn't just for the younger generation to seek opportunities. Chapter 841. There is a famous mountain in Golden Sword City called the Golden Sword Peak. Speaking of Jin Jianfeng, there was no one in the entire Golden Sword City who did not know him. Even martial artists from other cities knew about him. That was because the Golden Ancient Bell was on the Golden Sword Peak. When the Burying Sword Emperor died, he became the Burying Sword State. Every part of his body became a city in the Burying Sword State. These cities had existed since the early days of the Burying Sword State. There was a sword technique in each city. The sword technique of Golden Sword City was the ancient golden invincible sword technique. The ancient Golden Bell was a treasure that contained the ancient golden immortal sword art. How could people not know about it? On this day, there were many martial artists at the foot of the Golden Sword Peak. Most of them were at the Spirit Vortex realm. And the martial warriors that could truly step onto the Gold Sword Peak were at least martial warriors of the true martial realm. Luo Byron and the rest of the younger generation gathered at the peak and chatted with each other. Every time the Golden Ancient Bell was activated, they would come to watch. Luo Byron, do you think Gu Jian will get the ancient golden invincible sword technique this time? Fatty Lee asked with a smile. It shouldn't be a problem, Luo Byron said. The ancient golden invincible sword technique doesn't rely on strength, Blood Refining King's disciple Yong and said coldly. Ever since he was defeated by Gu Jian in the sword battle arena, Yong and hated Gu Jian and wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Gu Jian was too strong, and no one dared to touch him after he joined the sword battle arena. At this moment, many profound King Realm experts appeared one after another. Blood Refining King, you're here early, a Mystic King said with a smile. Mountain River King, you're not late either, Blood Refining King said with a smile. Blood Refining King had a bad reputation in Golden Sword City. Very few people were willing to associate with him, and Mountain River King was one of them. The arrival of Mountain River King and Blood Refining King made the Golden Sword Peak even livelier. As time passed, Mystic King realm experts arrived one after another. Whoosh! Elder Xian grabbed Fong Chen's sleeve and pushed his speed to the maximum. He turned into a streak of flowing light and instantly arrived at the Golden Sword Peak. I'm not late, am I? Elder Xian said with a smile. Elder Xian, why are you here? Someone asked. There's a kid in my sword arena who wants to enter the ancient Golden Bell. I'm here to take a look. Elder Xian smiled. How many people are challenging the ancient Golden Bell this time? Elder Xian asked. It could be seen that Elder Xian had a very high status among the many mysterious kings. Even the eccentric Blood Refining King did not dare to act rashly in front of Elder Xian. There are 9 people in total. The Mountain River King smiled. Let's begin then. Elder Xian smiled. The 9 of you will enter the ancient Golden Bell separately. As for whether you can obtain the ancient golden indestructible sword technique, that will depend on your luck. Hearing this, the 9 people lined up and started one by one. The first martial artist to enter the ancient Golden Bell was a LV2 true martial realm martial artist. Fong Chun was ranked 4th. He stared at the ancient Golden Bell. The ancient Golden Bell was a huge bell that gave off a very strange aura. This is the ancient Golden Bell. Fong Chun could feel that the ancient Golden Bell was emitting an ancient aura that gave off a boundless feeling. The Blood Refining King's gaze swept over Fong Chen's group of 8 before stopping on Fong Chun. Why does this kid have my aura? The Blood Refining King was an expert, so he instantly felt that there was a trace of his aura on Fong Chen's body. Kid, have we met before? The Blood Refining King stared at Fong Chun and asked in a deep voice. Blood Refining King, this kid belongs to my sword arena. Don't you dare have any ideas about him. Elder Xian directly said. Since Fong Chun had joined the sword arena, it was impossible for him to become the Blood Refining King's disciple. Isn't this kid Gu Jian, whose name has shaken Golden Sword City recently? The Mountain River King smiled. I heard that he defeated Yong and who was at the LV5 true martial realm, with his LV4 true martial realm cultivation. One of the mysterious kings said, "I've heard of this kid's deeds. He's pretty strong." A few Mystic King realm experts spoke one after another. The blood-refining king had been staring at Fong Chun the entire time. He had never seen him before. So why did he have his aura? "Gu Jian, can you take off your mask?" The blood-refining king smiled. "Senior blood-refining king, I'm just a nobody. I'm not worthy of your attention." Fong Chen tactfully refused. The blood-refining king's expression changed, and his aura surged. "Blood-refining king, he belongs to my sword arena," said Elder Xian. Elder Xian said. The Lord of Blood-refining's aura immediately retracted. "A mere LV4 true martial realm cultivator. I don't care about him." The blood-refining king coldly snorted and turned his head. At this moment, Fong Chan was looking at the blood-refining king through his mask. A trace of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Through chatting with Fatty Li, Fong Chan learned that the three-legged two-eared cauldron had taken him to the Burial Sword Province. But the blood-refining king had taken him away and refined him into a blood puppet. After all, the blood-refining king was a mysterious king. The killing intent that flashed through Fong Chen's eyes was instantly captured by the blood-refining king. Interesting. The blood-refining king smiled sinisterly. At this moment, the sound of a bell rang throughout Golden Sword City. Many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide. The sound of the bell represented the potential of the cultivator who entered the ancient Golden Bell. The more the bell rang, the greater the potential of the cultivator. Buzz! After 2 consecutive bell rings, the first martial artist to enter the ancient Golden Bell instantly came out. "How was it?" someone asked. The cultivator's face was gloomy. He lowered his head and left the Golden Sword Peak. He had clearly failed. 2 bell rings. Average potential. Fatty Li smiled. "Yeah, Luo Byron made the bell ring 7 times. It shocked Golden Sword City," said He Shuilin. "You, He Shuilin, are not bad either. You made the bell ring 5 times," said Wu Li. Among the crowd, Luo Byron's potential was the strongest. When he entered the ancient Golden Bell, he made the bell ring 7 times. Wu Li was second, and the bell rang 6 times. Fatty Li and He Shuilin both made 5 rings. Those who could make 5 rings were already considered top geniuses. They would definitely get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. Just as the crowd was discussing, the second person went in. After a while, this person came out. The bell rang 4 times. He was very excited to get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was Fong Chen's turn. Seeing Fong Chen enter the ancient Golden Bell, Fatty Li and the others' eyes lit up. "How many times do you think the ancient sword can make the bell ring?" Fatty Li asked curiously. "At least 5 times or more. Maybe 7 times, He Shuilin said. "That's not necessarily true," Wu Li and Luo Byron said at the same time. Voila! With a flash of white light, Fong Chen found himself in the ancient Golden Bell. The ancient Golden Bell was a treasure that existed since ancient times. The space inside was very wide. Is this the ancient Golden Bell? As soon as he entered the ancient Golden Bell, he found that it was full of rich metal aura. In the center of the ancient Golden Bell, there was a futon. Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the futon. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent filled the air. Fong Chen knew that this was a test. Only by passing the test could he get the ancient golden immortal sword technique. In the outside world, on the Golden Sword Peak, many warriors were waiting. Fong Chen had been in for half an hour. He had not come out, and the ancient Golden Bell had not rung. This made everyone wonder if the ancient sword could not get the recognition of the ancient Golden Bell. "Ha! Half an hour. I'm afraid he can't get the recognition of the ancient Golden Bell." Suddenly, Yeoman laughed, gloating. "Is the ancient sword really unable to get the recognition of the ancient Golden Bell?" asked a younger generation. Fatty Li and the others did not speak, staring at the ancient Golden Bell. The blood-refining king squinted his eyes and smiled. "Old Xian, it seems that the people of your sword arena are only so. It's not over yet. Who knows what the result will be?" Old Xian said softly. Old Xian, why deceive yourself? Said the Mountain River King. Everyone knew that if one entered the ancient golden bell for half an hour and did not trigger the bell, it was basically a failure. Old Xian was not willing to admit this fact. He was deceiving himself. Old Xian did not speak anymore and looked at the ancient golden bell. On the Golden Sword Peak, many warriors were discussing. Everyone who was optimistic about the ancient sword shook their heads. It seems that the ancient sword is going to fail. After another 10 minutes, there was still no movement. The blood-refining king laughed sinisterly, and Old Xian's face darkened as he sighed. Buzz! Just when everyone thought that the ancient sword had failed, a vibration suddenly resounded through the sky. The sound of the bell. Old Xian was very excited when he heard the sound of the bell. Buzz! Before anyone could react, the second bell chime rang out. I knew it. How could the ancient sword fail? Fatty Lee and the others said. Buzz! Buzz! The bell rang 3 times in a row. 5 rings. Old Xian's face revealed a trace of a bright smile. 5 rings. There was a 100% chance of obtaining the ancient golden indestructible sword. It's just 5 rings. What's there to be happy about? Said the blood-refining king disdainfully. 5 rings is not worth mentioning. The Mountain River King laughed. Chapter 842. At the top of the Golden Sword Peak, many mysterious kings were staring at the ancient golden bell. In the blink of an eye, the ancient golden bell had rung 5 times. The melodious sound of the bell resounded through the sky. After the 5th ring, the ancient golden bell returned to normal. 5 rings is not bad. Old Xian nodded slightly. Although it didn't meet his expectations, 5 rings was not bad. Within the ancient golden bell, Feng Chun was sitting cross-legged. His body was surrounded by a dense golden light. Within the golden light, there were some small golden words. These words revolved around Feng Chun, constantly drilling into Feng Chun's mind. Feng Chun had successfully obtained the ancient golden bell's approval and began to absorb its power. The golden heart in Feng Chun's body was constantly beating, wildly absorbing the ancient golden bell's power. After the 5th ring, the ancient golden bell fell silent again. But strangely, Feng Chun still hadn't come out. This made everyone very puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that he couldn't withstand the ancient golden bell's power and died inside? The Mountain River King grinned. Hearing the Mountain River King's words, the blood-refining king smiled sinisterly. So what if he's strong? Passing the ancient golden bell doesn't depend on strength, but on potential. Old Xian looked at the ancient golden bell with a grave expression. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the past, every time the ancient golden bell opened, each cultivator would enter for at most a quarter of an hour. But this time, Feng Chun had been in for more than an hour. If it hadn't been for the previous 5 rings, no one would have been puzzled. But since the ancient golden bell had rung, it proved that Feng Chun had obtained the ancient golden bell's approval. Moreover, it had been 5 rings. Among all the cultivators who had entered the ancient golden bell, this was considered above average. But why was there no more after the 5th ring? What's going on? Did something really happen? In the younger generation area, Fatty Lee's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. It shouldn't be. The ancient golden bell isn't dangerous. With the ancient sword's power, it should be able to withstand it, said Luo Byron. Luo Byron was very clear about Gu Jian's strength. Wooly nodded his head heavily. Gu Jian would be fine. Yong was the only one who sneered. His face was filled with schadenfreude, as he thought that Gu Jian would definitely die in the ancient golden bell. An ant dares to challenge the ancient golden bell? Yeoman sneered. The person you called an ant easily defeated you. Then what are you? Luo Byron said coldly. Hearing Luo Byron's words, Yeoman was infuriated, but he suppressed it in the end. Among the younger generation, Luo Byron's strength was very strong. He did not dare to provoke him. Although his master was the blood-refining king, Luo Byron also had a backer. Humph, just you wait and see, Yeoman thought to himself. As time passed, Elder Xian couldn't help but approach the ancient golden bell to take a look. I'll go and take a look, Elder Xian said. Elder Xian, you should know the rules of Golden Sword City, right? Are you going to openly violate them? The Shana King stopped him. That's right. Once the ancient golden bell is activated, profound kings cannot approach it. They also cannot use any methods to help the younger generation. Elder Xian, you can't be thinking of secretly helping Gu Jian, right? Sneered the blood-refining king. To the side, the Glacier King said, Elder Xian is also worried about Gu Jian's safety. Blood-refining king, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not, said Elder Xian. The blood-refining king and Ashana king both had sinister smiles on their faces. Their faces were filled with schadenfreude. Normally, the blood-refining king and Ashana king did not get along with the sword arena in Golden Sword City. Now that they saw the sword arena's young genius enter the ancient golden bell, their fate uncertain, they were very happy. Buzz. However, just as everyone thought that something had happened to Fong Chun, the ancient golden bell began to shake once more. A deafening chime came out from the ancient golden bell, echoing through the sky. The ancient golden bell is ringing once more. Elder Xian's eyes shone with excitement as he exclaimed loudly. Many of the mystic kings looked at the ancient golden bell in surprise. As for Fatty Li, Luo Byron, and the others, they all nodded. Gu Jian was not dead. He was still challenging the ancient golden bell. Humph, an arrow at the end of its flight, said Yong coldly. Buzz. After the sixth chime, another chime could be heard immediately after. 7 rings. Instantly, all the martial artists on the Golden Sword Mountain were shocked. 7 rings. Isn't this the same as Luo Byron? Oh my god. Gu Jian's potential is comparable to Luo Byron's? 7 rings. This is the highest number of times the ancient golden bell has rung in recent years. Fatty Li, He Xuelin, and the others all looked at the ancient golden bell in unison. This kid is indeed extraordinary, said Fatty Li in a deep voice. 7 rings. His talent has already surpassed Wu Li and is comparable to Luo Byron, said He Xuelin. Luo Byron's eyes also revealed a trace of a smile, while Wu Li spread out his hands and smiled helplessly. Buzz. Just when everyone thought that the bell was going to end after the 7th ring, the 8th ring suddenly rang out. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. 8 rings, surpassing Luo Byron. Several profound kings looked at the ancient golden bell with a solemn expression. They were all astonished. The happiest one was Elder Xian. He was very excited. He did not expect Gu Jian to give him such a big surprise. The ancient golden bell rang 8 times, surpassing Luo Byron's talent. This kid, Elder Xian grinned. The blood-refining king and the mountain river king's faces turned pale. However, after the 8th ring, the 9th ring instantly rang out. The melodious sound of the bell circled above the Golden Sword City, lingering for a long time without dissipating. It shocked the hearts of countless martial artists, setting off stormy waves in their hearts. 9 rings. It's actually 9 rings. At this moment, even the profound kings who had been calm previously could not help but feel a little excited. It was too exciting. In the past 100 years, there had not been a martial artist with 9 rings. Who would have thought that Gu Jian would actually trigger 9 rings of the ancient golden bell this time? 9 rings. Such talent is comparable to those monsters in the Burial Sword City, Elder Xian said excitedly. Congratulations, Elder Xian. The Sword Arena has obtained such a talent. The Glacier King smiled. In the younger generation area, Fatty Li and the others fell into silence. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Gu Jian's cultivation was only at LV4 true martial realm, but he had triggered 9 rings of the ancient golden bell. Although it was not unprecedented, he could be considered one of the most outstanding geniuses in the history of the Golden Sword City. Luo Byron, He Xuelin, Wu Li, Fatty Li, and the other young geniuses were all shocked. They could accept 7 or even 8 rings. But 9 rings was unimaginable. Throughout history, all of the martial artists who had caused the bell to ring 9 times had become experts who could shake the sword burial prefecture if they didn't die. On the other hand, the ancient sword resonated 9 times. The continuous ringing of the bell did not dissipate for a long time, shocking the martial artists. Fong Chun, who was inside the ancient golden bell, suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, the golden light around him merged into his mind. The ancient, golden, invincible sword. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After obtaining the ancient, golden, invincible sword, it was time for Fang Chen to leave. When he walked out of the ancient golden bell, the ringing had already dissipated. Fang Chen saw that the martial artists were looking at him in surprise, as if they were looking at a monster. You guys. Fang Chen was a little confused. Why were they looking at him like that? Elder Xian. Fang Chen came to Elder Xian's side and cupped his hands. In an instant, Elder Xian woke up from his shock. He put his hands on Fang Chen's shoulders and laughed. Good job. Elder Xian, why do you have such an expression? Fang Chen asked. Kid, don't you know what you've done? Elder Xian said directly. Isn't it just triggering 9 rings? You don't have to be like this. Fang Chen said casually. Hearing this, many martial artists had the urge to strangle Fang Chen. Aren't you saying it too casually? Triggering 9 rings? You don't have to be like this. Do you know what triggering 9 rings means? Elder Xian asked. Fang Chen nodded. Isn't it just obtaining the ancient, golden, invincible sword's acknowledgement? Your ringing represents talent. The more the bell rings, the stronger your talent in the Sword Dao. In the past 100 years, no one in Golden Sword City has triggered 9 rings, Elder Xian said slowly. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Only now did he realize that triggering 9 rings was quite extraordinary. He chuckled and shrugged, then walked to the side. Although everyone was shocked, the people behind him still wanted to challenge the ancient golden bell. However, their focus was no longer on the ancient golden bell, but Gu Jian. Little friend Gu Jian, I'm Glacier King. Little friend Gu Jian, I'm Mountain Fish King. Several profound King Realm experts greeted Fang Chen one after another. That was enough to see how much importance they attached to Fang Chen. In their view, it was only a matter of time before Fang Chen reached the profound King Realm. With Fang Chen's talent in the Sword Dao, his future achievements might be even greater. Only the blood-refining king and the Mountain River King stood to the side with ashen faces, coldly watching all this. After greeting all the profound kings, Fang Chen walked over to Fatty Li and the others. Brat, you're really amazing. I, Fatty Li, admire you. Fatty Li gave Fang Chen a thumbs up and smiled. Brother Gu Jian, congratulations, said he Xiaolin. Hurry up and cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword. Let's go to Burial Sword City together, said Luo Byron. Brother Gu Jian, with your abnormal talent, it won't be long before you surpass us, said Wu Li. Everyone had a good relationship with Gu Jian. Furthermore, geniuses appreciated each other. Gu Jian relied on his own efforts to gain the recognition of Wu Li and the others, and gradually entered their circle. 9 echoes. It was indeed the ancient Hui Jin. In the past 100 years, no one had triggered 9 rings. I wonder if Brother Gu Jian can reach Gu Miefa's level, said Fatty Li suddenly.